hold it.
What time do you have right now?
9:01.
Okay. On behalf of the OU, on behalf of all of us, we want to thank our good friends at Keter Torah for providing not only the opportunity to learn together, to grow together, to mourn together, but also facilitating all of the details. Howard Grunschbeck, the executive director here at Keter Torah, Rabbi Shalom Baum, who's our mentor, our leader, our rabbi. They do so many things for the Jewish world. We want to thank them again for today. We also want to thank our sponsors. Each and every year, Richard and Deborah Parkoff sponsor this program in memory of Richard's parents. And Richard and Deborah and their children, the impact they've had on the Jewish world, on their communities, Long Island, both in Lawrence and in the Hamptons. And it's an honor to be associated with Richard, Deborah, and their family. We also want to say that here at Keter Torah, Ann and Charles Bartel are sponsoring today's program, as well as Diana and Michael Feintuck and family, to commemorate the yortzeit of Michael's grandfather, David Leib ben Shmuel Zelig, David Budman, Zichrono Livracha. Today, as well as our experience, hopefully our growth through the cathartic experience of Tisha B'Av, we want to do what we're doing as a refuah shalema for a good friend of ours, and that is Steve Neuwirth. Many of you know Steve Neuwirth from Young Israel of New Rochelle, a man who's impacted, he, together with his wife Natalie and their children, who've not only impacted Westchester County, the SAR community, but through the Torah of the Rav and through many other forms of Torah. Torah apps, Svarim, etc., have impacted the world. Steve's name, if you can have in mind, is Shalom ben Bracha. Shalom ben Bracha. He is fighting right now stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And please have him in mind. He's an incredible friend of the Jewish people, incredible tzaddik, a role model. And he and his family are so crucial and dear to each and every one of us. Shalom ben Bracha. Please have him in mind in your tefillos, and as well in the experience of Tisha B'Av as we all grow together. This morning, the idea is that we change the order of the kinos each year to make sure that we can cover certain kinos that maybe we didn't cover in years past. We're going to start with the 19th kina. That is, in terms of the Rabbi Soloveitchik kinos, it's page 393, the 19th kina. If someone can call out in terms of the art scroll, which page that is. Does anyone have the page in the art scroll? 240. To do a little bit of background to this kina. You know, as Jews, how many philosophical works do we have? There are 4 great philosophical works, and they came out of one world. That was the confrontation with a sophisticated Islamic world. As you know and I know, that prior to the 8th, 9th centuries, 90% of world Jewry lived in Bavel. They lived in these Jewish communities along the Euphrates rivers. They lived there from the time after the genocide of Bar Kokhba, wiped out hundreds of thousands of Jews in Israel. You had a small Jewish community in northern Israel. But over about a 75-year period, from 145 to 225, you had a migration of the survivors, very much like the migration of the survivors from Europe to the United States, to Israel, to Canada, where they left the European continent. You had a similar migration of the Jews from Israel to the Euphrates and Tigris River. So we're familiar with the communities, Narda, Sura, which is today known as Balad, Pumbedisa, which is today's Fallujah. And we had great, great institutions along these communities, Masa Mechasya, Mechuzah. And that's where the large majority of the world lived. I mean, the world's Jewish population. In fact, if we could let's assume for a second that you and I do not descend from righteous converts. If we descend from righteous converts, it's a different story. But if our genealogy goes all the way back, every one of us, probably our ancestors spent 5, 6, 7, 800 years in Bavel. Whether we're Sephardic or Ashkenazic, we all came from Bavel. And that's where we lived. And slowly but surely, there was a migration. It wasn't because of pogroms. It wasn't because of anti-Semitism. I'm not saying it was perfect living under Islam in Baghdad, but the Muslim government there gave us self-autonomy, very much like the Persian government before they were conquered by the Muslims, very much like the Zoroastrians and the Babylonian government before they were covered by the Persians. So we lived in Bavel from the beginning of the 3rd century, well into the 10th century, the majority of world Jewry, where we had a Reish Galusa, a Jewish governor. We had our own court systems. We did our own tax collection. And part of that tax collection took care of the cemeteries, took care to make sure that poor brides could have a wedding, that every child would get an education. But slowly but surely, it was an opportunity for us, for business purposes, for economic growth, to move into different areas. And you see a migration into North Africa. And then from North Africa, the Jews crossed the Iberian Peninsula into Andalusia, into southern Spain. And then from southern Spain, they start moving up the Iberian Peninsula into areas like Castile. Eventually, they make it to the north of Spain in Catalonia. We call that the Sephardic Jewry. The path is from Iraq, from Bavel, through North Africa, into southern Spain, moving forward. And then there's a second path of migration, into Ashkenaz. The Jews started moving into some of these famous Italian port cities, Bari, Otranto, where, because we had connections with our friends and relatives in Iraq, so there's a whole trade route. We had connections with Jews in Israel, which is the Via Maris that connects the 3 continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. We had connections with Jews in North Africa. So these Italian cities, Bari, Otranto, we were involved in import-export onto the European continent. And we started migrating not so much through the Adriatic on the eastern side of Italy, but on the western side of Italy, the Mediterranean side, into Tuscany. From Tuscany, we crossed the Piedmont Mountains into France, into the German Rhineland, and what we call Ashkenaz, a much smaller community than Sfarad, but we develop Ashkenazic Jewry. At most, there were 15,000 Jews in the German Rhineland, as well as communities like Regensburg and Bonn. At most, there were 15,000 Jews in northern, primarily northeastern France. And that's Ashkenaz. So we have Sfarad and Ashkenaz. Now, in Ashkenaz, it's a different world. It's a totally different world than in Sfarad. What do I mean by that? Other than the Jews, the only ones who were literate were the monks. It was a world of superstition. It was a world where there was primitive medicine. So the average life expectancy in Ashkenaz is 32 years old. If the average life expectancy is 32 years old in Ashkenaz, then heaven and hell mean a lot to the Christian world, because you're not very long on this world. You couldn't drink the water. So what did people drink? In southern Ashkenaz, they drank wine. In northern Ashkenaz, they drank beer. What happens when you've got a pregnant woman, not because she's a shikker, you got a pregnant woman drinking beer or drinking wine, consistently. I'm not talking about a glass here and there. What do you think that's going to do to the development of the fetus? Again, it's a world that the Jews were not necessarily enamored with, did not want to embrace. It was a world that we functioned in, but it was very different in Sfarad. Particularly in Islamic Spain. Islamic Spain had what? Had a community that at certain stages was very similar to what we're dealing with today, where Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the last 3 days has sent 540 rockets into Israel, has tried to murder and destroy innocent Jewish men, women, and children in our villages, towns, and cities. You had groups like that. The Amaldahuds were the most famous. And in fact, there's a Kinot that we as Ashkenazim don't say, but the Sephardim say, that was authored by the Ibn Ezra. A Kinot of the atrocities that the Amaldahuds tried to perpetrate on Jews and Christians. So there were Amaldahuds. But most Muslims were much more moderate, much more sophisticated, and they themselves were grappling with challenges. How does Islam address a rational, logical world, a scientific world? Particularly, in the Islamic world, you had Neoplatonists and you had Neo-Aristotelians. And how does Islam deal with the fact that if God controls the world, okay, but no, the world works off of physics, chemistry, and biology. How do miracles fit into a world of general providence of physics, chemistry, and biology? How does a God, if we have free will, how does a God know what we're going to do? What is the interaction between God after he's created this world and the world running on its own? All of these kind of questions. Aristotle said that the world always existed. Well, is there a Borei Olam? Is there a creator? And Islam wrestled with these issues. And they had great philosophers. Al-Farabi, Averroes, or Averroes, depending on how you pronounce it. The Jews living in the Islamic world had to address these issues. You know, there's a phrase we have in Yiddish, was is Christelsach is Yiddelsach. What's happening in the Christian world around us, via osmosis, it gets absorbed into our world. Well, that's true for Jews living in the Islamic world. What they're addressing, what they have to confront, what they have to deal with, we end up confronting. And it was out of that Islamic world that the great Jewish philosophical works were created. The first of them was by Saadia Gaon. Saadia Gaon, you know, was imported to Bavel. He was originally from North Africa. And he had a great impact on the small Jewish community in northern Israel. They bring him to Baghdad to be the Gaon. And he not only has to confront a growing Karaite movement amongst the Jews, he also has to confront a sophisticated Islamic world. How does Judaism deal with these issues? In his work, Emunos Videos, is written in Judeo-Arabic, because that's the language that was spoken. That was the first great philosophical work. The second is the Chovas HaLevavos, also written in Judeo-Arabic. And that has to address these issues. Written by Bachi ibn Pikuda. That was really the prelude, the forerunner to the third great work, the Moreh Nevuchim. And again, written in Judeo-Arabic. All addressing Jews living in an Islamic world, grappling with Neo-Aristotelian and Neoplatonic thought. How does Judaism answer these questions? How does Judaism deal with these issues? The fourth, you're familiar with, is the Kuzari. It's sort of a different approach than the other three. But again, Yehuda Halevi lived in where? He lived in Spain. Now, in the Chovas HaLevavos of Rabbeinu Bachya, Bachi ibn Pikuda, he deals with something that if you and I were to answer that question, I'm not sure we would have picked his answer, which is why it's quite fascinating. What is the conditio sine qua non? What is the underlying philosophical principle that defines Judaism? There are many principles in Judaism. But if I asked you, what is the foundational, underlying principle of our theology? I mean, what kind of answers would we give? We might say the following. Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam. Judaism is a religion of the mind. It's a religion of chachma, of wisdom, of rationality. And you come to know what God wants from you in this world through investigating the Torah. That might be one answer. Another answer might be tzedakah. Judaism gave that principle to the world, that we have a responsibility to look after others. It's not just being kind, it's tzedek. It might be ethical monotheism, that it's the first religion in history that you are defined not only what your relationship is with God, but how you treat God's greatest creation, humanity, how you treat your fellow tzelem Elokim. That was the great revolution of Avraham, the concept of ethical monotheism, that there's tzedakah umishpat ba'aretz, to quote the Chumash. You might answer Shabbos, the whole notion that God is a creator of the universe. Unlike Aristotle, the universe did not exist forever. There's a creator of this universe, and by definition, he owns all that is in this universe. You could give any of these answers, and they would be legitimate, bona fide answers. But that's not what the Chovas HaLevavos answers. And this Kinot that we're about to start is rooted in the same principle as Rabbeinu Bachya ibn Bikuda, the author of the Chovas HaLevavos. You know what he says? Hakaras hatov, a profound sense of gratitude is the hallmark of Judaism. It's the foundational underpinning of our theology, is hakaras hatov. Vis-a-vis our parents, vis-a-vis our teachers, vis-a-vis God Almighty, vis-a-vis those who give us a job, an opportunity, vis-a-vis those who help us. And there's a term that we use in halacha, a shibud. There's a real profound sense of gratitude. Well, I have a responsibility to those who are good to me. And that's very different than saying thank you. And that's very different than the American notion we have of gratitude. And tragically, this Kinot, authored by the Kalir, deals with the fact of our ingratitude. The various gifts that God gave us that would allow for our perfection as a people, allow for our perfection as a nation, those various gifts we perverted, we corrupted, we bastardized, and we destroyed. And that led to our corruption, and it led to our perversion. And the problem is, it's like everything else in life. You know the famous phrase, Acharei mos kedoshim amor. Let's say there was someone in your life that was meaningful. When do you appreciate them? After they're gone. After they're dead. Then you realize how special, how unique, how kadosh they were. That's the problem. Think about those of us, who are hitting middle age. We took our health for granted. Until you don't have it anymore. Then you appreciate a bracha like Asher Yatzar or the Birkas HaShachar. Then you appreciate what the Almighty has given us. And that's the theme of this Kinot. So let's start. L'cho Adonai hatzedakah, ba'osos asher hifleisa me'az ve'ad ata. The various signs and wonders, the word of Pele is a wonder that the Almighty did for us throughout our history. V'lanu boshas upon him. How humiliated are we? What happened? Each of these gifts we've taken and we've turned it and corrupted it and rejected it. You know, in Parshas Veschanan that we're reading this coming week, it describes Mitzrayim as a kur habarzel. You know what a kur habarzel is? That's something that's used to refine gold. But here the idea of the kur habarzel is no slave ever escaped Mitzrayim. Whether they were trying to go north through Israel into the Mesopotamia, or whether they were trying to go south into Black Africa, into Cush. No one ever escaped Mitzrayim. And here, what does the Almighty do? Goy mikerev goy. In broad daylight, he takes out a nation. Through the system of the 10 Makos, through the experience, in the Mitzrim, the greatest military at that time on earth, can do absolutely nothing. Vilanu boshes hapanim bedofi asher nimsa banu kemaasei masos. What do? Instead of us creating a society that's an ethical monotheistic society, that's a light unto the nations, we end up aping and mocking the various abominations that we saw them perpetrate when we were in Mitzrayim. L'chodenoi hatzdaka b'halchu Elohim lifdos l'olam v'lanu boshes hapanim v'yamru al yamsuf goy belohav b'pasham. It didn't take us long. It took us 1 week to already start complaining against God. Already at the Yamsuf. L'cho Adonai hatzedaka b'zecher v'atem eidai v'ani Elohim v'lanu boshes hapanim b'charfenu b'sin kum asei lanu Elohim. In the Moreh Nevuchim, in the Kuzari, in all of these works, there's the famous Torah Sinai discussion. Never ever in the history of humanity has anyone ever claimed that God appeared, God presented himself through the Nevuah at Sinai, through logic, through chokhmah, through ideas, the dibros, to men, women, and children. There was Erev Rav there. There were Mesopotamians, there were Egyptians, there were Black Africans, there were Pelishtim. Most of the people there were Jews, were not the Erev Rav. And everyone testifies, this is what we perceived. This was not David Copperfield. No one made, through smoke and mirrors, no one made the Empire State Building disappear. It was a communication of knowledge by the Almighty. Never ever before and never since has that ever happened. How blessed we were. God made a covenant with us, a unique contract, the bris of Sinai that we call the Torah, that for the first time a nation would be under the system of hashgacha pratis. A nation would not be controlled by the principles of physics, chemistry, and biology, but would be controlled by specific providence in order to facilitate our perfection. And what happens? 40 days later, we engage in this primitive act of idolatry called the golden calf. Now, not every Jew worshipped the golden calf, and you get the sense that it was maybe 3,000, if that. But what was the problem? The people singing and dancing around it. The people couldn't relate to a God that was a God of wisdom, a God that is ethereal, that is not tangible, that a God that demands a refinement of the mind, a commitment of discipline of the heart. No, they wanted to go back to the primitive, simple pagan ways of relating to God. 40 dadays later. So the experience of Sinai, we turned Sinai, instead of it being a place of monotheism, we turned it into a makom of avodah zarah. L'chodinoi hatzedaka, b'tam shehitamta b'tzapichas b'dvash, v'lanu boshes hapanim b'yom hikravnu lefanecha, solas l'shem enu dvash. L'chodinoi hatzedaka, b'chilchu manu be'er v'amud anan, v'lanu boshes hapanim b'lechem haklokel, avosenu ba'alehem b'ragnan. What was the gift of the man? Besides the notion that it could taste like what you wanted it to taste like. You didn't have to, through the act of defecation, denigrate yourself. Go out of the community with a shovel, have to dig in the sand. You know, obviously in the midbar they didn't have like these soft tissues that we use. What do they call, Kleenex brand or whatever the the type of toilet paper, the kind of experience that they would have had to do in the midbar, just to the bodily functions, the man, part of the miracle of the man is they didn't have to do that. It became absorbed into your system. The process of defecation wasn't necessary. The man became totally absorbed into your bloodstream with the nutrition that it gave. That was a blessing. And the other blessing is this. Think about somebody on a Shabbos meal. You have a big lunch. You have fleisch. You eat the Eastern European schmaltzy food. You have a potato kugel. You have the noodle kugel. You have the cholent. You know what happens. You end up taking a nap Shabbos afternoon because your parasympathetic nervous system has to take all of the energy just to break down that heavy food. Instead of Shabbos being an afternoon of stimulating learning, stimulating Talmud Torah where you grow, whether you want to experience the Kitzos HaChoshen, the Ramban on the Chumash, it ends up being an afternoon of Verschlafen. Okay? They didn't have that in the Midbar. In the Midbar, because of the man, they were on Akiva like you. They were on top of their game all the time. You know what I'm saying? They were sharp. And what happens? They took that gift, that blessing, and they curse God. Why does he give us this sick food? It doesn't function like normal food. It's the kind of thing that, it's going to make us sick. And they attacked it. The very blessing they were given, they attacked. Lechem haklokel. We did not lack anything. We didn't suffer from heat stroke because of the ananei hakavod. We had nutrition because of the be'er, the well, and because of the man. V'lanu boshes aponim b'niatzus lavan v'chatzeros v'di zahav kimadubar. This quote is from Parshas Devarim that we read yesterday. Moshe Rabbeinu alludes to all the places that we rebelled and we complained and we attacked God for the blessings that he gave us that we didn't appreciate. L'chodenoy had tzedakah b'sichon va'og v'chol mamlechos Canaan v'lanu boshes hapanim ba'achan asher mal b'cherim b'li mitzoman. Stop a second. Think about it. Where were we promised? We're going to get from the Jordan River on the east unto the Mediterranean on the west. We're going to get the land of Israel. What did the Almighty give us in the last few months in the Midbar? Not in the Midbar. We're now on the east bank of the Jordan River. First of all, Sichon, the Amorite king, he conquers huge swaths of Moab. Moab today is southern Jordan. Of Ammon, which is central Jordan. Just you understand, Amman, the capital of Jordan, comes from the word Ammon. Okay? So Sichon, lands that we were not allowed to touch, he conquers it. To quote Chazal, Ammon u'Moav tiharu b'Sichon. So we've got most of today's Jordan, the Golan Heights. What's the Bashan? Og Melech HaBashan. Bashan is the Golan Heights. In Hebrew, Ramat HaGolan. And southern Syria. It doubles the land that the Almighty had promised us. So we're given this incredible gift. Think about the wealth. Leaving aside that we have all this land, think about the wealth that's there, that we conquer. So now that we're going to cross the Jordan River into the Holy Land, into the Promised Land, what's the very first town that we're going to conquer in Israel? Yericho, right? Jericho. Yericho, and you see this in Chazal, that's the Rashis. You know how like the Rashis goes to the Kohen, the Truma goes to the Kohen, the Bikurim go to the Kohen? So the first thing in the Holy Land that we're going to leave, that's off limits. We were not poor. We were exceedingly wealthy after all of the spoils from Midian, the war in Midian that took place a couple parshios ago, when the northern Saudi Arabians, being part of the conspiracy of Bilam to seduce the Jewish men and to cause the Jews to sin. So we had the wealth of Midian. We have the wealth of Sichon Melech Amori, which is most of today's Jordan. We have the wealth from Og Melech HaBashan, which is today's Golan Heights in southern Syria. We didn't need it. One town in Israel, Jericho, we didn't have to take from the spoils. But what happens? B'ma'al, me'ilah, ma'al achan, below mitzoman. That's ingratitude. Look, we don't justify stealing gzela under any conditions. But if somebody is starving and they steal to feed themselves, we treat that a little bit differently than somebody who has exceeding wealth and doesn't need this and they steal anyways. It's two different acts of stealing. Next, l'chodanoy hatzedakah b'foal asher pa'alta ba'arba asar moshiim. How many of you recently have been to Shiloh? Just anyone recently? You've got to go there when you go to Israel. Incredible, besides that they have great wine there, but incredible archaeological site. They've set up, in fact, the family, a very fine family from Miami, the Phallic family have set up. You know, that was Hannah's prayer. There's a beautiful outlook there. They've archaeological area. You can see what was the area that people would have kachim kalim. How do we know that? Based on the Mishnah in Megillah. Because it says b'chol haroeh. Well, you can see there's this imaginary line of where they find shards going back to the time of Tanakh, where they find different pieces of clay shard. Because, as you know, clay, or so to speak, kli cheres, it can't be polate. It can absorb the meat, let's say from the korban. You roasted the meat, you cooked the meat, it can absorb it, but you can't kosher it. It's not like metal that can be koshered. So they would break it because it had nosar in it. In the areas where the shards are, that's where the nosar was. That's b'chol haroeh. It's fascinating. And thanks to the Rennert family, Ira Rennert, we have a shul there that looks like Mishkan Shiloh, in Shiloh. What Shiloh? Now think about this as Americans. In the United States, we've been here for what, about 250 years? The capital, the first capital of the Jewish people, first major capital, I guess Gilgal was 14 years, but after Gilgal, 369 years. 369 years, this was the capital of the Jewish world. And throughout the majority of that period, it was a period of the Shoftim. The period of the Shoftim in Shmuel Hanavi. And one term that keeps coming up again and again throughout the Shoftim, Ein Melech b'Yisrael. There was no central government. Ish kol hayashar be'einav yaseh. Everyone did whatever the heck they felt was the right thing. Now let me use an analogy. Let's use a modern analogy. One of the great modern tragedies of the last 20 years was the summer of 2006, when the Hezbollah broke through the border and they took 3 young men. Udi Goldwasser left a widow, Karnit. Eldad Regev, and I think the other's name was Benny Avraham. That abduction led to a war, the Second Lebanon War. And unfortunately, it didn't go well for Israel. Not because they didn't take out a lot of the infrastructure of the Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, but what we ended up doing was a huge mistake. We created UN Resolution 1701 that would have this group called UNIFIL observe and monitor. And under the last 16 years of UNIFIL and Resolution 1701, Hezbollah today, that you and I could take out a Sefer Torah and make a Shvuah Dorais and swear by God Almighty's name, has 150,000 rockets. Probably we wouldn't take an oath and swear by God Almighty's name, but they probably have closer to 180,000 rockets. In that we know of, at least 500 of them are PGMs, are precision-guided missiles. That means within 18 inches of accuracy, they can take out the airport, they can take out the Leviathan, the gas rig, they can take out the Azrieli towers, they can take out any building or university in Israel. That has been the gift of 1701, of UNIFIL. Things are much worse than they were in 2006 in terms of Hezbollah's capabilities. But go back to the summer of 2006. Dan Chalutz, he was an Air Force commander. He was not the typical person that you would put as the head of the IDF, as the chief of staff, the Ramatkal. Usually it's somebody who comes from infantry. And he thought like an Air Force man. You know, we're just going to bomb the Hezbollah. You can't win anything from the air. That's how you start a war. All war has to, eventually you have to have foot soldiers and control it from the ground. And Israel wasn't prepared. And yet Ehud Olmert at the time was the prime minister. And it was a huge, Israel was not prepared. It was a terrible mistake. And it was embarrassment. But more than the embarrassment, the lives that were lost in the summer of 2006. We all know the story of Roe Klein from Eli. But it's what it led to. The mess that we're dealing with now with Hezbollah. But what happened in the summer of 2006? The Tel Aviv Stock Exchange was the highest it had ever been. It was a time of great tourism. Birthright, which had been started in the late 90s, early 2000, was flying high. The Jews of Yerushalayim didn't say, hey, what are you doing? Why are you starting with Hezbollah? Why did you choose to live in Kiryat Shmona? Why did you choose to live, on a border town with the Lebanese and have to deal with this? Because those who were getting the rockets. Today, Hezbollah rockets can hit anywhere in Israel. They can hit anywhere. In those days, in 2006, the best of their rockets made it close to Haifa. Most of their rockets were in the northern Israeli towns. And we evacuated all the children. All the children were evacuated from northern Israel. They used art therapy to deal with the PTSD of these kids, what they went through during the first days of the war. But the Jews of Israel had one government, they had one IDF, and the Jews across the world, we all had emergency campaigns. Every one of us, every one of our federations had an emergency campaign. Remember our shul, Beth Jacob in Beverly Hills? We raised $250,000 in a couple of weeks. We funded all these farms whose crops had been destroyed because they were burnt up by the Katyusha rockets from the Hezbollah. So we gave these farmers the funds that they would have had from their crops that were destroyed. No one was going to go to those universities up there, and that would have destroyed all of the ancillary economy, the pizza shops, the laundromats, everybody who's the economy that's the ecosystem around a university. We funded free scholarships, so that way people would go to those colleges, so those colleges could stay in business and the people in business. And then we adopted a couple of communities who had been devastated economically by the war. That's what everybody did in 2006. And if you were a soldier that lived in Rehovot, or you're a soldier that lived in Sderot, or you're a soldier that lived in Ofakim or in Yerushalayim, you didn't say it's your problem, Metula, it's your problem, Kiryat Shmona, it's your problem, Nahariya. No. The boys who died in 2006 came from Rehovot and Netivot and Ofakim, and they came from Yerushalayim, and they came from Petach Tikva. Because it was one nation, one people. Even under the worst of times, we were one nation, one people, and we bonded together. The tragedy of the period of Shoftim is, you didn't have that. Ish kol hayashar be'einav ya'aseh. Everyone, beat to their own drum. Ein melech beYisrael. There was no central government. There was no one IDF. And these Arba Asar Moshi'im that the Kalir is referring to. So let's think about our understanding of Shoftim. When it came to the Pelishtim, Shimshon had to act on his own. He didn't have a whole army supporting him. When it came to the Ammonites, They had to get Yiftach because they didn't have a central government. Now, Yiftach was a pretty tough guy, but essentially, he was a private citizen who had to take on a role, and not everybody joined him in that fight. What about the story of Devorah and Barak that we study as the Haftarah of Bishalach? The middle of the country, the lower Galilee. So yes, the people of Naphtali, they defended it. Yeah, some of the people of Asher did. But the Jews living on the east bank of the Jordan River, Reuven, Gad, Chatzim, Shevet, Menashe, they didn't show up. The people down south in Yehuda, they didn't show up. What about the international traders? The Jews who were doing business with everybody, who were importing and exporting to the Canaanites as well as to the Jews. They had to keep their neutrality. It's not good for business if I take one side or the other. They didn't show up. So you read the 5th parak of Shoftim, which is the Shiras Devorah. It's an indictment. It's not your typical Shira. Hallelujah, right? Thank the Ribono Shalom. Hodul Hashem Kitov, Ki L'olam Chasdo. That's not the Shiras Devorah. She's got an indictment like this. These ones didn't show up for this reason. These ones didn't show up. And they left this poor group in the middle to be terrorized by Sisera and the Canaanites from the northern Galilee. And she says, Oru Meroz. Meroz, who had something to gain in this fight, didn't show up. But despite our dysfunction, God sent us Arba Asar Moshi'im, 14 different Shoftim, to extricate us from the tyranny of the Pelishtim, the tyranny of Ammon, the tyranny of the Canaanites from Chatzor, the tyranny of Midian, the story of Gidon, right? The tyranny of the Moabites. Eglon Melech Moav, right? Ehud ben Gera went and assassinated him. Something out of a James Bond movie. And saved the Jews from Eglon Melech Moav. And what did we do in response? Take a look. V'lanu boshes haponim b'tzelem micha bo anachnu poshim. Throughout that whole duration, what did we have? An avodah zarah, the avodah zarah of the Pesel Micha. That was our gratitude to God, is that we kept this going in his midst. L'chadonai hatzedakah b'kimas Shiloh v'no v'givon u'beis olamim. Shiloh that we discussed was destroyed. Then we had it at Nov and we had it at Givon. They were destroyed. When I say destroyed, they weren't destroyed in the sense of that an enemy attacked it. It eventually stopped functioning. Ubeis olamim. God gave us all of this. Vilanu boshes hapanim beresha shenimsa banu shecharvu uvam anachnu lichlamim. What does it mean that he gave us Shiloh? What does it mean that he gave us the Beis HaMikdash? There was this intense providential relationship. I'm going to quote from the Rav. I want to just use his words. All we ask of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the unity between God, Him, and Knesset Yisrael. This is our cry to heaven. We are on one side of the clouds, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is on the other side. Let the cloud disappear, we pray, and let the sun shine. Let there be a bright day. Let us see the beauty of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, meaning perceive His presence. The purpose of the Beis HaMikdash was to unite Klal Yisrael with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is all. HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not need sacrifices. But there is one thing, and that is the union between Hashem and Knesset Yisrael. The purpose of the Beis HaMikdash is to bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back into our midst, so that He will be close to us rather than transcendent, so that He will be immanent in this world. What is Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh? Adoshem Tzvakos, Milo Chol Haaretz Kevodo. You can perceive, you can feel and perceive the intense providential relationship with God, God's immanence. If God is present here, everyone will be able to recognize him and identify him. Everyone will feel close to him, and there will be no alienation and no estrangement from him. This is the ideal for Yahadus, for the Jewish people. Ribono Sha'olam, please come back. The Beis HaMikdash, a space that reflects the intimacy between a Kodesh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. It is more than just a home, a bias. When a Jew enters the Beis HaMikdash, the Jew feels intimate with a Kodesh Baruch Hu, as if a Kodesh Baruch Hu were his father or his mother. That's what Shiloh was. That's what Beis Olamim was. And we corrupted those institutions. Many of you are familiar with the psukim from Yechezkel. What would the Jews do in the Beis HaMikdash proper? Instead of facing west, which was where the Heichal was and the Kodesh Kodashim, we would face east. The Tuchas would face the west, the Kodesh Kodashim, and the face would face the east, because we would prostrate to the sun worshippers. What about the Beis HaMikdash? It was a place of incredible education. If you and I lived in a small village on the Galilee, a fishing village, or you and I lived down south, in Kiryat Gat, or further south in Ofakim or Netivot. So we didn't necessarily have, great yeshivas there. You come up to the Beis HaMikdash, and you sit in and you listen to world-class Talmidei Chachamim in the three national Sanhedrins. One was at Pesach HaHarbayis, the other was Pesach HaZorah. The great Sanhedrin was in the Lishkas HaGazis. And you and I could listen and understand and hear them and interact with them. The Kohanim who had trained would take us. I'll use an analogy. Let's say that I live in some small town in backwoods Mississippi. My education is not going to be the same education as if I go to the public school in Alpine or Demarest. It's not going to be the same as if I go to the public school in Mamaroneck. But what do? I didn't get a great education where I was. But I come to Boston and I go to one of the great universities in Boston. And the greatest professors in the world educate me and transform me. So lahavdil. It's the same thing in the Beis HaMikdash. Maybe because of business I lived somewhere in the diaspora. Or because of my family's ancestral plot. We lived down south where we didn't have great education. But I could come to the Beis HaMikdash. I could be educated. I could be transformed. I could be inspired. That's what the Beis HaMikdash was supposed to be. A place where I could perceive the knowledge of God. But we corrupted those institutions. We perverted those institutions. Think about the Haftorah that we've just said from Yirmiyahu during the Gimel Vachim. The Kohanim, the Tovsei HaTorah, the Nevi'im. Instead of playing the role they were supposed to play, they did just the opposite. L'chodinoi hatzedakah b'shnei chorbanos shecharu b'vitzenu v'anu kayamim v'lanu boshes hapanim b'shuveinu elecha b'chol lev shetashuv eleinu barachamim. See, at the end of the Kinot, we realize how we've destroyed those institutions, how we've been so ungrateful. The ingratitude that we've had has totally rejected these institutions. And now we turn humbly in an embarrassment, and we turn to God to bring back these institutions. Now, this last line, there's two ways you can read it. L'chodinoi hatzedakah b'tisha me'el shana shahayas hasina kavusha milahishama. What were the 900 years? So some want to say the 900 years were the duration of the period of the first Beis HaMikdash and the second Beis HaMikdash, 410 and 480, that God gave us the chance. Erech Apayim. Hashem was so tolerant, so patient, he gave us the chance to correct our ways. And finally, after 410 years, after 480 years, that's the 900 years, Churban happened. But you and I would never have that kind of patience. The Almighty had incredible patience. There's a second way to read that line, and that's the way Rebbe Soloveitchik read this line. It's not talking about the period of the Beis HaMikdash. It's a mystery to you and I. When did the Kalir live? When did Rabbi Eliezer HaKalir live? So if you look at the Tosfos and Chagiga, One opinion says it's Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkanus. It was the great Tana, the mentor of Rabbi Akiva from the Beis Shammai. Others want to say it was a later Tana, Rabbi Elazar. Others want to say this, no. You know who Rabbi Elazar HaKalir was? He wasn't a Tana. When the majority of the world, as we discussed, was learning and living in Bavel, there was always a small community in northern Israel. In some of the greatest Paitanim, Yanai, Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, they lived in that. They were great Talmidei Chachamim who lived in northern Israel. They knew these midrashim the way you and I know the back of our hand. You know, when we were little kids, right? You know, you had the kids playing with the baseball cards and the basketball cards. You knew the statistics of every player. That's how they knew the midrashim. They knew that even better than that. And the Kalir throughout Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Tisha B'Av, throughout the Shabbos HaGadol, his piyutim, they weave together the psukim, the Torah Sheba'al Peh, the Torah Shebichsav, the midrashim, the psukim. So the Kalir, according to this, is living close to 900 years after Churban Bayis Sheni. He's living in the late 9th, early 10th century. He's living in the 10th century in northern Israel. That's how the Rav learned this. And to a certain degree, that makes a lot of sense to us. Just take a step back. Besides the fact that you get home a lot earlier on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur than you do now, but on a more serious level, think about what would our Rosh Hashanah be without the piyutim of the Kalir? What would our Yom Kippur be without the piyutim of the Kalir? I can tell you this, Tisha B'Av would have no meaning without the Kalir. He picked up where Yirmiyahu HaNavi left off. And he took us by the hand. He holds us by the right hand and by the left hand. And we experience Tisha B'Av as the most powerful, meaningful day of the year very often because of the Kalir. So the 900 years is the 900 years since Churban Bayis Sheni. V'lanu boshes aponim kitava ish chamudos v'shiva hatei elokai oznecho shema. At this point, we're not going to be learning the 20th Kinot. We'll save that to later. But he alludes to the famous tefillah of Daniel, begging Hashem to bring us back to Yerushalayim. But like everyone, we've not actually studied this Kinot probably for 20 years. It was the last time that I did this Kinot. Yud Zayin. It's also a Kinot of the Kalir. If you could turn to Yud Zayin, I have it on page 374-75. What page do you have it on in the art scroll? 232? Okay. You look at this Kinot. It's shocking. It's gruesome. Now, by the way, most of the language of this Kinot comes straight out of last night, out of Eicha, out of Yirmiyahu HaNavi. But we can't even fathom these things. Let me give you one example. Okay? That mothers would consume the flesh of their children. Whether it was that the fetuses had died and they're starving so badly that they have no choice but to consume the flesh of their dead children. Or is it that they actually killed their own children to survive themselves? We can't fathom this. And I remember having a conversation with one of the most powerful men I've ever met in my life. Manny Middleman, Zichrono Livracha. The story of Manny Middleman is he was born into a Slovakian family. And these were from the Masorah of the Chasam Sofer and the Chasam Sofer's Talmidim. His Girsa de Yankasa, he knew from Zvachim, what he learned as a kid, from the Masechta Shabbos, what he learned as a kid. If he learned it as a kid before he was sent first to Majdanek, then to Auschwitz, he knew it cold. He knew it backwards and forwards. And 1941 came, and they deported a lot of Slovakian Jews. He was sent to Majdanek, and he said it was a Gehenna like he couldn't imagine. He says, when the Germans asked, they said, we're looking for construction workers. He thought he would do anything to get out of this Gehenna in Majdanek, and he volunteered. What was the construction project? They were taken to Auschwitz. He is one of those who built Birkenau. You know the difference. Auschwitz I was a military barracks that the Austro-Hungarian Empire had. Then after World War I, when that Galicia became Poland, it was Polish barracks. But Auschwitz II is Birkenau. More Jews were killed in Birkenau than any other place in the history of the Jewish people. And he built those bunks, those barracks. In fact, Manny's tattoo was on his chest. You know, the later survivors of Auschwitz, their tattoos were on their arms. He was there so early it was tattooed on his chest. He survived on 10, 12 miracles. Someone got him into Canada. I don't mean Canada, the country. The Canada bunk in Auschwitz is where they took all of the suitcases and they took all of the wealth of those who were sent to be gassed to death. And they set up warehouses. You know, this wealth was sent back to Germany. Some of the Canada bunk you've seen yourselves because those of you who've been to Auschwitz. In Auschwitz I, they've made a museum. They have the shoes, the hairbrushes, the pots, the pans, the tefillin, the menorahs. That's what Canada was. And in Canada, you could survive. You know, the average life expectancy in Auschwitz was 10 weeks. I'm talking about those who were not killed immediately. I'm not talking about those who were killed within the first hour. I'm talking about those who were sent to work. But in Canada, people put food in. What would you put if you were being removed from your home and being sent to God knows where? So some of the things you put in there, besides pictures of your family and your most precious, you know, leichter, things like that, you put some food in there. And, you know, the Germans were not standing on top of them in Canada. And they would take food. They would bring it back to the barrack for others. And that's really, to a certain degree, how he survived before the death march. That's how he survived 1944 and late 43. But he said something. He says, you got to understand, when you take kids, or you take groups, we used to take March of the Living to Auschwitz. It didn't look like that. I said, what do you mean? He says, if a blade of grass had grown up, had come out of the ground, we kill each other just to eat the blade of grass. He says, you don't understand what starvation does to a person. Starvation drives a human being mad. It drives a person crazy. And the things that you will do when you suffer from starvation is nothing you could imagine doing. Is nothing you could imagine doing when you function as a normal human being. And I think many of you have read Elie Wiesel's Night. His father is dying. His father is dying. And he's thinking about, you know, getting the father's ration to eat. I'd met with Elie Wiesel a number of times. He was a kind man. He was not a cruel man, not a cold man. But when Elie Wiesel describes himself in 1944 in those barracks in Auschwitz, you're talking about a person whose starvation has taken them over. And again, you and I can't relate to the descriptions of Yirmiyahu, Hanavi, and Eicha, or to what the Kalir is teaching us here. We can't relate to these descriptions. But that is what we're dealing with. Im tochalna nashim piryam, olalei tepuchim. They eat the fruit of their own womb. The very children that they nurtured and raised. Olalei. Im tivashelna rachmanios yaldeim. These were Jewish women, compassionate women. Hamidudim tfachim. Olalei. That's referring to a medrash. Every time the child would grow a certain amount, she would donate to the Beis HaMikdash. Kedushas Gamim, she would donate to Bedek Habayis funds. And that very child now, she's turning and she's eating and consuming. Im tagozna pa'as rosham v'tekasharna l'susim porchim alalayli. This is referring to a medrash in Eicha Rabbah. Marta Bas Baisus. You know what the Romans did? took her and they by the hair, they attached her to a horse. And then they beat the horse so it would run through the streets. And she died this terrible, brutal death. And she was a tsanua. And, for the dignity of her family, for the dignity of those watching, the last thing she did was she took some pins. She put, through the garment into her skin so that the female area, the genitalia, would not be exposed as she was being killed in this brutal death. And the Romans sit there, and this is what they laugh and they get their kicks about what they do to Jewish women. When the Rav taught this Kinot, when Rabbi Soloveitchik taught this Kinot, he said, there's nothing in this Kinot that didn't happen to our family, to our loved ones, between 1939 and 1945. And he described a cousin of his. Reb Chaim Brisker was his grandfather. And Reb Chaim, he had 3 sons. One went to Switzerland. The 2 most famous ones were Weil Soloveitchik, the Brisker Rav, who eventually settled in Yerushalayim, in Gula. You have the Brisk Yeshivas. And Rav Moshe Soloveitchik, who was Rabbi Soloveitchik's father, who had gone first to Tachtamoni in Warsaw. Before that, he was in White Russia and Chaslavich, and then he came to America. He was the Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbeinu Yitzchak Elchanan, Rav Moshe Soloveitchik, who produced Rabbi Yoshe Ber Soloveitchik, Rav Aaron Soloveitchik. But Reb Chaim had a daughter. That daughter had children. The name was Glickson, Herschel Glickson. That was her husband. And they had a child. Child got married in Warsaw in 1939. It was the week of Sheva Brachos. And they took the chassan and the kala, the Germans, that came in. They tied him to one car, and they tied her. We're talking about a chassan and kala in the week of Sheva Brachos, to another car. And they had a race. And that's how they brutally murdered this Jewish chassan and kala. The Einiklach, Reb Chaim Soloveitchik, the Rav's cousins. He says there's not one description here that didn't take place during the Churban Acharon in 39 to 45. Im tidbak lashon yonek lechech b'tzimon tzichichim olalayli. Think about, you ever have that where you're so parched, your tongue cleaves to its palate? I had that. My oldest daughter, Malki, she happens to be, she's in great shape. So we went to Yosemite, and we did this hike. I figure, what do I figure? I didn't do my research. I didn't know the duration of the hike. But she said, come on, Dad, we can do this. What's it called, Half Moon? Where you hike up to that Half Moon in Yosemite? I'm telling you, ran out of water. I thought it was going to, I'm not joking, I thought I was going to die. That experience described here, when you're parched, you have no saliva, you have no liquid left in your mouth. That's how they lived during the siege of Yerushalayim. That's how Jews lived in the ghetto. They're arguing, whose child should we cook first and eat the flesh so we can survive? They cut up the pieces and measure them. That's the worst. You've seen the footage from the Warsaw Ghetto? The carcasses of these children just lying in the street. The parents had already died, the parents, whether they'd been deported or died of disease, and the children are just left there to die in the street, in the bloating of the carcasses. Think about today. Today is a nidcha, right? So the question is, halachically, if it's a nidche, are there any leniencies? You're dealing with nursing mothers. So there's always a concern that what? They won't have enough liquid to nurse their children. We're talking about one day. We live in air-conditioned homes. We ate a lot on Shabbos. We drank a lot to prepare for the fast. And we're making a cheshbon. Can the nursing mother continue to fast because it might affect the child? And we're talking about during a duration of 12 hours. They give this description of tzimuk shadayim. There was no liquid left to nurse the children. These children died because the parents' caloric and liquid intake was close to nothing. And unlike at least a little child that can try to sneak through a fence out of the ghetto and get food on the other side, by a nursing infant you don't have that. And these mothers have to watch their child die because they have no milk left to give them. That's the medrash about how we went to our cousins. This is before Islam. Islam doesn't start till the 7th century. But the Bnei Yishmael, who welcomed us, and then they gave us this, what turned out to be extremely salty food, and we've been traveling and fleeing from the Babylonians. And then when we said, do you have something to drink? Instead of giving us water to quench the thirst, it was just air. Into lahatna rucham b'minei meluchim, the salty foods, and then the nodos, these flasks of nefruchim that only had air in it, and we died. Im timaat. Now, here, listen to this line. Me'elef mea, mimea asara, ad echad lemapachim olalayli. Jacob Schulder's sitting here. Your family, which came from White Russia, Belarus, the great Litvisha Jews of Lithuania, of Russia, in the beginning in 1941, June 22nd, 1941, when Hitler broke the pact, there was a von Ribbentrop, Molotov represented Stalin and the communists, and von Ribbentrop, he was the foreign minister of National Socialism of Hitler. So they cut a deal. They realized, both of them realized, we can't have a war against each other, because as soon as we invade Poland, the Germans said, we know that the French and British are going to attack, and soon after we're afraid the Americans will join the French and the British. We can't have a two-front war. So they said to the Soviets, Stalin, from the time that Russia got out of World War I, and to get out of World War I, they had to give up access to the Black Sea. They gave up the Ukraine, and they gave up their access to the Baltic Sea. They gave up Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Russia wanted to get that back. It was just a matter of time until they would get that back. What do you think? The war that's going on as we speak right now with Putin, over 90% of the Russians support Putin on this war. Because for Russia to be the great mother Russia, to be the great Russian bear, they need access to the Black Sea. And they need access to the Baltics. Which is why the leadership in Lithuania, what do they do at night? We met with the Lithuanian prime minister. And they, in their mind, they think the Jews have the influence in Washington. That's how they perceive it. You've got to beg your government. You've got to make sure that they're going to stand by us, that they're going to have the NATO equipment. Because in their mind, what's happening in the Ukraine right now is going to happen next to them. And by the way, they're not paranoid. That's what Peter the Great did. That's what Katerina did. That's what the communists did. And if Putin has his way, that's what he's going to do. So, Russia goes back into Lithuania, into Estonia, to Latvia, to White Russia, and into the Ukraine. And they conquer it. And Hitler, in no time, conquers Poland. Now just keep in mind, it took the Germans longer to defeat a small band of a couple hundred Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of April of 1943. It took Hitler longer, the Germans longer, to defeat them than it did to conquer all of Poland in September 1st, the first week of September 1939. So Hitler breaks the pact. See, it was just a matter of time. The communists hated the Nazis, and the Nazis hated the communists. But they needed each other. So it was just a matter of time who would break the pact first. Stalin's one mistake in World War II was his people said to him, the Germans are amassing 2 million troops. 2 million of the Wehrmacht are amassing on what is now our border. And Stalin pushed it off. He didn't take it seriously because in his mind, in 6 months he was going to go in and take Poland from the Germans. Well, they did. The Germans broke through January 22nd, 1941. It's known as Operation Barbarossa. And in no time, they conquer Lithuania, they conquer Latvia and Estonia and White Russia and the Ukraine. In no time. And then they start moving into Mother Russia itself. And of course, that's where they bogged down. The winter of 1941, the winter of 1942. The same mistake Napoleon made is the same mistake Hitler made. You can't go too far into Russia. Between the weather and between the population, no one has ever been able to conquer the great Russian bear. But as soon as they conquer the Baltic states and White Russia and the Ukraine, who follows? The Einsatzgruppen. Now the SS, those were not members of the German Wehrmacht, of the army. That was a group that anyone in the SS, first and foremost, you took a personal oath of loyalty to the Fuhrer, a personal oath of loyalty to Hitler himself. Number two is every SS member had tattooed on their body their blood type. To be in the SS, they had to go through your church records. You had to be pure Aryan to be a member of the SS. And the reason they tattooed onto your chest your blood type is because if you would get wounded, they would only take pure Aryan blood for transfusions into your body. And these Einsatzgruppen, these special units, A, B, C, and D. A was Estonia, Latvia, and northern Lithuania. B was Lithuania. C was White Russia and northern Ukraine. And D was the Ukraine. And we used to think they murdered 1.25 million Jews. That's what we used to think. But the French Catholic priest, Father Patrick Dubois, who today is doing work in Iraq on the genocide of the Yazidis at the hand of ISIS, before that, he spent 18 years, town by town, village by village, in the Ukraine, in Lithuania, in Belarus. And you see what they did with the help of their neighbors. I would just ask each of you to read a book called In Broad Daylight. He wrote two books, Holocaust by Bullets and In Broad Daylight. You don't need to read the first, because the second one is really much more all-encompassing, and it's a fast read. And he goes and he interviews these people who today were in their 80s. Yeah, today meaning 15 years ago, were in their 80s. They were kids at the time. Who dug the graves, the mass graves? Who rounded up the Jews? There were no ghettos then, so who rounded up the Jews? Who took the Jews' wealth? Who shot the Jews? Who cooked for the murderers? He asked basic questions. What was happening? Was school going on, or did they give the kids off from school? Basic questions. What was happening in that town? So Jacob, your grandparents, they went into the forest. They joined the Bielski brothers, and they were partisans in Belarus. And that's why Jacob's grandparents, Bubby Ray Kushner and Joseph Kushner, they survived. They had a chance, not much of a chance of surviving, very little, but they had a chance of survival being partisans in the forest. Most of those Jews, read a book by the name, it's called Our People, O-U-R, Our People, written by Ephraim Zuroff and a famous Lithuanian journalist who, after she wrote this book, was driven out of her own country. She went from being a hero, one of the top writers in Lithuania, to being hated by her own people. Town by town, village by village, they annihilated the Jewish communities of Lithuania. Many of you have heard of the famous Dr. Yaffa Eliach. She just was nifteris a few years ago, her husband a year ago, Rabbi David Eliach. She grew up in a town by the name of Eishishuk, town in Lithuania. Jews lived there for 800 years. She wrote a book. She spent a good part of her life studying the history of the Jews in this Lithuanian town. In fact, it's a permanent exhibit in the Holocaust Museum in Washington, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. But what happened to Eishishuk in the course of a day is what happened to all of these Lithuanian communities. There were only 3 places where the Lithuanian Jews were actually put into ghettos. Vilna, and then from the Vilna ghetto they were taken out to Panari Forest and they were murdered there. They were shot by the Germans, the Einsatzgruppe D. Kovna, today it's known as Kaunas, Kovna, in the Jewish suburb of Kovna known as Slobodka, where the great yeshivas were. That's where Reb Baruch Ber Leibovich, the great Talmud of Reb Chaim, had the yeshiva Knesset Beis Yitzchak, named after Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector. And then the famous Mussar yeshiva, Knesset Beis Yisrael, named after Rabbi Yisrael Salanter. That's where you had the Alter of Slobodka. That's what produced Rav Aaron Kotler, Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky, Rav Ruderman, Rav Hutner. Many of the great Gedolim that established Torah in America came from there. So in Kovna, they were put into a ghetto, and they were taken out to the 7th fort and the 9th fort. What happened was when the communists, when Russia controlled Lithuania, they set up as a protection a series of forts around the city of Kovna. And Rabbi Chanan Spector was murdered with his Talmidim at the very beginning in the 7th fort. And most of the Jews, about 30,000 Jews, were taken out to the 9th fort and were murdered there. And then Shavel also had a ghetto. But all of the small towns, which were the majority of Lithuanian Jews, they were wiped out in the fall of 1941. And the same thing happened in the Ukraine. The 2 days Rosh Hashanah 1941, there's something known as Babi Yar. You ever heard of Babi Yar? It's a ravine outside of Kiev. And they took 33,400 Jews in the 2 days of Rosh Hashanah and gunned them down, shot them down in Babi Yar. So Jacob's grandparents were the exception. Now, at least in White Russia, Jews could function as partisans. In Lithuania, they would have been killed by something called the LFA, the Lithuanian Free Army. See, the problem we have today, it's the same problem we have in the Ukraine. The Lithuanians today, the Latvians today, the Ukrainians today, they all look up to Israel. Why? Not because they're Jew lovers. Don't fool ourselves. Not because they're Jew lovers. Why do they look up to Israel? Because if the Jews, after 2,000 years of being refugees and being downtrodden and being oppressed, if they could create a country where they can defend themselves, surrounded by Muslims who hate them, who want to annihilate, destroy, and obliterate them every chance they have, they can stand up and defend themselves. If Jews can do it, and we know what Jews were, then we Ukrainians can do it. We, the Lithuanians, can do it. We, the Latvians, can do it. In the nationalist fervor that they have, they look at Israel as a model for them. What's the issue that we have? We appreciate their votes in the United Nations, or in the EU, their voice. We appreciate it. We do. But we say you can't pervert history. You've got to do what the Germans did. You've got to confront your history. You've got schools, town plazas, parks, museums named after what you call freedom fighters because they were fighting the communists. These were murders of innocent Jewish children. These were murderers of our grandparents, of elderly Jews. Don't call them heroes. These are cowards. These are thieves. These are criminals. And the Lithuanians, Ukrainians are saying, you can't tell us to do that. You can't say that, speak that way about our grandparents. These are our grandparents. These are our role models. And we're saying, you can't pervert history. You can't whitewash and you can't pervert history. Because remember, what did Hitler say in all of these countries? Hitler said to all of them, I am here to liberate you from what was the term he used? The Jewish Bolshevik oppression. The Germans are coming to liberate you from the Jewish Bolshevik oppression. And all I can say is this: shame on the Latvians, shame on the Lithuanians, shame on the Estonians, and shame on the Ukrainians. Because they were fools. They lied to themselves to believe Hitler. Because Hitler never liberated them from anything. The same thing the communists did to them is what Hitler did. And they all became slaves of the state. And if Hitler had had the chance to continue another 10 years, after annihilating the Jews, he would have annihilated them. And this would have been his great expansion. Poland would have been what Kansas was for the United States. And Latvia, Lithuania, and Ukraine would have been what Arizona and Montana and California are for the United States. The expansion of the great German Empire over Europe. So they were fools. And they were duped by Hitler. In something else. Because what do they teach to this day? The Jews were the communists who did what they did this to. They had it coming because they did this to all of us. Let's put the facts on the table. Most Jews were not communists. And most communists were not Jews. Yes, there were some very significant Jews in the Communist Party in all of these countries. But most Jews were not communists. In fact, they were. Think about all the yeshivas from White Russia. All the yeshivas, they had to flee. Right? How did Rebbe Chanan Wasserman end up in Kovna? Because he was fleeing, his yeshiva Baranovich was fleeing the communists. And that was true of all these schools, all these yeshivas. And the further in you got, the worse was the oppression against Judaism. The deeper into these areas in these countries, the closer to Russia. Now, why did Jews become communists? And again, most were not communists. That's just so we understand. A Jew, how did New York City become the largest population of Jews on the globe? Because of the oppression and the tyranny that we suffered under Tsarist Russia. They would go and announce in a town in the Ukraine, or what today is Moldova, or what today is Bessarabia. They would announce, all police, mandatory 10-day vacation. They had to take their families, paid vacation, mandatory. You know what that was? That means it's open season on the Jews. When all the police leave, it's anarchy. They rape the Jewish women. They go in and they steal from the Jewish businesses. They go into the Jewish homes. They ransack. They beat Jewish men. You know how many Jews were killed through these pogroms? That's what led to all these people coming and settling in New York. New York did not have a large Jewish population. And it exploded. From the late 1870s into the 19-teens, it exploded to being the largest population of Jews on the globe. Because these were all people fleeing the tyranny of Tsarist Russia, which at that time was the Ukraine and the Baltics and White Russia. So a lot of these Jews, why did they become communists? Because it's the first time in the history of the Jews living in that part of the world that a Jew could become a mailman. I don't mean a mailman literally, meaning a civil servant. Before that, a Jew couldn't become a mailman. He couldn't be a civil servant. So the great Mashiach, socialism and communism, said that everyone is equal. So it turned out to be a terrible false Mashiach. You and I know the end of the story. You and I have 20/20 hindsight. But the reason there was such a Yetzer Hara and such a desire for these people to become socialists is because at least a Jew would be treated like a human being. You wouldn't judge someone by their religion. You wouldn't judge someone by their skin color. You wouldn't judge someone by their nationality. Now, that's not what happened in the end. Joseph Stalin changed all of that. But that's what they thought. That's what they hoped for. That's what they yearned for. And that's how you got all these Jews becoming socialists. But again, let's put the record straight. Most Jews were not socialists, and most socialists were not Jews. But it worked for Hitler. I'm going to liberate you from the Jewish Bolshevik oppression. Now, what does it say? Look at the language. From 1,000 there were 100. From 100 there were 10. Ad echad lemapachim. Let's be honest. It was worse during the Shoah. How many of us have been to Yad Vashem, the Valley of the Communities? How many of us have been to the Valley of the Communities? You look at parts of Hungary, Slovakia, Germany, Western Galicia, Eastern Galicia, the Ukraine, today what we call Bohemia, Moravia. So in the big bold, that's where the large communities were. Those who were inscribed in the lesser, that's mid-sized communities. Those who are smaller inscriptions, those were the Städtlach, the Dorfs, the little villages. Thousands of communities of Jews. And tragically, many of these communities had zero survivors, particularly in Poland. No one survived a community that had been there for 700 or 600 years. No one. You have some of these communities in Greece, because you understand what happened with the Greek Jews. They couldn't understand the orders, so they didn't have a value to the Germans. Many of them were killed immediately. Some of the Greek Jews were put into Sonderkommand, because the fact that they couldn't communicate with the others didn't understand them, they didn't understand the others, meant that they couldn't talk about what they were doing and what was happening in the gas chambers and in the crematoria. But there were Greek Jewish communities that probably existed for close to 2,000 years, wiped out. There were Polish Jewish communities that existed. It's not that one survived. No one survived. And how often do we have, let's take Lithuania, which suffered the worst. The Baltics suffered the worst for a very simple reason. Because as bad as the Polish Catholics were to the Jews, and let me underscore what that meant, you should read a book called A Beautiful Sunny Day. A Beautiful Sunny Day is a translation into English of a Polish work by a Polish Catholic historian by the name of Barbara Engelking. Yad Vashem only publishes books that they are confident of the facts of those books. They published this, and they had it translated into English and to Hebrew. And in her book, she explains that she can prove there are much more. 200,000 Jews were killed by their fellow Polish countrymen, by their Polish Catholic neighbors. These are people who jumped off the train. These are people who escaped the ghetto. These are people who never went into the ghetto. And most of the time what happened was the Polish Catholic neighbors took all their wealth, saying that they would protect them. Then when they ran out of goods, that's when they murdered them. Sometimes they murdered them themselves. Sometimes they handed them over to the Germans for reward. 200,000 that she documents of Polish Jews who were killed by the Polish Catholic neighbors. You know who was worse? The Lithuanians and the Ukrainians. Much worse than the Polish Catholics. And you understand that's a high bar to attain. No one survived Lithuania. You have a handful that survived the Vilna ghetto. Abba Kovner became a partisan. You have a handful. A handful survived the Kovna ghetto. But all these other towns were wiped out. Do you understand each of these communities had a Masorah? Each of these communities had special tunes that they sang, Shalashudas or Zmiros. They had special minhagim. They'd had history. They had special minhagim. They'd had history of Gedolei Yisrael, of great Rabbanim. They had ways in which they took care of the poor. They had gemach systems, how they educated the children, what they taught the children. All gone. Thousands of Masorahs wiped out. Forget millions of Jews. Thousands of communities wiped out. And if someone survived, one in a family, two in a town. Again, Hungary is a different story. The Holocaust doesn't start in Hungary till the spring of 1944. But I'm talking about Lithuania, I'm talking about Poland. No one survived these places. White Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. And that's what's being described here. It's a story of the Kohanim, what happened during Churban Bayis. They were literally burnt to death, went into the fire while the Beis HaMikdash was being destroyed. These were the future. These were the young Talmidei Chachamim, these Kohanim. You know what these Kohanim were like? These were the students of the Baranovich Yeshiva or the Slobodka Yeshiva. Im te'arafna al dam naki 8,000 kohanim nirtzachim olalayli. Im tipakachna nefashos medukarim mereach tenuvasichim olalayli. Im titzavarna al even achas Tisha kabin moche yoladim menuchim olalayli. Im tukana 300 yonkim al socha achas mesuchim. 300 children. I want to make a comment on this. An incredible Jew died this year. I mean, every Jew is incredible, but the name is Gavriel Bach. You ever hear that name? If you haven't, you should know that name. You can Google it later. Gavriel Bach, I mean, just incredible. Even in his 90s, I had the blessing of spending 5 hours interviewing him, 2 different times, about 2.5 hours each, in his apartment. He lived in Yerushalayim, not far from the Beit HaNasi. He is the former Attorney General of the State of Israel. He's a former Supreme Court Justice of the State of Israel. But he always said, he says, you know, he did many, many significant things as the Supreme Court Justice, as the Attorney General. He says, he was referring to me and others. He says, but you know, there's only one thing people want to know about me. He was the assistant prosecutor of SS Obersturmführer Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann, who was the mastermind of the annihilation of 6 million Jews, he was the assistant prosecutor. The prosecutor was Gideon Hausner. So I interviewed Gideon Hausner's son, Amos Hausner, a very fine man. He's an attorney in Israel, about young 70s. And I spent 5 hours in the apartment of Gavriel Bach before COVID. He just was nifter this year. So Gavriel Bach was a German Jewish family. They got out literally on the last ship from Germany. They make it to Palestine, and they settle there. He's an incredible mind. Good looking, even in his 90s, a handsome, good-looking man. You know, during the trial, you see pictures of him. It reminds you, if you remember, there was a famous movie, Judgment at Nuremberg. So Montgomery Clift played the German defense attorney, you know, with the robes. Montgomery Clift was an extremely handsome man, handsome actor. That's what Gavriel Bach looked like, you know. But a fine man, a decent man, a real sense of morality, a fine Jew. So he says, you know, there were all these people who wanted to try to explain away Eichmann. You know, get back to the Kinot, and this is what the Kinot reminds you of. There was just a terrible woman, a woman by the name of Hannah Arendt. She was a Jew. She was the Prutza who was the lover of Professor Martin Heidegger. Heidegger originally was a Hitler admirer, was a Nazi sympathizer until things went the other way, then he flipped. But she was his girlfriend, eventually married him. Heidegger, just to give you a sense, was the only, at the University of Berlin, he's the only professor who didn't give Rabbi Soloveitchik an A. He was an anti-Semite. So despite that Rabbi Soloveitchik was who he was, he gave him, a B because he couldn't give a Jew an A. So this Hannah Arendt, she covered the trial of Eichmann in 1961. And she wrote a book, it was based upon her, she was writing for the New Yorker magazine. It was called The Banality of Evil. Don't waste your time reading it. You can Google it, don't waste your time. She come up with a whole theory about how, good, decent people, they get caught up and they do bad things, which was nonsense. In fact, Gabriel Bach told me, he says, because she was a Jew, we said, would you like to see the evidence? Well, she wouldn't even sit and meet with them. A piece of garbage. I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk that way about a Jew on Tisha B'Av. But all I can tell you is her and others, because she was famous, so she was on the talk shows and she was interviewed, and just her whole read was so corrupt. It was so dead wrong, that they, it's like today. Who gets a voice? Not that the truth doesn't get a voice, the facts don't get a voice, but it's politics that give people certain voices. So, just to show you who Eichmann was, one of the pieces of evidence that they brought was the autobiography of Rudolph Hess. Now, it looks like Haas, but there's an umlaut over the O, so it's pronounced Hess in German. Who is Rudolph Hess? He was the commandant of Auschwitz. He was the man who ran Auschwitz. After the war, they caught Hess, and he was put on trial, and he was condemned to be hung. They hung him in Auschwitz, the communist tribunal. But while he's waiting for his death, he writes memoirs. Now you can understand that his autobiography, his memoir, is going to be tainted. He's going to try to spin things the way he wants to spin it. But it offers us some very, very important insights. And I want to share with you one story that Gabriel Bach told me. Eichmann a couple of times came to visit Auschwitz, particularly Birkenau, where all the Jews were murdered. So he comes to visit Birkenau. And in Birkenau, Hess tells him the following. There was a transport where the French, the French, equality, liberty, and fraternity, except for when it came to the Jews. So under Marshal Pétain, hello, I guess it's okay, is it back? Okay. Under Marshal Pétain, you know what they did? To a smaller extent, they did it to French-born Jews, but they did this to Jews. I just lost it. Hello?
Does it matter? Battery?
Hello? Can everyone hear? Okay. So Jews who had fled to France, who had been born either in Poland, born in Germany, born in Belgium, and other countries who had fled to France, all of those Jews were rounded up and put into a place called Drancy. Drancy was outside of Paris. And what do? They shipped the adults. Then afterwards, you've got these little children all by themselves. They ship in cattle cars, thousands of French Jewish children. Okay? They get shipped. Thank you. Okay. So Hess describes to Eichmann, and I apologize, those who know an articulate German, please share it with me. There's a term in German called, I'll show it to you, shakes, it's called, where the knees bend and you shake at the knees, So Hess describes, these Jewish children, here we are, and keep in mind, unlike Sobibor, unlike Belzec, unlike Treblinka, which were run by the SS, but most of the people working in those death camps were Ukrainians, some Lithuanians, but mainly Ukrainians. In Auschwitz, they didn't have the Ukrainians doing the work. It was all SS in Auschwitz-Birkenau. So what happens? They're cramming these Jewish kids into the gas chamber, and the Jewish kids know what's happening, and they're pleading for their life, and they're pleading, and they're crying, please have compassion, have mercy, please let us out. So Hirst describes this to Eichmann, that we were shaking at the knees, we're also human beings. Eichmann interrupts him. Shut up! Shut up! Are you crazy? What do you think? We're going to annihilate this whole people? So these little brats, these little Jew children, the Jüdische Kinder, they should grow up and take vengeance on us? That they should grow up and continue the Jewish people, the Jewish religion? Knock it off with your shaking at the knees. This is your job. This is the most important job of all, is to annihilate the Jüdische Kinder. So the Eichmann, as he presented himself in the trial, of, just this, he had a responsibility to do his job, and he had taken an oath to his government to perform his job. It was nonsense. Something that was not allowed as evidence in the trial just is being published now as we speak. There was a Nazi, he was a Dutch Nazi, his name was Sassen. He interviewed Eichmann in Argentina, before the Mossad caught him. And the tapes, were meant to be kept until after Eichmann died. Okay? After Eichmann died, then he would tell the world. We really don't know who and what got the Sassen interviews of Eichmann and where they've been for the last 60 years since the trial, because they couldn't get the tapes. Gideon Hausner and Gabriel Bach wanted the tapes. They wanted to use it as evidence in the trial. They couldn't get it. But there's an Israeli journalist. It's just starting to show now in Israel. And I think he'll be under contract either with Netflix or one of the companies here in the States, where they'll translate it into English or they'll use English subtitles, and you'll be able to see it. It's a documentary series. And they use the actual voice of Eichmann, they use the tapes for those parts of the series that describes it. And he says, his regret is that he couldn't have murdered 10.3 million Jews. That was what he says to Sassen. And there are many other lines like this. It's very clear. This man, relished, because of his hate for Jews, he relished in annihilating the Jews. How many of you have been to Berlin? If those of you who are willing to go to Germany, and I would respect those who don't, but you must go to two places when you go to Berlin. One is called Wannsee. On January 20th, 1942, that was the quote-unquote conference. That was the famous, where Hitler it was run by two men, by Adolf Eichmann and Reinhard Heydrich, representing the SS and Gestapo. And they had every branch of German government there at Wannsee. And the purpose of Wannsee was twofold. Number one, that what's happened throughout the Baltics, White Russia, and Ukraine, our best Nazis, the most loyal Nazis, the SS, those who took the oath of the vow to Hitler, personal pledge of allegiance to Hitler, they're becoming alcoholics. They're going crazy from doing all the killings. We're going to lose our best people. We've got to change it up. Instead of bringing the murderers to the victims, we're going to do just the opposite. Umgekehrt. We have a system where we're going to bring the victims to their death. And that's where they introduced the whole system of the carbon monoxide. At this point, they didn't have Zyklon B. This is 1942, January 20th, 1942. They didn't have Zyklon B. Carbon monoxide. And what we're going to do is we're going to annihilate European Jewry. Eichmann put up the maps. And by the way, the documentation we have was typed by Eichmann. The notes of the Wannsee were all Eichmann's notes. So he put up the map of 11.5 million Jews on the continent of Europe. They've got the number of Jews in Britain, the Jews in Ireland, the Jews all throughout the continent of what their goal is. And if you go to Wannsee, it's all there. No one can ever deny the Holocaust when Germany has published for the world to see the whole plan of the annihilation of European Jewry. And the other place I would recommend going is on the bombed out remains of the Gestapo headquarters in Berlin. They built a museum called Topography of Terror, which also shares the whole methodology of the Gestapo and of the SS of how to deal with the Jews and other minorities. It's all there. You can't deny the Holocaust when the very perpetrators show you the documentation of what their plans were. So, another story of Eichmann, just to finish up with Wannsee. The second goal of Wannsee was every branch of the German government defers to the SS. The ultimate war is not the war on the Eastern Front. The ultimate war is not the war on the Western Front. The ultimate war is the war against the Juden. And that means, if it means we need rail service, and it means that the Wehrmacht, which is what happened in 1944, that the German army starved to death, and the German army died because they didn't have provisions of bullets and provisions of food. Why? Because the whole rail system and all rail cars were being diverted to remove the Jews from Hungary, the Carpathian Mountains, to annihilate them before the Russians would liberate Hungary. Okay? So the German army suffered and died so that the Hungarian Jews could be annihilated. In May, June, July of 1944. That's an example of what Wannsee did. That means the finance ministry, the resources go to the annihilation of the Jews. That means every branch of government, the judiciary, you name it, they were all there. And you can see who participated in Wannsee. And that they were told, this was not, a conference means we have discussions, we have dialogue. That's what a conference is. No, this was a directorate. This is orders from the Fuhrer himself that all branches of government are subordinate and secondary to the SS. That's Eichmann. So Gabriel Bach tells me this story also. He said that he put together, with a team that was working with him, they were able to get footage. Some of the footage was used at the Nuremberg trials. Some of the footage, they gotten, because the Nuremberg trials were the late 40s. This is already 1961. And they get footage and they put it together. They're going to show that to the tribunal in the trial. But he reached out to the defense attorney that the state of Israel paid for, Robert Servatius. Robert Servatius was a famous German lawyer, a jurist, who Israel paid for to defend Eichmann. And Eichmann comes, and they're watching the footage. And he says, I want to see, he said, the whole time I wasn't looking at the film, I was looking at Eichmann's face for over an hour. Let him see the atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people. He said he was stone-faced, showed no emotion. He says, afterwards, he was all agitated, and he was yelling at Servatius. And I was wondering, why? So I asked, they had a pretty decent relationship with Servatius. And by the way, after the trial, Robert Servatius, the famous, he was the one who defended the Nazis at Nuremberg. He said the Eichmann trial was a very fair trial. What they had done, what Israel had done was a fair trial. That's coming from the defense attorney. So he asked Servatius, he says, why was he agitated? What was he yelling about? He was upset with the Israelis because they had said that when he comes to, it was done in the Jerusalem theater, that's where the trial was. When he comes, he will only either be in the gray suit or in a blue suit. He will have a white shirt, a suit, and a tie. And they have not fulfilled their word. Now remember, this is not in front of anybody. This is not in front of the jury. This was him being able to see the evidence a day or two before it was going to be shown in the trial. And Eichmann was upset because he had to come in the gray sweatsuit that he was wearing in the prison cell. And he felt that the Israelis had not fulfilled their word. He should have been able to get dressed up in this. Nothing bothered him about the horrific, gruesome footage of Jews being killed. But what bothered him was that he wasn't able to come in a suit and a tie in one of the suits that he was guaranteed he would be able to wear in the Jerusalem theater. That's what bothered him. And just one last story that he told me. There are others, but we have to move on. I want to share one last story that Gabriel Bach told me is, you're all familiar with what happened in Denmark. The Shabbos before Rosh Hashanah, I believe, and I have to go and ask Michael Birnbaum, the famous Holocaust historian. He can give me the specifics. So if I'm wrong on some details, I apologize because I haven't checked my facts. But they announced in Shul in Copenhagen, in the big synagogue, and they knew there were Germans there. There were Germans sitting there. So they said, next week there will not be services. We're going to have off. Next week people will be able to, spend time by the shore, by the sea. What the heck was the rabbi talking about? Next week is Rosh Hashanah. Yeah. What's he talking about? One of the great acts of salvation of the Jews during the Holocaust, one of the only acts of salvation. And the Jews had to pay for it. They made money on it. But all of these fishermen, Danish fishermen, took the Jews. And if you go to Copenhagen, you actually can stand there and you can see Malmö. You can see Sweden across the Baltic. It's a very narrow part of the Baltic. And they took the Jews to safety. Eichmann went crazy. He was furious because the head of the SS in Copenhagen, in Denmark, these Jews were supposed to be deported. And he let these Jews get away because, Sweden was a neutral country. And he let these Jews get away. And Eichmann was furious. You're not talking about a lot of Jews. I think you're talking about 7,000 Jews. But it was one of the great, great acts of salvation. That's why, until modern times, the Israelis always rooted for, in the World Cup, of the Soccer World Cup, they always rooted for the Danish. Because the Danish and the Bulgarians were the only ones who were willing to save their Jews. So this is the reason I'm sharing with you what Gabriel Bach shared with me. There's a hatred. There's an animus. You listen to what the heads of the PIJ are saying, right? So Israel over the weekend has taken out the military heads of Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But you listen to the heads that are now in Iran, their spokespersons that are in Syria, that are in other places. The hatred, the venom. We're not human beings. We're not animals. They would have more Rahmanis like the Germans did on their German shepherds than they would on a Jew. We're less than an animal. And that's how they treated us. The children. How Eichmann had this sick desire. His mission in life was to kill all of the Jewish children. One last story the Rav told, and then we'll continue with the Kinot about the children. The commandant of the Vilna ghetto, and again, most people never survived the Vilna ghetto. They were taken out to Panari Forest and shot to death by the Ansatz group. This guy, he was ambidextrous. He loved Bach and he loved Mozart. And he played on a piano. He could play Mozart and Bach very well. And at the same time, he loved to murder Jewish children. And they described, he would have them bring Jewish infants. And as he's playing with one hand Bach or Mozart, with the other hand he would take his pistol and shoot the Jewish baby. And then with the other hand he'd play Bach or Mozart, and with the right hand he'd shoot the Jewish baby. While he's playing classical music, he loved to shoot Jewish children. Because you have to understand, there's this obsession. If we kill off the next generation, if we kill off the future, there will be no Jewish people. And that's what's being described here. Look, of the 6 million, 1.5 million were children. And that's being described in the Kinot. Im titzavarna al even achas, Tisha kabin moche yeladim menachem. On one stone, 9 kav. A kav is a large measure of the brains of crushed Jewish children. There's a man, is anyone here from Los Angeles? I don't know if you've ever heard the name Max Webb. Chappelle and Webb, these were survivors of Auschwitz, Polish Jews. They built large sections of California, the family. Literally tract housing throughout the state of California. In fact, Nathan Chappelle was appointed by Ronald Reagan when Ronald Reagan was the governor to be the head of the California Highway Commission. And they expanded networks of highways that linked Californians, that allowed them to commute to the major centers to work. So Max Webb described, he's a Polish Jew. He's maybe 16, 17 years old. Max just passed away 2-3 years ago. He lived to be almost 100 years old. And the Germans, after they'd entered Poland, go into a hospital, into a maternity ward, and they ask for the Jewish mothers. They take these Jewish mothers who have just given birth, they rounded them up, they put them into trucks, and they take away the mothers. And then they take the infants, these are newborn infants, out of the maternity ward, and they're clubbing them against, killing them, crushing the skulls of these Jewish infants against the brick of the building. He's shocked by this. And he runs home and he tells his parents, he says, I'm not making this up. This is what I saw. I saw this with my own eyes at the hospital today. And his mother says to him, Max was his English name. Look, he says, I've got young children at home. I can't run or flee with young children. I've got to take care of these babies. You go. You go and you survive. You know, and he kisses his mother and his father, and they give him whatever resources that if he needs for food or to bribe someone. They give him resources. They give him warm clothes. He says that's the last time he ever saw his parents. But watching the Germans do this to these newborn Jewish infants, I mean, he said that he could never get that. He says, I wake up with, a man in his, I remember meeting with him a number of times when he was in his 90s. He says, you could never, ever get that out of your mind. He says, you wake up in the middle of the night to that image. And that's the description here. Im tukana shlosh meos yonkim, 300 nursing children, al socha achas mesuchim, olalayli. Im teira ena rakos va'anugos, kfulos al yad rav tatabachim, olalayli. Im tishachavna bein shvasayim, benos malachim meshubachim. You had these really fine, we say in Yiddish, a fine schmecker, you know what I mean, but sensitive. Rag, vitanuga. They weren't used to this. And what they get put through. To take, for instance, Westerbork is where the Dutch Jews and understand that many German Jews had fled to the Netherlands, to Holland. So they were taken to a camp called Westerbork. And from Westerbork, I think, I have to check my records, but I think it's Tuesdays they were sent to Sobibor, where they were killed, gassed to death with carbon monoxide. And Fridays was a shipment to Auschwitz. Now those trains from Westerbork were not the cattle cars that you shipped the Hungarian Jews in 1944, that some of the remaining Jews of the Lodz ghetto were shipped in August of 44. They weren't the cattle cars that you and I have the image of. From Westerbork, those were regular train cars. These people thought they were being resettled in the East. But they learned very quickly that Dutch Jews, they were not used to some of the more rugged life that a Polish Jew was. They were raised in homes, with the kind of heating and the kind of, running water, etc., that you didn't necessarily have in other parts of Europe. That didn't make for very good slave laborers. And most of those Dutch Jews were killed immediately when they came to Auschwitz. They were immediately annihilated. And that, of course, was the case when they came to Sobibor. So you had these anugos, those rakos v'anugos. Im tisalafna hapsulos v'abachurim betzimon tzichichim alalayli. Now the Kinot ends like this. V'ruach HaKodesh lemula marim, hoy al kol shchenai haroyim. Woe to these horrific, what we thought were our neighbors. That was true in the Netherlands. Think about what happened to Anne Frank, to Anne Frank. Think about how many Jews were handed over. The Netherlands was historically the best country for Jews in the history of Europe. From the time of 1571, when the Netherlands broke off from Spain, and they allowed these Portuguese Jews to come and settle there. They eventually became international traders, and they literally changed all of Europe through the trade with places like Brazil, Central America, what became the United States, North America. Jews, both Sephardim and Ashkenazim, did very well in the Netherlands. When you couldn't publish something, you published it in a publishing house in Holland. It was the only country in Europe that a Christian was allowed to convert to a Judaism. It was a capital offense in any other country. So we thought the Netherlands would be a place of safety and respite. Of the 140,000 Jews, and many of them were German Jews who had fled there, but of the 140,000 Jews in the Netherlands, when the Germans came in 1940, I think something like 114,000 were killed. Almost all of them were annihilated. What happened to, quote unquote, our liberal, our respectful neighbors? It's all done, all gone. That's hoy al kol shchenai haroyim. Ma shehukra modim, veis asher asu lo modim. Im tochalna nashim pirya mashvim. How could it be that it came to such a point, the starvation was so bad, that we consumed our own young? Im yehareg b'mikdash Adonai kohen v'navi lo mashvim. So we plead to God all of the pleas that we make. But what's the one plea to God we didn't say? How could it be that we murdered our own Navi, our own Kohen Gadol in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur? That we didn't say to God. So after this whole kinna of crying out, Alalayli, we actually come back and have to look ourselves in the mirror. And what's the story that we're talking about? It's the story of the 34th kinna. I'd like you to turn in the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinnos, it's page 541. In the Art Scroll, someone can tell me. This is a kinna written by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, but it goes back to the Gemara and the Medrash, this kinna. It's actually discussed in Sefer Divrei Hayamim Beis, Parak Chaf Daled. What page? 320? One thing you should know. The Zechariah Hanavi that we're talking about here is not Zechariah from the Bayesheni. It's not the famous Zechariah who was one of the architects together with Malachi and Chagai of the second Beis HaMikdash. It's not the Zechariah that we know who has the famous eschatological visions, right? The story of the Haftorah of the second, is it the first or second day of Sukkot? I think it's the first day of Sukkot, of the eschatological wars of Gog and Magog, right? The Sunday morning preachers, Gog and Magog, the famous Armageddon wars, Gog and Magog. That's the famous Zechariah of the Bayis Sheni, one of the mentors of the Jewish people, who not only helped us build the Bayis Sheni, but also gave us the strength and vision of V'ne'amar v'haya Hashem lemelech al kol ha'aretz beyomahu yiyeh Hashem echad u'shmo echad. One day, God will not just be the God of the Jews, but melech as opposed to Moshe. The Vilna Gaon says, what is a melech? Someone who everyone adopts, not someone who rules by force. God vis-a-vis the nations, right? Right now, Kilad Hashem HaMalucha u'moshel bagoyim. The world sees God as a moshel because they can't defy physics. But they don't adopt his ethical system. They don't adopt his moral system. They don't adopt the theology of true ethical monotheism. But one day Hashem will be Melech al Kol Haaretz. Bayomahu, and that great day, Yiyeh Hashem Echad U'Shmo Echad. That's Zechariah. That's Zechariah of the Bayis Sheni. What are we talking about? We're not talking about that Zechariah. This is the story of Zechariah who does not have a Sefer in the Navi. It's the Zechariah of Bayis Rishon. Just to contextualize before we start the Kinot written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi. How many of you remember the Haftorah from Parshas Shkalim? We read it every year, Parshas Shkalim. What's that Haftorah? So you had a woman that I think, when Shakespeare was looking for a model of who he would create Lady Macbeth after, this was her. Her name was Atalia. Atalia was the daughter of Achab and Jezebel's daughter, right? So the apple did not far from the tree on this one. She ends up marrying a Melech Yehuda. He dies. God knows if she had poisoned him or she drove him to death. Who knows? But he dies. She takes over the reins. So she's running the southern kingdom. And with her KGB, she goes and she purges. And she tries to annihilate every last living survivor of the Davidic line, of the Messianic line of David and Shlomo. The Kohanim see this young boy, Yehoash, and they save him. They take him and they save him and they protect him. Eventually the people, Atalia is such a shrew, such a wicked person. I'll just give you an example of one of the things she did. She knew she couldn't destroy the Beis HaMikdash. That wasn't going to work. So she did a passive-aggressive. After the winter rains, she defunded the Department of Transportation. Like these people who want to defund the police? She wanted to defund the Department of Transportation. So they couldn't fix the roads. So people couldn't make Aliyas Haregel. They couldn't travel to Yerushalayim because the roads were not functional. Those are big mountains that you need roads to traverse. That was one thing she did. She didn't repair the Beis HaMikdash. The Beis HaMikdash has been in existence over 100 years. Any building that gets use, especially the kind of use of the Beis HaMikdash, it's going to fall apart if you don't repair it. So she defunded that. Eventually they overthrew her and they killed Atalia. So the last remaining survivor of the Messianic line, of the Davidic line, is Yehoash. And he's under the influence of Yehoyada. Yehoyada is the Kohen Gadol, a great tzaddik, a great mentor, and a great Kohen Gadol. And until Yehoash will be old enough to function as an autonomous leader of the Jewish people, he's got the regent, the Kohen Gadol, who's mentoring and guiding him and making the decisions for the government. And Yehoash then takes over. And the story of the Haftorah of Parsha Shkalim is really, it's a fundraising story. It's a story of how they were able to get the funds to rebuild, to repair, and reestablish the Beis HaMikdash, that it could be used. The highways that people could make Aliyas Haregel, the three, especially after the winter rains for Pesach, when there's a chiyuv to bring the Korban Pesach, there's a chiyuv kares if you don't bring the Korban Pesach. So it's that story. The story we're going to tell is after Yehoyada dies. The Kohen Gadol dies. And he's replaced by a son who not only did the apple not fall far from this tree, it actually exceeded the tree. His son Zechariah is not just a tzaddik like the father, not just a great educator like the father. His son Zechariah, if I could borrow a term from the second chelik of the Moreh Nevuchim, he refines himself, perfects himself to such a degree that he becomes a Navi. His father was a Kohen Gadol, was a Talmud Chacham, was a tzaddik. The son is a Navi. And unfortunately, Yehoash, as long as the old man was there, the man that he knew as a kid, Yehoyada, Kohen Gadol, he would follow in the right path. But after the death of Yehoyada, success went to his head, power went to his head. And unfortunately, he wasn't, nor were his administration, the kind of administration that the Jewish people need as its leadership. And they do things that are wrong, inappropriate. And the judicial system's not working the way it should work. So people who are oppressed or persecuted can't find a court that will stand up for them. And many things go wrong. And the Navi, who is the Kohen Gadol, Zechariah, he engages the government. He challenges the power. He goes to the halls of power and says, this is not what the Jewish people are supposed to be. This is not what Yehoyada, my father, raised you to be. And this is not our responsibility. This is not the way we're supposed to treat our people. This is not the way we service our God, our Father in heaven. And he challenged them. And if I could use the analogy of what Yehoiakim and what other Jewish governments did with Yirmiyahu, with Jeremiah, right? If you don't like the message, you kill the messenger. So they were afraid to kill Yirmiyahu because the people would have not tolerated that. So what did they do? They incarcerated Yirmiyahu. With Zechariah, they did worse. They murdered him. When? On Yom Kippur. I mean, this is the Kohen Gadol, who is your Navi. They murder him on Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. Okay, so it's a double whammy. And where do they murder him? In the Beis HaMikdash. You murder the Kohen Gadol in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos, and that Kohen Gadol happens to be your Navi. In baseball, they say hitting for the cycle. That is where you get a single, a double, a triple, a home run all in the same game. Well, this is even greater than hitting. This is called sinning for the cycle. I mean, horrific. And this should have shocked the Jewish world. Not just the perpetrators, the governmental officials who perpetrated this heinous murder, but how could the people tolerate this? And unfortunately, they did tolerate it. They didn't want it to happen. They didn't think it was right, but Olam kiminhago noeg. And they allowed it. And they kept moving forward. And they kept going on like nothing ever happened. Okay, yeah, it's not nice. It wasn't right. It was a shanda. Okay, what could we do? See, that's the problem with you and I watching the news or reading the news. I mean, just take a step back for a second. You know what's horrific about us? We live such a sick life. Because what happens? We read something horrific happening, They bomb a school in the Ukraine. Or this atrocity is being perpetrated by the Iranians or by the Chinese or by the Venezuelans. And then the Mets have a big series with the Braves right now. It's going to determine first place, so we want to see what's happening with them. And the Yankees, how many home runs Darren Judge hit, and then we get to the sales, there's going to be a good sale at Bergdorf Goodman or at Bloomingdale's, and then we want to check out the weather because we want to go to the beach. So, it's horrific atrocities, and then there's the sports, and then there's, Rihanna's going to have a concert, she's going to be playing at the Meadowland, and then there's the sales, and then there's the weather at the beach, and then it's just like all one thing. It doesn't work that way. You don't just say, Olam kiminhago noeg. And that, unfortunately, is what the people did. In the Gemara in Parak HaNizak, in the 5th Parak of Gittin, and the Medrash Rabbah and Eicha, and here Yehuda Halevi, they talk about this. So the description I'm going to give, you could take it literally, or you could say that the Midrash is figuratively. Either way. It says the spot where he was murdered, they couldn't clean it up. Damim roschim, the blood was boiling on that spot where the murder took place. So if you want to say that they weren't able to clean up the stain, or literally that it was boiling blood that would never assuage or could be assuaged. So that's the backdrop. Let's read the Kinot. Yom achbi hichbadati, v'yikaflu avonai. My sins became doubled. Bishalchi yad b'dam navi. It's interesting. It doesn't say the government officials or the bad guys. No, bishalchi meaning we, the Jewish people, we are responsible for this. Klal Yisrael, we murdered the prophet. Bachatzar mikdash Adonai. Where? In the courtyard of the mikdash. V'lo kisasasu adama. His blood was never covered up. Ad bo cherev monai. Until probably 120 years later, when the Babylonian forces, the swords of the Babylonians, come into the mikdash. V'lo shakat adehu kam. It was not silent. Gam hifli pliliya. This was a wonder. Vayerev bevas Yehuda tandia vania, quoting Eicha Perek Beis. And as a function of this, there was an increase of pain and sorrow and moaning and groaning amongst the Jewish people, the Bas Yehuda. What was the story? Hayaholech v'soer. The blood kept seething. Ad bo Rav Tabachim. Who's Rav Tabachim? Nebuzaradan. Nebuzaradan was a chief general of the Babylonian forces. Nebuchadnezzar is back in Iraq. He's back on the Euphrates River. He sends his chief general to destroy Jerusalem. Uba el mikdash Adonai. He comes into the mikdash. Umatza damim rosim. And he sees the blood boiling. Vayishal levav urzeh. And he asks, hey, what is this? So they made up a story. He asked the Kohanim azovchim. Vayanuhu. They answer him. Ein ze ki'im dam hazvachim. No, this is really the blood of korbanos. I guess, it's fresh blood. It was hot blood from a korban we shechted this morning. Gamhu zavach lachakor. Mazev al mehaya. He says, this doesn't look like animal blood to me. Animal blood doesn't seem to do that. What kind of animals do you sacrifice here? Well, there's 3 animals. A bovine species, a heifer or a bull. There's lamb, a ram or a lamb. And there's goat, a he-goat or a she-goat. So you start shechting. They get from the place where the animals are stored. It's not bovine blood. It's not lamb blood. It's not goat blood. You shech 2 birds, right? Torim and B'nai Yonah. Well, this is not. Let's get some birds. This is not dove. This is not pigeon blood. It's not dove blood. What's the story? You're lying to me. Come on. I want to know the story. What is this? You don't tell me, I'm going to slaughter you. So they tell him. It's been discovered. Now the fruit of our sin has been discovered. Uvechol zos lo shakat v'odo kayam nigrash. The blood would not be assuaged, and it was like a storming sea, a tempest sea. Vayevukash hadavar yimatzei mufurash. And finally they explain to him, they tell him what it is. Kidam ish ha'elohim alo chamas shorash. This is the blood of the man of God, who was uprooted, meaning who was killed for lo chama. He didn't do anything wrong. He was innocent. We murdered an innocent man. Vayomer Nebuzaradan, and the general says, V'gam damo hinei nidrash. His blood is going to be sought out. Isvuli kohanim. So who does he take? The kohanim, the educators of the Jewish people. V'hotziu mi beis v'lo eshkot ad yishkot dam hanavi Zechariah. So first he starts killing the leadership of the Jewish people, the kohanim. Dakar yishishim lemeos ubachurim liribos. Then he starts killing the elderly, the role models. Then he starts killing the young. Vayored letebach konei Adonai tzvos v'tinoko shabeis rav. Again, he goes after the children, the school children, the kinder in the yeshiva. Ve'enei avos ros, and the parents have to watch their kids being killed. Ve'ein sheket l'dam navi. Vayihi lemofes olos, and that spot on the ground could not be cleaned off. If you take it literally, the blood kept boiling. Ve'cherev tsar nokemes v'akirya homiyah. And the sword of the oppressor was taking vengeance, and the city was in a state of perplexity. B'chol zos lo shava po, v'od yadonatuya. It's a question, is this line referring to Nebuzaradan, or is it referring to the Almighty? Lo shava po, the wrath did not cease, he didn't withhold the wrath, and his hand was extended, meaning the sword was extended. Hosif laharog nashim im yom keshadayim. Mothers with their nursing children were killed. Dam ola beineim kedam yor mitzrayim. See, if you grew up in upstate New York, you think of the Niagara River and Niagara Falls. If you grow up in the Middle East, what do you think of? The Nile River, the greatest body of water is not the Jordan, it's the Nile. So it says the blood flowed like the river of Egypt. Adei nasa Nebuzaradan einav l'shamayim, until Nebuzaradan turns to heaven. Vayomar ha'ein dai l'dam bivnos Yerushalayim. Have we not slaughtered enough of the Jews? Hakalata useh esheris hashivya. Should we totally annihilate? Should there be no remnant of this people? Va'az, only then shakat dam naki. The boiling blood from the spot where the Zechariah had been murdered, only then did it subside. V'cherev nakam rivaya. And the vengeful sword, at that point, had been satiated. So this is describing what happened. The last paragraph is us turning to the Almighty. L'cha chatanu Elohim, havinu v'hershanu. Not just have we chatanu, which means we missed the mark, it's shogeg, but what? Havinu, it was done on, we have sinned purposely. Hershanu, it was premeditated evil, premeditated corruption that we've done before you, God. V'haradnu neviecha, we murdered your prophet. V'rishenu yadan. Only now do we know. Only now do we appreciate the evil that we perpetrated. Yehi chastecha l'nachamenu. Please, God, extend your chesed. Comfort us, console us. Ki misha'ol shivanu. We're crying out to you from the depths. Umipri ma'alale. Now the question is, what does sha'ol mean? Does that mean, from hell, meaning we're in a state of purgatory, of hell, so to speak, for the corruption of what we did? Or does it mean from the grave, meaning from all these Jews who were slaughtered now, we're crying out to you? Umipri malalenu, in the fruit of our actions. Ze kama savanu. We've been satiated by it. This is now referring to the phrase that Yeshaya refers to the Jews. Rachem lo ruchama. A people that has not had compassion. We just feel that we have been unable to have, there's no rachmanas on us. Hasora ha'aniyah. The tempest, the storm-tossed, afflicted one. Einel lecha Tisha. We turn to you. Vezrascha tzofia. And we yearn and we long and we're waiting for the day when your help will be there for us. Now, by the way, when it describes Nebuzaradan, Adei Shamayim, we have a tradition. Nebuzaradan was so shocked by his actions, he actually, he ends up, he realized what he perpetrated. He ends up doing tshuva. One tradition is that he actually converts to Judaism. One thing we know, Nebuzaradan's descendants were Jews. The question is, did they convert, or was it that he converted? But whatever the case, it actually traumatized him. But the point here is, in the previous Kinot, Yud Zayin, we're crying out to God and we're saying, how can you allow this to take place? How can you allow humans to be so afflicted? The starvation, what it does to people. And we're crying to God and we're woeing and pleading with him. And it ends off quoting the quote from Eicha. Yeah, you're mashmim, you're pleading, you're causing me to hear all of your complaints and your cries from the tragedies. But what you haven't said is, where's the tshuva been from the fact that you murdered on Yom Kippur in the Beis HaMikdash, the Kohen Gadol who was the Navi? Well, what about that? Huh? That I haven't heard. I haven't heard any remorse for that. And that's why we skip to the story of that. In the aftermath of the consequence of that. You know, if we could take a step back, one of the great atrocities in Ashkenaz was what we call the Ukrainian Cossack revolt, where they hired Tartar mercenaries. And it was really a revolt against the Polish control of the Ukraine. But the object of their wrath was really twofold. Those Eastern Orthodox, meaning Ukrainian Orthodox priests and parishes that had switched over to Catholicism, where they went in and butchered the priests and the nuns. But the primary object of their wrath were the Jews. Because the Jews administered the Ukraine for the Polish Catholics. Polish Catholics hated, they despised the Ukrainian Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox. And they had the Jews as tax collectors, the Jews controlling the alcohol license. They would have inns. And in the inn, that's where they would go. It was very limited where you could partake of alcohol because the government wanted to control it. And the Jews managed the inns. And one of the survivors of Tach V'Tat of 1648, 1649, it was actually 1648 to 1653, but one of the survivors is the author of the Ber HaGola. The Ber HaGola is a commentary on Choshen Mishpat. And he writes in his Hakdama, in his introduction to his commentary on Jewish financial law and the Choshen Mishpat, that he writes the following. He says, I saw with my own eyes many Jews who were dishonest to these Ukrainians. And don't get me wrong, no one here was championing the Ukrainian cause. This was a society of terrible anti-Semitism, terrible anti-Catholicism, terrible alcoholism, child abuse, spousal abuse. These were not nice people that they were living amidst. But there's no justification for a Jew. The guy is drunk, right? He's spending all his money in the bar. And he gives, I'll use American currency. He gives you a $20 bill, for a drink. So you give him the change. He says, I gave you a 20, and then you show him, since he's half drunk, you say, no, you only gave a $10 bill. And I'm giving you change for a $10 bill. There were a lot of Jews who, because the Ukrainians did not have a sophisticated math education, there were a lot of Jews who became quite wealthy off of manipulating and cheating the local population. He writes this. And he says, I saw after Tach V'Tat how essentially they were all their wealth was destroyed. All their wealth was devoured. And if you live long enough, what goes around comes around. You see that. And the kind of atrocities that were perpetrated by the Ukrainians are unspeakable. And I would just ask you, you can order it probably on Amazon. The translation of the chronicler, one of the survivors, his name was Rabbi Nassan Nata Hanover. Like I live on Hanover Street, Nassan Nata Hanover. He wrote a book called Yevain Mitsula. Yevain Mitsula got translated into English as The Abyss of Despair. Just like there were chroniclers after the First Crusade, what happened in Spires, what happened in Worms and Mines, the same is true. He wanted to record what happened to these Jewish communities throughout the Ukraine, Polish-occupied Ukraine. And, the kind of things they did. We were all fearful that the barbarians would be these Tartar mercenaries. It turned out the Tartar mercenaries were actually less cruel than the Ukrainians themselves. The Tartar mercenaries, when they'd go into a town, they would kill the old Jews. They would kill them. But the young Jews, they actually would, tie them up, and they would sell them. They would sell them as slaves. They put them on ships in the Black Sea, and they were sold throughout the Ottoman Empire on the slave market by the Tartars. We think as many as 20,000 Jews were actually abducted and sold as slaves. You have to understand that the Sephardic Jews who fled 1492, in the best place of all in terms of respite was not North Africa, was not Napoli, Naples, it wasn't Venice, it wasn't, Provençal France, southern France. I mean, those were all places that Jews fled, and some people found respite there, and some people suffered terribly in these places. Portugal turned out to be terrible. We know what happened with the Autobiography in 1496 and 1497. But the place where really Jews had a chance to make it and survive was the Ottoman Empire. And more and more Sephardic Jews started moving into the Ottoman Empire, places like Salonika. Salonika had already had a refugee community. The Jews from Catalonia, from cities like Barcelona and Girona, had settled there. And more Jews, refugees came. Izmir is the city where the infamous Shabtai Tzvi was. Istanbul, all of these cities, Jews settled. So now they're rebuilding themselves. They're rebuilding a new world, a new Sephardic world in the Ottoman Empire. You know what they ended up doing for probably a 20-year period in the 1650s and the 1660s? The mitzvah of Pidyon Shvuyim. When we think of the mitzvah of Pidyon Shvuyim, redeeming captives, what do we think of? We think of the story of Gilad Shalit, the trade, should you trade terrorists who are going to now perpetrate murders? So we think of that with Pidyon Shvuyim. They actually, first and foremost, they redeemed the women, the Jewish female captives, because they're the most vulnerable, and then the Jewish male captives. These Sephardim were doing this for these Ashkenazic Jews who had been living in Ukraine, who had been sold by the Tartars. The Ukrainians were not that nice. The Ukrainians were vicious. They would rape Jewish women in front of the husbands, then decapitate the wife, and then only then kill the man. They took Jewish women who were pregnant, and with knives, they would cut into their, into the womb and rip out the small little fetus. They would take cats, and then in a crude, like a crude way, they would sew up these cats into the wombs of Jewish women. They were atrocities that we could never fathom. In our worst nightmare, we could never fathom the kind of things that the Ukrainians did to the Jews. And just take, for example, Rabbi Baum spoke about the Tosos Yom Tov, Rabbi Yom Tov Lippman Heller. Tosos Yom Tov was maybe the greatest of all the Maharal students. He was chosen to be the rabbi of Prague. Understand, at that time, Prague was a very, very significant Jewish center. Maybe after Krakow, the greatest Jewish center at that time. For sure, in terms of the Habsburg dynasty, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And the Habsburgs said to Rabbi Yom Tov Lippman Heller, they said to him, you've got to set up a taxation system. We don't want the job of, this is what you're going to bring in, but you're going to administrate it. You're the rabbi. So you know what he did? He set up a system. It's a system that we use today in all Western countries. It's a sliding scale system where those who make a larger income pay a higher percentage of their income to taxes than the poor. The poor pay a much lower percentage of their income, and the middle class pay something in between. It's like a sliding scale system. So he instituted that. The rich became enraged. The rich were they're talking about the rich Jews. They were very upset with him. So they trumped up charges against him to the Habsburg government. The Habsburgs historically were very anti-Semitic. Franz Josef is the exception to the rule. But before Franz Josef, they were all pretty anti-Semitic. Maria Theresa, who was a very capable leader, she expelled the Jews from Prague. That's the kind of government you're dealing with. And what did they do, the Habsburgs? Okay. This is good. This is really juicy. They put him on trial. And these Jews lied because they didn't want this kind of a tax system. It was going to impact their lifestyle. It was going to impact their income. And he gets condemned to be executed. The Tosus Yom Tov, Rabbi Yom Tov Liebman Heller. Jews all over the European continent pleaded with the government. Do you know who this is? Do you know this is a sham? You can't do this. So the government realizes that these were false witnesses, and the government realizes that, there was a group of wealthy Jews who are doing this to their own rabbi, which, gives them even less respect for the Jewish people. But, the government can't look bad, so they made a following. Okay, we are going to give him, out of our grace, a pardon. We're not going to execute him. But if he doesn't want to be executed, he is now banned for life from the empire. And they expel him from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Jews of Krakow. Now, Krakow is the greatest Jewish community in Europe at this time. Okay, we're talking in the early 17th century. They bring him to be their rabbi. And he becomes the Rav of Krakow, which is the most significant Steller in all of the world, of the Jewish world. And he becomes the rabbi there. A good part of his rabbinate, I apologize, I think he became the rabbi there in the early 1640s, if I'm correct. I have to look up the dates. But you know what a good part of his Steller was? Refugees coming from the Ukraine, which is eastern Galicia, coming from the Ukraine to western Galicia, to Krakow. Literally giving these people clothing, finding them a job, getting them housing. The Jewish communities in the 1650s and the 1660s, whether it was the Sephardim in Turkey and the Ottoman Empire doing Pidyon Shvuyim, whether it was the Jews in western Galicia and Krakow and other places, just providing parnasa, providing food, clothing, a job, a chance for these people to rebuild their lives, who are all suffering from PTSD. They all have terrible, because what the Cossacks did was horrific. And they all saw this. It's pronounced, it's D-N-I-E-P-E-R, the Dnieper, the Dnieper River. They describe, when the Ukrainian Cossacks, in June of 1648, when they came into the city of Nemirov, they said this big river, the Dnieper River, it was red from the blood of all the Jews that were thrown into it, that were shot or stabbed and thrown into the river. It's horrific. And that's, what we observe here on Tisha B'Av. But the point is that the Ber Hagolah was making when he spoke about the aftermath of Tach V'Tat, of the Ukrainian massacres. And the point that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi is making, which is a follow-up on what Yirmiyahu said in Eicha, the point is that we can plead with God and we can say, God, how could you allow this to happen? How could you allow this to happen to innocent Jews? But at the same time, we have to look in the mirror and we have to say, how can we allow the murder of Zechariah Hanavi? How can we allow our own people, to be cheating goyim in business and look the other way? You can't put somebody's name up on the shul or somebody's name up on the yeshiva just because they wrote a large check. Okay? Look, most of these people's money is not It's not corrupt money. It's not fake money. It's not, ill-gotten gain. But you have to be very careful, because we can teach our kids Bava Metzia, we can teach our kids Musar, but when we put a certain name up on a building of a yeshiva or a shul that is known to have unscrupulous practices, pays people off the books, not straight in negotiation. You always have to sue them to get paid, because they never pay based upon a deal. When you have people like that, or people that go to prison, and again, we all make mistakes. It happens. People make mistakes. But you don't go put those names up on the building. Because what kind of a statement is that about us in terms of living up to an extremely high standard ethically and morally? What kind of an education are we giving our children? Because actions always speak louder than words. You can give them all the musar you want. Bottom line is, when we're mechabed people who are unscrupulous in business, that tells them that money talks and everything else walks. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. And that's what he was talking about, the Ber Hagolah. And that's what you see throughout the Kinos. You see this theme throughout the Kinos, where Judaism does not tolerate religious schizophrenia and religious hypocrisy. A Jew has to be tamim im Hashem Elokecha. Tamim means, perfected, consistent, sincere. And that's a very, very high standard to live by. It's not an easy standard to live by. So let's go to the 16th Kinot, and we'll talk about Churban Bayis Sheni. In Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinot, the Mesoros Harav Kinot, it's page 361. What is it in the art scroll? 226? Thanks, Sam. Again, we want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff for their sponsorship. We want to thank the Bartels for their sponsorship, the Feintucks for their sponsorship. And this should be, the learning that we do should be for a refuah shalema for our good friend Steve Newworth, Shalom ben Bracha, Natalie, the kids, we have a challenge. He's fighting a very serious cancer, pancreatic cancer, and please God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Rofei Chole Yisrael, should give Steve, Shalom ben Bracha, a refuah shalema. So this is based upon this 16th Kinot that the Kalir is the author of. It's based upon the Gemara in Parak HaNizakim. Zechori asher asat tsar bifnim. Remember what the oppressor did in the Holy of Holies. You're all familiar with the Gemara. Well, let me just ask you something to contextualize this Kinot. Who's been, within the last few years, last 5-6 years, who's been to Yerushalayim? Most people here, right? So from the time you walk into Yerushalayim, let's say most of us will come through the Jaffa gate. How long does it take you to get to the Kotel? 20 minutes, right? Some of you say 12 or 15 minutes, some 20, some 30 minutes. How did it take the Babylonians 3 weeks from the 17th of Tammuz, or according to one version of the Nevi'im, it would have been even more, from the 9th of Tammuz, I guess that's 28 days. How did it take them 17 days or 28 days to get to 26 days? How did it take them that long to get to the Kotel? Yerushalayim is not that big a place. Even if you get lost and it took you 45 minutes or an hour, it's not taking you 3 weeks. By the way, in the Bayis Sheni. So after Vespasian is called back, the Roman Senate votes after the death of Nero on who's going to be the next Caesar of Rome, and they take Vespasian back to Rome. Vespasian says, I didn't lose thousands of Roman soldiers. I didn't spend 2.5 years of my life to give up this battle. I want to make sure this thing gets finished. And he appoints his son, because he trusts his own son, Titus, in the Hebrew, Titus, but Titus, to finish the job. Okay, and Titus does finish the job. He breaks through the siege, I believe, in Sivan. And then there's battles in the city. And the Romans are in what's called the Antonian fortress. Herod, when he built the walls around the Harabayas, we're familiar with the Kosel Ma'aravi, in the northwest corner, and I think that existed before Herod, I just think he built it up. He built something called the Antonian fortress in the northwest corner of the Harabayas. And on the 17th of Tammuz, they break through the Antonian fortress and they get to the Harabayas. Now, you're all familiar with the Harabayas, right? Today was a very, very tense day in Israel because Itamar ben Gvir, others, they're not going to be told what to do. I'm not here to take a position, neither halachically nor am I here to take a position politically, because that is way above my pay grade. But they're saying, who are the Arabs to tell us that on Tisha B'Av we can't even be on our own Temple Mount? It's our land. We control it. And they went up to the Temple Mount. And all Hamas, everybody, Jordan, they're all claiming, these Jews, they're defiling Al-Aqsa, and we've got to stand up and defend Al-Aqsa. That was the last war we had last May. Was that poison, that they were taking over Al-Aqsa. So I haven't seen the news since 8 o'clock this morning, since Minyan began. But there was a huge, huge police force there, trying to separate the Jews from the Muslims. And it doesn't take 3 weeks from the 17th of Tammuz to get from the Har Bayis to the Heichal. It takes about 8 to 10 minutes at most. If you're a little bit closer, it takes about 2 to 4 minutes. How come it took the Roman soldiers under Titus, and these were pretty tough guys, and these were pretty strong, capable guys, how did it take them 3 weeks to get from the Heichal to the Beis HaMikdash? And the answer is obvious. Hand-to-hand combat. The Jews of Yerushalayim were fighting for every inch. In the Bayis Rishon against the Babylonians, Nebuzaradan and his troops, they were fighting throughout the old city. And there were rivers of blood, Jewish blood and Babylonian blood. On the Har Bayis, the Jews were fighting the Roman legions. And there were rivers of blood on the Har Bayis. It took 3 weeks till the afternoon of Tisha B'Av for Titus to make it in to the Heichal. And what does Titus do? He cuts the parochas, right? He takes a woman of ill repute and goes into the Kodesh Kodashim, into the Holy of Holies. And he engages in impropriety with a woman of ill repute in the Holy of Holies. How can that be? The very Holy of Holies, that if the Kohen Gadol was a Sadducee and he corrupted the incense avoda on Yom Kippur, wouldn't make it through the year. What about Nadav and Avihu? They didn't go into the Holy of Holies. They only went into the Heichal, and they were Kohanim. And they were allowed to be in the Heichal, but they brought strange incense. Strange incense. By the way, if you want to take with the camera, Mr. Sivan, you see what's right outside a baby? You see what's outside the window? Baby deer. Okay. So what happens? They do what? They only brought incense, which was Eish Zara, and they bring it into the Heichal, and right away they die. How can it be that Titus goes into the Kodesh Kodashim, does this inappropriate act with a woman of ill repute, and nothing happens to Titus? And the Jews are shocked by this. So we discussed this here in Roma a few weeks ago. And that was the point that we read from the Rav. You and I on Tisha B'Av are not mourning the destruction of a piece of real estate. Look, as Jews, real estate is very important to us, okay? It is. But that's not why we're mourning on Tisha B'Av. What we're mourning is, and I'm quoting the phrase from Chazal, the Rav said, Siluk HaShechina. There's two terms. They're opposite terms. Hashra'as HaShechina, that's the perceived presence of God, where you perceive God's presence in the world. To quote Yeshaya HaNavi, Kadosh, 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 Adoshem Tzvakos, Melo Chol Haaretz Kevodo. God, you perceive God. He's Melo Chol Haaretz. You perceive Him. What's Siluk HaShechina? It's just the opposite. Siluk HaShechina is where what? Is where God's intense providential relationship is removed. The covenant still exists. The covenant between God and the Jewish people is an eternal covenant. A covenant is not something that can ever be broken. That still exists. But the point is, what allowed the Ukrainian Cossacks? What allowed the Lithuanians in 1941? What allowed Vincent Ferré in 1391, the pogroms that started in Sevilla and went throughout Spain? What allowed the Nazis throughout 1939 to 1945 to do the kind of things that they perpetrated? The fact that God removed that intense providential perception of Him. There was a removal of that. Once God does that, once there's Siluk HaShechina, then this is an empty building. And then Titus can do things that no Jew could ever imagine being done. And what we mourn is not the destruction. The destruction, for the most part, started on the afternoon of the 9th, but it took place on the 10th of Av. It took place on the 10th of Av. What are we mourning? We're mourning that intense providential relationship, the Siluk HaShechina. That's what we're mourning. We want God where we can feel, where we can perceive, where we feel God's presence, where the world feels God's presence. Because when you can't feel it, then the Shia imams in Tehran, then the Iranian Republican Guard Corps, then PIJ, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Shia militia in Western Iraq, with their cruise missiles aimed at us, with their literally hundreds of thousands of missiles in totality of these groups, trying to annihilate us, to traumatize our people, trying to come up with weapons of mass destruction to annihilate Tel Aviv. All this can happen when there's Siluk HaShechina. And Titus can do his dastardly deed when there's Siluk HaShechina. That's what we're mourning. And the Kalir describes it. Zechor eis asher asa tsar bifnim. What the oppressor did in the sanctum sanctorum, in the Kodesh Kodashim. Shalaf charbo, he took out his sword, uba lifnai v'lifnim, and he came into the Holy of Holies. Nachalasenu bies, kitime lechem upon him. Apparently beforehand there was mitame, the shulchan on his way in. V'gider parochas b'al ponim, right? And he slashed the parochas. Yisomim gil b'magen ma'adam. The orphan nation, right? God, he disgraced with the blood-stained shield. Ma'adam, from the word Edom. V'yimaded kav b'mari adam dam. Meimenu dolach v'hishker chitzav midam. Think about how many people were killed over the 3 weeks leading up to Tisha B'Av on the Temple Mount. The Har HaBayis, which is supposed to bring peace to the world, right? Korban Shlamim brings shalom between us and the Kodesh Baruch Hu. No, it was, this very institution was filled with blood. Hishkir chitzav midam. Ki yatsa min habayis v'charbo melei adam. Al hagoso havos gavar v'nata el yado lemulo lehisgaber. Mitzrayim v'chol ha'om asher gibam gavar v'ani b'sochi vuya arutze lav batzavar. What's that saying? You know, until now, all these other nations that attempted to destroy and defeat the Jewish people, they were ultimately defeated. Egypt is nothing more than a figment in a history book. And that's true of Babylonia, and that's true of the Greece and the Greco-Syrians. It's true of many others. But I will make a difference. Rome will be different. Vani besochi vuyo, from the word zekeli von vehu, the abode of God. Arutze love bitzavar, with it, that haughty, arrogant neck. Arrogant people have their neck popped out like that. Avoseinu, this is what we mentioned, our forefathers. Zara ki chnisu bachuru v'achleish. What happened to Nadav and Avihu? They didn't even go into the Holy of Holies. When they went into the Kodesh with strange fire, they lost their lives. Vizet so a zona hichnis. He brings in a zona. V'lo nichva beish. Avadim chitu besuko labaseish. V'almer beveisesh mimarom shalachesh. How can it be that the place of fire, meaning the fire of the Mizbeach, the Mizbeach HaChitzon, which has the Korbanos on it, the Mizbeach HaZahav, which has the incense on it. How can it be that this place of fire is now being consumed by the fire? The place of God's fire is being consumed by the fire of our enemies. Bin nafshenu tavanu, kahotzi klei sharis. Our spirits literally drowned or sank. They took out all the kalim of the Beis HaMikdash. V'samim ba'ani shayit bam lehishares. They went out the Jaffa Gate. Why is it called the Jaffa Gate? Because the Highway 1 follows a natural crevice along Israel to the Jaffa port. And they had a parade in Rome. And then they put them on display. All of the klei shares of the Beis HaMikdash, right? It's now the spoils of Rome. There's 93 different types of ministering vessels in the Beis HaMikdash, was called the klei shares. So when the Kohanim came, the next day to the Mikdash, and they weren't there because the Romans had taken it out. Nashim kisharu kivoritz. The women stared at the Aritz is like the tyrant, the oppressor. Bekarka habayis nalav hecheritz. What's the halacha in the Beis HaMikdash? What's the halacha? You can't be wearing a sandal. You have to take off the shoes. When your feet don't have shoes protecting them, they become very sensitive. Not so much the heel, but like the sole of the foot. Every pebble it's sensitive to. Beis HaMikdash is a place of sensitivity. Not just physical sensitivity, but moral, emotional sensitivity. Jews got to be sensitive in the Mikdash. What happens? The place where Jews take off their shoes because of the sensitivity, these guys, the stormtroopers, the Roman legions came in with their boots. What's the image we have? The image we have is, right, the German stormtroopers, the SS with their boots, trampling in our synagogues, trampling in our homes. Sarim lupasu bevo paritz. The Sarim, the leaders of the Jewish people, they panicked. The Veis Kodesh Kadoshim Tzachav Naso Hishwitz, when he did his filthy act in the Holy of Holies. You have that image where the Germans, it wasn't just the Germans, it was their supporters as well. They would go into the houses of worship. I've got a book at home. It's called Pogromnacht. We shouldn't use the word. That was a euphemistic term the Nazis used for November 9th, 1938. Kristallnacht. Like the Jews, their crystal broke. No. It was Pogromnacht. They went in something between Germany, Austria, and the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia, in Bohemia and Moravia. I have to get the exact number. I have it in this 2-volume set. Somewhere close to 1,300 shuls were destroyed. Most of them were burnt to the ground. If it was a shul, a building, that because it was right next door to other Gentile buildings, and they didn't want to destroy they didn't want to have a fire going through a neighborhood where there were Gentile buildings, so then they would ransack it. They didn't destroy the building, they would destroy the Torahs, they would burn the Torahs, they would ransack the place, take all the adornments of the Torah. They would rip the parochas. But those buildings actually survived as a building. But you understand, 1,300 shuls, like 1,278, something like that number, throughout Germany, Austria, and Bohemia, Moravia were destroyed. And by the way, one thing about the German shuls, the Germans are very, very strict on behavior. A lot of times, people don't take a shul seriously. They treat it like a poor man's country club, right? We hang out, we discuss the playoffs, we talk about the politics, and talk about everything that we shouldn't in a shul. In a German shul, there was very extreme decorum was demanded. It's not like they didn't have decorum for the shul. They did. And it was destroyed. That's the description here. Bachurim mi bachutz tzagu mechuzakim v'saru ki yuzak b'shishim ribo mazikim zakenim nivasu ki hershuhu mishchakim asos ritzono v'hu asur bazikim. So there's this description here. The young people, the bachurim, they stood outside and they just assumed, they were mechuzakim, they assumed that we'll be able to defend off the Romans. But the Zakenim were terrified because they realized, there's no going back. We're going to lose this. We're going to lose the Beis HaMikdash. And then this phrase here, V'hu asur bazikim. God Almighty was bound in chains. It's a description. How did the Almighty allow these extremely evil, these vicious monsters, how did the Almighty allow them to do this? It's as if the Almighty's been incarcerated, been put into chains himself. And of course, that's our question. That's our pain. That's our crying out. In other words, we're not saying that the Jews were perfect. Between World War I and World War II, Yiddishkeit, because all of these communities that had been built with foundations of institutions, chesed institutions, educational institutions, they all became uprooted after World War I. And once you uproot the Jewish people, it's very hard. It takes 60, 70 years to rebuild the kind of infrastructure you need for a community to run well. And it affected the frumkeit. I mean, the observance of Shabbos, of mikveh, of everything was way down. I mean, I don't want to call it the assimilation rate, because these Jews were, for the most part, it was only the German and Austrian and French Jews that were intermarrying. But I'm talking about in Eastern Europe, the frumkeit was way down. And, that was not right. And it was a terrible situation. But what would you rather have? The Jews who were not observing the way they needed to observe and the way they should observe? Or would you rather have the Nazis? Would you rather have the Lithuanian Free Army? Would you rather have the communists? Would you rather have the Romanians? Would you rather have the Arrow Cross in Hungary? I mean, who do you want? The Neologues or the Arrow Cross? So we just throw up our hands and we plead with the Almighty. How did this happen? It's as if you're allowing this to happen. It's as if God who controls the whole universe. And how is it as if you're in chains? Now, we don't talk this way as Jews. But one day a year, we're in such pain and such hurt, we do talk this way. One day a year is Tisha B'Av. Who gives us the right to talk the Almighty that way? To describe the Almighty that way? It's as if he's bound in chains? Yirmiyahu HaNavi. According to the Rav, Eichaz is why. Not everyone agrees with that. Rabbi Chait, who's the Talmud of the Rav, and Rav Moshe, and Rav Aaron Kotler, he says Eichaz is a rhetorical question. How could it be? It's not why. You never have a right to ask God why. Who are you to? Who is with a limited intellect? Kim lo machshvosai machshvoseichem, velo derachai darcheichem. Who are we to question God? So it's a rhetorical question we're asking ourselves. But the way the Rav learned the phrase Eicha is we're questioning God. Why? How do you allow this to happen? How can you do this? Is this really better for the world? That we should have the supreme Ayatollah. We should have the Iranians, with the headway they've made through Hezbollah in South America. There's not a continent they don't have influence. The blasphemy they say against the Jewish people, the Jewish religion, that's better. We should prefer them to us. So we ask that question once a year. And that's reflected here. It's as if the Almighty was bound in chains. Shavas sotin vayavo admo. The Babylonians had been defeated. The Jews had come back and rebuilt the second Beis HaMikdash. But now what? Now the red one, meaning Esav, Rome has come. V'yasabev choma v'yaves hamon. And they surrounded the city. Nafla evral nine pitzol lach luz v'armon. The descendants of Yaakov, who the Hashgacha was working on his behalf despite that he was in the diaspora, despite that he was under the control of Lavan. Nevertheless, God was protecting him. Hashem, how come we're not being protected? Where's the Hashgacha to protect us? Ad ki nutash midok armon. In the sense that God has abandoned his palace. It's like there's no Hashgacha. He's removed that intense providential relationship. Al Pesach Harabayis Heichel Lavo. Already from the 17th of Tammuz, when they broke through the Antonio fortress, they came to the Pesach Harabayis. Biyad Arba Roshei Tafsa Rav Lahacharivo. And he had 4 generals, Titus had 4 generals. Each one was supposed to destroy one side. The west, the east, the north, the south. Outside Ma'aravi Lezecher Hisritbo, Vitzag Achar Koslenu Velo Rav Rivo. The general who was supposed to destroy the western wall was not successful. The southern wall, the eastern wall, northern wall, that's all destroyed. But the western wall was not taken down. It's as if, so to speak, God stood behind it so that it would not fall. There should always be a zecher. There should be a remnant of the Mikdash, despite that it was destroyed. Ata katzafta v'hershesa lefanos. You, God, it was not Titus who destroyed us. It was you who allowed him to do it. Because of your midas hadin, you became enraged with us. Yeladim asher ein behem kolmum misham lihipanos. Lama ragshu goyi v'lo shatel amincha panos. V'shulchum l'eretz utz b'shalosh svinos. Those who were not killed. Right? Those who were not killed. Unlike, for instance, Gamla, unlike, for instance, Yudfat, where what I said is wrong. Let me start again. I want to contrast 2 kinds of cities in the Roman defeat of Judea. Those who fought and those who didn't. Take Tzipori. Tzipori, you have to go there when you go to Israel. It's a joint project between the University of Michigan and some of the Israeli universities like Bar Ilan. You get a real sense of what a city was like in the period of the Bayesheni. Beautiful amphitheaters and big structures, and you've got these gorgeous mosaic floors of the aristocracy and shuls, Bate Knesset, or Bate Knesiot, depending on how you say the phrase. You really have a sense, Rishus Harabim, a public thoroughfare, or what is a mavoi, you got the walls. It's really fascinating. You get a sense of what a city was like. A mixed city that had serious Jews and had not so serious Jews. Had Romans, had Jews. You know why? Because Tzipori never put up a fight. I'm using my terminology. Put up the white flag. They let them come in. Romans didn't destroy Tzipori. Jews lived there. In fact, 100 years after the Churban, the Jews will actually return to Tzipori, and that'll be the seat of the Sanhedrin under Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. That's where the Mishnah was edited. Gamla, different story. How many of you have been to Gamla up on the Golan Heights? You know, like in Arizona, you got Camelback Mountain. The same reason that's called Camelback. That's why we call it Gamla. It's like a double hill, you know, two heaps. And what happened? Those Jews fought to the death. It was a walled city. And every time the Romans would try to climb it, the Jews would boil up hot oil and pour it, you know, these Romans would be scalded with the hot oil. They'd fall off the ladders to their death. The Romans finally used cannonballs. In the Gemara, they're called ballisteriot. And these cannonballs, boom, 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 they finally pierced the walls of Gamla. And once they came in, they just annihilated it. Take no prisoners. Those of you, you know, you watch the football games, what happens at the end of the game? They're killing each other, you know, for 4 quarters. Then at the end, they go out to the midfield, and then this guy takes off his jersey, right? Sam Darnold takes off the Jets jersey, and then Josh Allen takes off the Bills jersey, and they trade, and they trade jerseys. It was a good, you know, it was a good fight. Man, it was a good game. Romans didn't do that. The Romans didn't say to the Jews, hey guys, you know, you killed a bunch of us, you guys put up a good fight. Oh, no. Once Gamla, they annihilated everyone. There was no prisoners. By the way, Yudfat knew this. Yudfat is in the middle of the Galilee. And that's why when the Romans finally broke through the siege, they had mass suicide. They killed each other. Because they knew what the Romans were going to do to them. So what happens in Yerushalayim? Something similar. In Yerushalayim, you have the similar situation where those who had not died in the battle for Jerusalem, and there were massive, massive casualties. The survivors, they were taken in these sfinos to Eretz Utz. They were taken out the Jaffa gate to the Jaffa port, put in the ships, and they're going to be sold on the Roman slave market. Let's just read it. V'shilchum le'eretz Utz b'shalosh sfinos, the last 2 paragraphs. Hashivenu shivu kivo b'nivchei ma'yam v'shitlu atzmam yachad linpol bayam. What happened? Whether they were told this by the Romans or whether they found this out, I don't know the real story, because how they found out, they clearly found out, but by who, I'm not sure. That the girls were being sold as basically sex toys, you know, into prostitution. And the boys no different. You know, homosexuality was pretty significant and pretty rampant at that society, and they were being sold to be sex toys. And the young women in these ships said, look, if we jump into the Mediterranean, rather than being violated and being abused by the Romans, is that considered suicide? Or is that an acceptable reason that we don't want to lead a life of what they want to do with us? And that's the women did. Based upon Kapitel Psalm 44. And they jumped into the sea and drowned. And the men made a kal v'chomer. If that's a natural sexual activity and they had the right to commit suicide rather than to be violated and abused by the Romans, all the more so us as men. And they jumped and committed suicide as well. And this is a description. Please God, Hashivenu, bring us back, meaning we should be zoche to Tchias HaMesim, we should be zoche to Olam Haba. Kivo b'nicht reyam, as they came into the depths of the sea. V'shitnu atzmam yachad. The last thing they had on their voice was they said the Shema. They decided that they were going to commit suicide, linpol bayam. Shir v'tush bacho shoreru. They sang Psalm 44. Ka'al hayam. Ki alecha horadnu bimsulos yam. It's for your name, because we're committed to your lifestyle and your Torah, that we're giving up our lives in the depths of the sea. Ki tahomos bo ad nafshan. They came into the depth. Kol zos ba'asnu v'lo shechachnucha Tchilu limamshan. Tikvasam nasnu lemeshiv mibashan. Ubas kol nishma, a heavenly voice was heard. Ura lamatishan. Awake, why do you sleep? Meaning that can be taken as a statement, a question to God. God, please save us. It can also be taken as a statement to them, that God is saying to them, you will arouse for tchias hamesim. This is not considered a sin of self-murder, of suicide, but this was an acceptable reason not to lead a life under these conditions. You know, it's one thing you have to understand. It's one thing not to give in to pressure, but to lead a life of torture. In this case, you know, humiliation, denigration, sexual torture. They don't have to live a life like this. They're not obligated to have to undergo that and then to suffer like that. And they were allowed to commit suicide. We don't know, did it happen, did it not happen, but there was a famous letter which someone sent to Rabbi Leo Young, who was the rabbi of the Jewish Center of the West Side, about the Beis Yaakov girls in Krakow. It says in the New York Times, because it was published, it was discussed in the New York Times at its time, Warsaw, but it's probably the Beis Yaakov in Krakow, where these girls were given negligee, were told to prepare themselves. And what they did was they procured cyanide. And they committed suicide rather than be violated. Now again, did that story happen? Did it actually happen? But there was a tradition that happened during the war. And one of the survivors, whether he survived or not, but he did get a letter out that ultimately made it into the hands of Rabbi Leo Young. And he shared the letter with the New York Times, and there was an article about that. About the girls of the Beis Yaakov in Krakow. Turn to 23. In the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, it's page 438-39. Every year, this is one of the most powerful and I think to a certain degree relevant kinos that we say. You know, Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, which we'll study in the 21st Kinot, he is executed in the siege of Jerusalem. We all know the story. They take the two religious leaders of the Jewish world, the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha Kohen Gadol, and the Nasi, the Davidic descendant, the head of the Sanhedrin, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. And they they execute by decapitation Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. And the daughter of the Roman proconsul, she is enamored. You know, it's like if he was apparently such a handsome man, they would have put him on the cover of Cosmopolitan magazine. So she wants a bust of his face to look at. And they peel with a razor, strip by strip, the skin off of his face and put it on a bust for the daughter of the Roman proconsul. I mean, it's shocking to even say the words. So he dies. In the midst of this terrible siege and then destruction of Jerusalem, it turns out that two of his children survive. You know, you had that like Rabbi Tzvi Hirsch Meisels. He had a family of a wife and 10 children. His wife and 7 of the children are killed in Auschwitz, but 3 of the children survive. And the son and daughter have no idea. They've lost touch with each other. But like everybody else, what have they done? They're taken out the Jaffa gate, they're sent to the Jaffa port, and they're shipped across the Mediterranean, sold on a Roman slave market. Now just keep in mind, how many by show of hands have been to Rome? See, those who have been to Rome, you've been to the Colosseum. And you see the sign there. The Colosseum was inaugurated in the year 76. The Roman Colosseum was built by Jewish slave laborers. The Shvuye Yerushalayim, the captives from Jerusalem, those Jewish slave laborers, they're the ones who built the Colosseum. See, if I could just say this, it's basic microeconomics. The first two lessons you learn in microeconomics, if you want to know what is the price of an object, you put the demand curve against the supply curve. What's a supply, what's a demand? And where they intersect, that's the price. What's the second lesson? If you increase supply and keep demand the same, I'll use an analogy. Let's say that Apple makes a mistake and they create 10 million or 15 million new phones above and beyond what they had planned. So you've got the same demand for the iPhone, but you've got another 15 million phones out there on the market. Because supply goes up, demand stays the same, price is going to go down. You're going to get a deal. It's going to be a lot cheaper to get a phone. That's exactly what happened with the cost of a slave. After the war, after Rome finally defeated Yerushalayim, yes, there would be still some remnants. There was Masada in 72, but for the most part, with the defeat of Yerushalayim was the defeat of Judea, of the Jewish people. So you have a situation where there's a rush of slaves, a huge supply, increase in the supply chain of slaves in Rome. And everyone's getting a mitzvah. Everyone for dirt cheap is getting slaves. So these two Roman aristocrats, they're bragging to each other on the deal they got. Let's read inside. Ve'esnavi chatasi hishmina. The Beis Hamikdash, my abode, it's our sins, my sins, meaning the Jewish people, that have caused its annihilation, its destruction. V'dimasi, and my tear alechigi azrima. I can't stop crying. The tears are rolling, streaming down the cheek. Uv'yom zeh, on this day, nihiya arima, v'achima miyamim yamima. Each and every year, miyamim yamima, each and every year, we go back and we relive the tragedies. On Tisha B'Av, it's not like, we're looking back at thousands of years ago. We are re-experiencing, just like Seder night. Once we get to B'chol dor v'dor chayav adam liros or laharos es atzmo, when you get to that stage in the Seder, we're not talking about our ancestors who left Mitzrayim, the birth of the Jewish nation. We're talking about us. We're re-experiencing and reliving our freedom, our emancipation, our birth as a nation. It's happening to us. Osanu hutzi misham, right? Ba'avur zeh asa Hashem li. The same thing is happening on Tisha B'Av. This is not a history lesson. We are reliving the tragedies. We're in Nemirov in June of 1648. We're on the Rhine River in Mines and Worms in May and June of 1096. We are in Yerushalayim in late July, August of the year 70. We are in Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor in 41. In the case of Sobibor and Belzec in 42 and 43. We're reliving, re-experiencing the tragedies. And that's why even though when the Rambam says that for what's called avelus chadasha, if you lose a loved one, we have a terrible, terrible time of loss. It's called aninus. And we go through a shiva, and we experience shloshim, and we experience Yud Beis Chodesh for our parents. But you know what? The Rambam says it's minhago shel olam. What's minhago shel olam? We were all born to die. Some of us will live 20 years, some 40 years, some 80, some 100. And we have to realize and appreciate that part of life is that our loved ones are going to die. And yes, there's a time to be in paralysis. Yes, there's a time to be suffering and in crisis. But we move forward and rebuild our lives. And someone who is misabel yoser midai, the Rambam says in Hilchos Avos, someone who is obsessive in exceeding in their mourning, Hareza tipesh. Emotionally, it's wrong. It's a foolish thing. It's wrong emotionally. But when it comes to Avelus Yeshana, when it comes to the Avelus of Churban Beis HaMikdash, in everything that is a consequence, as we said, all the tragedies of Jewish history are a consequence of the Siluk HaShechina, the removal of that intense perceived presence of God. Then going back each and every year, the Ahima Miyamim Yamima, going back each and every year in mourning, is not excessive. It's not excessive. It's not Hareza Tipesh. It's not Misabel Yoser Midai. No. It's the right thing, because that's not Minhago Sha'olam. That Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel should be decapitated. That Daniel Turgeman was a young kid going out playing in one of these communities just north of the Gaza Strip. And a mortar comes and murders a 6-year-old Daniel Turgeman, who's a little Jewish boy playing. That's not Minhago Sha'olam. What we're about to read about now, what happened to the man who should have been the next Kohen Gadol, the son of Rabbi Yishmael, the woman who should have been the matriarch, the Sarah Schneer of her generation, the daughter of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, this is not Minhago Sha'olam. And because of that, we can't get over it. And each and every year, V'ahima miyamim yamima, we go back and we mourn. And that's why today every one of us is in Avelus. Every one of us is in Shiva. If we who are Ashkenazim, Yud Beis Chodesh started on Shiva B'Tammuz. Rosh Chodesh Av, we went into a modality of Shloshim. Tisha B'Av, we're all in Shiva right now. But it's not just Shiva. These Kinos, quoting the words of the Kalir, the words of the Rabbi Yehuda Levi, later we'll quote the words of the Baba Rebbe, Reb Shlomo Halberstam, Reb Schwab, Zotzal. Those are the Hesped. We're reliving. Right now we're in a funeral. Mi shemei somutu lefanav. The dead is lying before us. The dead of the tragedies throughout our history are lying before us. And the Kinos are the Hesped. We're reliving and re-experiencing the loss. That's what he's saying. That's how the Rav explained this Kinah. And just for the side, just a side point. This is not just this Kinah. This is a Gemara in Parak HaNizakin in Masechta Gittin in the 5th parak. This is a Medrash in Eicha. This story is something that we, the Jewish people, obsess on. We focus on this story. And the question is, when you read the story, and this is a question we're going to have to answer after we learn the Kinah, why? This is a tragic story, and you're going to see the tragic. But you want to know something? This does not come within the top 1,000 tragedies of the Jewish people. It's not within the top 1,000. So why is this so important? Why is it a Kinah that we say every year? Why is it in Gemara? Why is it in Medrash Eicha? That's a question we're going to have to answer. But let's do the story first. Let's read the Kinah first. Eva Lev, a broken heart, a heart that is in mourning, Nichum Chadal Chadol, refuses to be comforted and consoled. Umikol Ke'ev, Tziri Nivdal Badol. This pain is a pain that is so different, is so different and unique than any other. Albeinu Bas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, for the son and daughter of Rabbi Yishmael the Kohen Gadol. Zichram, their memory. Yekod Bilvavi Asima. It burns in my heart. It rages in my heart. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Eis nishbu. They were abducted, like many were captives of Jerusalem. V'naflu l'shnei adonim. And they fell to two masters. These two masters who got a great deal on them, Heim Shchenim, they happened to be that they lived in the same neighborhood in Rome. Zel u'mazeh chonim. They were bragging to each other. You know what I got from the captives of Zion? From the captives of Jerusalem? Shavisi shivcha levusha shanim. Oh, I got a Jewish slave girl, gorgeous, radiant. Kalavana beziv uklaster panim. Her face is like the moon. It radiates like the moon. And you ought to see, by the way, you ought to see her structure, how beautiful she is. V'toar Kitsia v'Yamima. Kitsia and Yamima were the daughters of, I believe, of Eov. Gorgeous, gorgeous. When you describe someone who's beautiful, you say Kitsia Yamima. So he's describing the bargain he got. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Re'u siper lo b'kiflaim. You think you got someone who radiates like the moon? Hein ani ba mishvi Yerushalayim shavisi eved yefei nayim kashemesh b'takfo eis tzaharayim. I got a Jewish male slave. If you think that she radiates like the moon, this guy is so good looking. He looks like high noon. You remember Gary Cooper, High Noon? The sun at high noon. What does it mean that it describes his eyes? Yefei einayim. When you, for instance, when you want to buy an animal, you want to know if the animal's healthy, you look at the eyes. So he's saying, boy, did I get a buy, did I get a deal. V'sar eis zamana hishlima, v'ahima miyamim yamima. So they say, bo unizagvem, v'nachalka bintayim, bivlodos kemo kochvei shamayim. Hey, I got a great idea. She's so beautiful. He's so handsome. Let's breed the two of them. If we breed them, we not only will get the value of their labor, we can sell off the children. And they'll be incredibly good-looking children. By the way, think about here in Teaneck. American Pharaoh, right? American Pharaoh's father came in third in the Kentucky Derby, meaning it's all about breeding. Why is it today that Israel produces more milk per cow than any country on earth? You know what it is? It's American bulls. It's the semen from American bulls. Yiddish cup. Israeli realize we don't have a lot of space. We can't have a lot of cows because we have limited space. We have to get the most milk per cow that we can. And it's just basic breeding that they do this. So that's fine if you're talking about American Pharaoh. That's fine if you're talking about Holstein cows. That's on our farm. We had refrigerators full of bull semen because that's how we did. We bred the cows so that the next generation would produce more milk, would produce a higher percentage of milk fat, would have better spines so they could handle the load, That's fine if you're talking about cows and horses. You're talking about the next Kohen Gadol. You're talking about a Bas Yisrael. You're talking about a mentor for the generations. We're not talking about animals. But they say, come on, bo nizav game. Let's breed them, and we'll divide up the children. L'shem azos, just to even hear this. Titzalna aznayim, my ears are ringing. L'zecher nos zos es madaya frima. What's madaya frima? Tear just to even hear a conversation that this is how they talk about Jews, I want to tear Korea. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. So ki hiskimu al zo shnehem yachad, as the two of them agree to this, la'erev, that evening, zivgum b'cheder echad, they put him in a room. Va'adonim b'chutz libam ke'echad. So what are they doing? This is their equivalent of pornography, right? They're going to have the Jewish slave girl and the Jewish slave boy, and they're going to sit and watch the two of them breed. They're going to get their kicks out of this. But inside, in the room, heim bochim b'mar nefesh b'fachad. Ad boker b'chyisam lo hidmima. V'ahima miyamim yamima. She goes into one corner of the room. He goes into the other corner of the room. It's probably dark. There's no electricity in antiquities. They don't realize that it's brother and sister. They don't realize who this is in the room. And they each stay in their corner. Ze yispod b'yakod levav yimsa. Nin Aaron, how can it be that a descendant of Aaron, a grandson of Aaron, Ech l'shivcha yihi noseh. It's going to be used, to breed a shivcha, meaning the children are no longer going to be kohanim. They're going to be chalalim. V'hi gam hi, not only they're going to be chalalim, V'hi gam hi tiyalel b'tigra shoseh. Bas Yocheved, a descendant of Yocheved, Eich le'eved tinaseh. I'm going to be bred to a slave. Oy kizos gazar omer va'oseh. Woe over this, that this is what was decreed by the Almighty, that the finest of our future should, their future should be snuffed out and they should be treated this way. Lizos yivku ash ksil v'chima. What is ash ksil v'chima? It's Orion and Pleiades. It's the constellations. This is not just a family tragedy. This is not just a Jewish tragedy. This is a cosmic tragedy. This is not the way the world was supposed to go. That these people would be turned into breeding objects, that their children wouldn't be future Kohanim Gedolim, wouldn't even be Jewish in some cases. Or Boker, when the dawn breaks, Zeh et zeh kihikiru. They recognize each other. Hoi achi, hoi achi. Oh my, it's my sister. It's my brother, hikbiru. V'nischabchu yachad v'nischabaru. And they embrace each other. Ad yotza nishmasam b'neshima. So literally, what does he translate the words? Until they breathe their last breath and die. I think we would probably explain it figuratively. Two of them probably died of depression. When you don't want to live, you don't exercise, you don't eat. You see that sometimes when a couple's been married many years, the spouse that's remaining is healthy, but they just they lack the will to keep living. It's not worth it. They don't want to keep living. So they stop eating, they stop exercising, and slowly but surely they die. This is the case here. I don't think they necessarily died literally that moment. They died of depression. L'zos yakonin Yirmiyah b'she'iyah. It is for this that Yirmiyah, the ultimate lamenter, the ultimate teacher of Kinos, of lamentation, lamented in horror. Gzeirazu tamid ani bochia. I can't stop crying over this. I can't get over this. Ubilvavi yekad yekod uchvia. In my heart there is an inferno, burning in pain over this. Albenu bas misped rav anehima. For the son and daughter, this terrible, terrible hesped, I will say, Valhima miyamim yamima. Each and every year I'll mourn for this. Please help me answer the question. This is tragic. This is sad. But is this what we can't get over? Is this the one that we're going to mourn each and every year? Think about the Holocaust. We can think of 10,000 stories that are worse than this. How do we understand this? So there's a term, I'm taking it out of context, but for the purpose of our discussion. There's a term called the 7th million, the 8th million. These are the people. They survived physically, but emotionally, spiritually, they're ghosts. They're living ghosts. Their spirit, their health, talk about their mental health, their psyche, it died in 43 or 44 or 45. See, we make a mistake. We tell the story of the survivors that are our role models and heroes, and they are our role models and heroes. And there's not a community in Israel or in the diaspora which, if it weren't for those survivors that came here with nothing, that rebuilt their lives, that accomplished against all odds, and were role models to us, funded our institutions, funded our yeshivas, funded everything. We all tell those stories. And they are heroes. They are absolute Jewish heroes. But you want to know something? Those are the exceptions. They're not the rule. What's the rule? The rule is, I'll tell you stories. At a congregant, you talk about encountering a ghost. Her face was so sad. 2,000 years of the Yiddish gullus you saw in her face. And she says, Rabbi, we got to talk. I said, anytime. And I came over. This is maybe a year and a half after her husband died. And she's just crying. And she says, I could never tell this to anyone. I can't tell my daughters. I never want them to know this. She'd been violated during the war. Violated by the locals, by the Germans, after the war, by the Russian liberators. She could never tell her husband that. And she felt like a liar. She felt like sleaze, that she had never been honest with her husband. And the guilt of 50 years before she's dying, that guilt, she wanted to get it off of her. And of course, after listening and after crying with her, I told her, you absolutely did the right thing. You did. There's no reason that your husband had to know that. There's no reason that you did the right thing. But she couldn't accept it. She was just pained by that guilt. That she'd never been honest with her husband all those years. And she can't tell her daughters. She doesn't want her daughters to know that about their mom. A painful life. And another survivor was a young man, Polish Jew. And he was put in the Sonderkommand. Everyone was wiped out. No, forget that he didn't have parents, siblings were killed, cousins were killed, everything. I refer to him as one of Hitler's shidduchim. It would have never happened in a million years. But he's all alone. And the woman that he married, she was a great woman, a righteous woman. She was all alone. She was a Hungarian, he was Polish. A Polish and a Hungarian weren't getting married before the war. Just not happening, okay? It's only because of Hitler. And he came here with nothing. And he worked, he went into construction, he became a very successful builder, hard worker. Got 2 wonderful daughters, and grandchildren. And as long as he could work, he could squelch those ghosts. He could suppress those ghosts. When he retired, you talk about looking at a mummy. He just stared into space. He'd sit in a chair and just stare into space. And they brought him to all the top doctors at Cedar Sinai. Nothing wrong with him. They brought him to therapists. No one could detect anything. Nothing physiologically. They got him a puppy. They would bring the grandchildren. Once in a while, a puppy or the grandchildren would get like an emotive response. Once in a while. But all of those ghosts and all of those horrors that he experienced that no human being should have to experience, no less a young adolescent boy who's lost everyone and everything, and this is what he has to live through, he squelched it, he suppressed it. His wife never knew. By the way, this is all rumors. No one that was with him survived. So these were all rumors because he never talked to anybody about this stuff. But there were rumors that he was in the Sonderkommand. And this stuff all came out. It all comes out, and he's a zombie. So sad, to sit with him. Because it was a man, what he accomplished and what he rebuilt, but couldn't enjoy any of it. Because he was haunted. Haunted. You know, today in the IDF, they do something incredible. They have the social workers in the battalion from the beginning of the battalion. So if it's a big battalion of 500 to 600 combat soldiers, they have 3 social workers. And they're trained what to look for. Psychologists, social workers, signs. Before anyone ever goes to battle, from day one, what the red flags are. But this is all today's Israel. You didn't have this with the Yom Kippur War. These veterans of the Yom Kippur, think about what happened, you know. They're all in shul. The siren goes off, never can say goodbye to their parents. They're going up to the Golan, to the Syrian border, or they're going into the Sinai to the Egyptian border. And the carnage, you know, the tank next to them. All that came out of there was a little bit of charcoal, not even human remains that we could identify as a human being. The trauma these guys experienced, these were their best friends. You know, places like Kerem B'Yavne, they were all in Shir Yon, okay? They were all in the tank command. After that, they went to the army. They said with the Hesder boys, can we mix it up? Some will be infantry, some will be paratroopers, some will be Shir Yon, some will be this. Because the percentage of them that were slaughtered at Kerem B'Yavne in 73 is horrific. But this was true of all these boys. I meet these survivors from Yom Kippur War. So on the one hand, on their backs, there's an Israel. Because after the first day, you know, if the Syrians hadn't stopped, they would have cut off all of northern Israel. The Russian, you know, they were probably SAM 200s at that time. They were shooting down our planes. The Phantom jet, you know, that the Israeli Air Force was getting shot down. It was a slaughter. Who knew if Israel was going to survive? And these guys, you know, they don't talk. They don't talk. They're like Polish survivors. The Polish survivors would get together and play cards. Maybe there would be a half a word or a word and a half that would be an illusion that everyone else understood. Never a phrase or a full sentence. These guys, you know, they sit there with a cigarette, the coffee, what do they call them things? The nuts that they choose. Are those garinim? What do they call those things? Is that what they call them? You know, the sunflower seeds.
Sunflowers, the garinim.
Yeah, garinim. They're sitting there with the sunflower seeds and the coffee and the cigarettes. These guys don't talk. And by the way, they'll never talk to their wives. They don't tell their children. There's just an illusion, a remez that they make to each other. Every one of these guys is serious damaged goods. And you don't think it affects their marriage? I can tell you, okay? The survivors' marriages? God forbid, because of their fear of separation, the anxiety over separation, they're not getting divorced. But those marriages should have never taken place. They're all Hitler Shidduchim. And those are miserable marriages. Come on, let's be honest. Those were tough marriages. And they stuck it out. Were they happy? The kids growing up in those marriages. There's a woman here, Dr. Tamar Yehuda. She's done work at the VA. She's done work at Sinai, where she shows that the trauma actually is not just a psychological scar tissue and damage that we believe that it was, but it has physiological ramifications. It affects the DNA. It changes the DNA. So these children of survivors that are traumatized, these children of survivors that are also dealing with terrible packages, it's not just because they grew up in a home where there were no sweet bedtime stories, but the bedtime stories was about who was butchered and who was slaughtered and, you know, who you're named after and why. It's actually physiologically. It's in the DNA. Biologically gets transmitted. That's who the son and daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Cohen Gadol are. That beautiful future that they had. Their future, their innocence, everything was taken from them. There's a reason they died of depression. Because that's the normal course. That's what a normal human being should do. We know the hero stories. We know the incredible stories. Those are the exceptions. That's not normal. And let me tell you something. What this Kinot is teaching us is you don't just get up once a year on a yortzeit and say a Kel Mole Rachamim for our Kedoshim who died in the Shoah, or for the boys who died in the Yom Kippur War or the First Lebanon War. What about those who came back from the war, half the people they were, forever in a state of perpetual anxiety, forever in a state of perpetual depression? You get them these service dogs, because when they start going into a fetal mode where they literally collapse in the middle of a supermarket, we as people, we can't get them out of that. And it's humiliating for them, and it's humiliating for everyone around them. They have service dogs. The dog licks them, and hopefully within 20 minutes they can actually get back and start to function. Okay? You have to have a service dog licking you so you can actually function like a human being? Yes. That's the best therapy there is. That's a life? That's a life that's worth living? What this Kinot is saying to us, what Chazal said in Parak HaNizakin, what Chazal said in Medrash Eicha, is that we have to have profound gratitude to the 7th million, to the 8th million, to the 9th million. Profound gratitude to them. The fact that they can get out of bed every morning and say, Modeh ani lefanecha. The fact that they can get out of bed every morning and put on a pair of tefillin. The fact that they can go to work. The fact that, as dysfunctional as it may be, that they were willing to bring children into the world. We have to have profound gratitude to them. It's easy to die al Kiddush Hashem. I don't mean that literally. Nothing is easy. But the death, they didn't choose to die. They were murdered by oppressors. And now we create memorials for them. And now we have days of learning for them. What about these people who each and every day have to get up knowing that no matter how bright and sunny it is outdoors, it is a dark, dreary day? And that life is dark and dreary, and that they're haunted by their memories, and that they're not half the human being they used to be. But nevertheless, they choose to get up that morning. They choose to put on tefillin. They choose to go to work. They choose to call someone and say hello. We have to have profound gratitude to them. Instead of looking at them as a nebuch, they are also our heroes. No, they're not going to make $1 million, and they're not going to give $1 million. But the fact that they can get out of bed makes them a hero, fighting what they're fighting. That's the point of this Kinot. Because we're not just mourning the dead, we're mourning the living dead. And there are plenty of living dead in our midst. And we don't appreciate it. We have no gratitude and no appreciation for them. We can't. We can't put ourselves in their shoes. And then we sit in our arrogance and we judge them. We have no right to judge them. And we have no right to say, oh, what a Rachmanis. We have no right to say, what a Shlamazel. Shame on us. Wash your mouth out with soap for sitting in judgment of them. That's what this Kinot is teaching us. And that's why this is crucial, that Chazal throughout the Masorah always focus on these. So it's not just the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol, what they went through. They are a paradigm. They're a binyanav, a model for what we have. And particularly We who have dealt with the survivors, the children of survivors, and we who've dealt with the veterans of war. I mean, just to give you an example, and again, it's not a Jewish example. You understand, why is it that every part of America is so anti-war? Wouldn't you think, like conservative Republicans, wouldn't you think they'd want war? They're as anti-war as the progressives. You know why? Because in America, we saw what war has done to these boys and girls that have come back from Iraq and Afghanistan. The first 7 years post-Iraq and post-Afghanistan, 63 attempted suicides per week, 22 successful suicides per week. You know what that does? Yeah, it just, forget about those who came back in body bags, which we don't forget. What about those who came back alive that were destroyed? Their lives were ruined. So you've got this terrible anti-war mentality since Iraq and Afghanistan. And even though we know from Shlomo HaMelech, there's an Eis Shalom and an Eis Milchama, there is a time for war. And war is appropriate under certain conditions. But people have been so traumatized over Iraq and Afghanistan that and that's what we're dealing with. So Israel has learned from Lebanon. Israel has learned from Yom Kippur. They've learned from that. But these Yom Kippur veterans are still, it's a real challenge, what they went through. Turn to the 21st Kinot. 4:15 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik. What is that in the art scroll? 248. Okay. This is the Asara Ruge Malchus. And we know with the Asara Ruge Malchus, we talk about that on Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, it's a kapara, meaning we look at their Mesiras Nefesh to keep Judaism alive, to keep the Masorah alive. And because of their Mesiras Nefesh to keep Judaism and the Masorah alive, that's a kapara. We stand up and we commit ourselves to being their continuity. That's Yom Kippur. And also the other thing is Yom Kippur, we're doing tshuva for sinas chinam. You've got this, it's a fictitious medrash. Didn't happen. Now, what do I mean it didn't happen? The story didn't happen the way the Medrash told it. Because, with the exception of Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, the other martyrs were never alive during the time of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol and Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. They died in the siege of Yerushalayim during the Churban Bayis Sheni, sometime between 68 and 70. The others died in the aftermath of the Hadrianic decrees, which is the late 130s. Okay, post Bar Kokhba, post the genocide, there were these Hadrianic decrees that were the catalyst. The Rav used to say was the famous heretic. What's the famous heretic's name? Acher. What was his name? Elisha ben Avuya? Yeah, Elisha ben Avuya. Much of that came from the Judeo-Christians. The Judeo-Christians went to the Romans, and they had these Hadrianic decrees. But my point is, those who were killed during the Hadrianic decrees, with the exception of Rabbi Akiva, he's the exception, they were not even alive at the time of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol and Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So what's the whole medrash that we read about on Yom Kippur? It's sinas chinam. Why was there a Churban Beis Hamikdash Sheni? Why did we have the downfall in the time of Bar Kokhba? Chazal saw that the corruption of the Jewish people, it wasn't the Avodah Zarah, it wasn't the Gilui Arayos, it was sinas chinam. And if you read Josephus, or if you read Parak HaNizakin, it's clear that there was rampant sinas chinam. And that ultimately those who are the leaders of the generation, the Manhigei Hador, the Tzadikei Hador, they bear the weight of the generation on their shoulders. And they suffer for that. That's the 10 for the 10. Just like the Achilles heel of the Jewish people from our inception, the example of Mechiras Yosef is sinas chinam, that was the Achilles heel throughout the millennia. That's what led to the Churban Bayis Sheni. That's what we suffer from Ad Hayom Hazeh is sinas chinam. Okay, that's all Yom Kippur. Today is Tisha B'Av. Today, its focus is we're at the funeral. We're reliving the tragedy. We're re-experiencing the tragedy. So what's happening today? Today is just brutal, strict mourning. That's what we're dealing with today. Brutal, strict mourning. And we're reliving their death. Howard, is it time yet or is it not yet? 2 minutes, okay. By the way, in 2 minutes, Howard will turn on the lights. He'll close the parochas. People can sit up on a regular chair in the next 2 minutes. Okay. Arzei Halavana. What do we call them? We call them the cedars of Lebanon. What are the cedars of Lebanon? That's the Beis HaMikdash, right? Is the cedars of Lebanon. So the ultimate Beis HaMikdash, because the Mikdash is the idea of conveying the knowledge of God, is perceiving HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you learn the knowledge of God? How do you perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Through the lives of the Baalei HaMasorah. They are the cedars of Lebanon. Adirei HaTorah, the masters of the Torah. Baalei Tresin b'Mishnah u'v'Gemara. Now, Rav Kook always says, he quotes from the Gemara in Brachos, was Baalei Tresin? Shield bearers, meaning their goal is not to attack you. Their goal is to defend the truth of the Masorah. Okay? So as you could, normally you describe a warrior as got a sword, has got the bow and arrow. No, here, Baalei Tresin, they're trying to protect the Masorah, to protect the true faith, so to speak. Okay? What's Mishnah? That's the data, that's the facts of the Masorah. What's Gemara? That's the analysis. That's the inductive reasoning, the deductive reasoning, the definitions. Okay. Giborei Koach. What was their strength? Ezehu Gibor Kovesh Yitzro. They had incredible perfection of midos. In other words, the Rambam talks about this. The Rambam says that a sine qua non for intellectual perfection is what we call moral perfection. So they were extremely refined, perfected morally. Ameleha betara, they toiled in a pure way. It was not about their ego. It was not about this and that. Everything that they did was done in a very pure way. Damam nishbach. Because the point is, it was all about the knowledge of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It was all about seeking the truth. Their blood, nishbach kamayim, it spilled like Niagara Falls. V'nashus gevura. Hinam, who are they? Kedoshei haruge malchus asara. The 10 that were executed by Rome. Va'eila ani bochia. Over these do I cry, to paraphrase Yirmiyahu. Ve'eni nigra. Do my tears flow. Zos bezachri. Even mentioning this, ezak za'aka gidola umara. A terrible, terrible cry. Who are they? Chemdas Yisrael, the precious of the Jewish people. Klei HaKodesh. Their very body became a ministering vessel to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They're the Klei HaKodesh. Nezer va'atara, the crown of the Jewish people. Tahorei leiv, pure of heart. Kodshei Kodashim, they're the holiest of the holy. Shchitasan b'misa chamura. But they were slaughtered in a horrific, terrible way. Yadu Goral, Mi Rishon Lecherev Brura, the first two, the Kohen Gadol and the Nasi, neither of them wanted, the biggest tragedy would be, each wanted to die first. Why? Why did each want to die first? Because the biggest tragedy is to have to see the other being killed. So what does it describe? Kinfol Goral al Rabbi Shimon, the Goral fell on him, he would be killed first. Pashat Savaro, he extended his neck, Ubacha Knigzra Gzera. Why does he cry? So the Rav quotes, I think it's a Mechilta from Parshas Mishpatim. So look, we're responsible for the generation. We understand this is the divine will. But he says, to be decapitated like a common criminal, what is this? So the Kohen Gadol said to him, so let me ask you a question. You're a pretty busy man, right? You had the burdens and the needs of the nation on your shoulders, correct? Yeah, I acknowledge that. Did it ever happen, maybe that a poor widow, an almana, came to you? You didn't realize it, but they kept her waiting, because they felt, you had to deal with the important people, the leaders of the generation, etc. You had to deal with the leaders, you had to deal with major issues. And she sat there and she's klechsing, if only I was a somebody, if I wasn't some poor widow, maybe it would take me. I wouldn't be sitting here for hours. He says, yeah, that could have happened. He says, I never gave my gabayim, command or rules that you should always put the widow at the front of the line. I never did that. He says, well, what does it say? And I apologize because I don't have the psukim in front of me. But when the almana, the yasum, cries out, tza'ok, tza'ak, it says, I will hear that. And then it says, aneh ta'aneh. So why is it double lashon? Whether the cry is because they were objectively oppressed or not, any cry, any pain you've caused them, okay? Even if you didn't oppress them willingly, wantonly, it was because you had a system and you were so busy, and then she ends up waiting, not realizing even why. But she walks out of there feeling like a nobody and feeling just no self-worth or self-respect. We hold you accountable for that. So he says, you comfort me. You console me. Because what does the pasuk end? Harakti, I will kill you and make your wives widows and your children orphans. So the point is that he understood, why, so to speak, he's getting, hereg, the sayif, decapitation. L'Rabbi Shimon chazar hegmon l'hargo b'nefesh netzura. And then next, Mizera Aaron shal bevakasha livkos al ben agvira. Natalis rosho nesano al arkuvosov menorah hatahora. Some einav al einav piv al piv ba'ava gemura. He picked up the decapitated skull and he's just crying over it. Now, by the way, we all ask on this kinah, the question that we all have is, if he's a Kohen, how could he touch the corpse? So the Ravid, the famous Shitas Ravid, once you're already Tamei Meis, you can't become more Tamei Meis. The Ravid could explain this, doesn't have a problem with this. But the other Shitas, that you don't make yourself more Tamei. You can't say just because I'm a Kohen and I've been to a cemetery, I can go back to other funerals. No, you can't go back to other funerals because you can't continuously make yourself Tamei. The Ravid's of the opinion, there are others who use the Ravid as a sniff lahakel. Many they out of hand. The Chachmei Svara, the Spanish Rishonim, rejected the Ravid totally, and some of the later Achronim don't allow you to use the Ravid as a sniff lahakel. But the Pnei Yoshua, others were mekel like the Ravid under certain circumstances. But the question is, how did the Kohen pick up that decapitated skull of Rabbi Shimon Gamliel? But he put his eyes against his eyes, his mouth to his mouth. He was crying. Ana va'amar, and he said, Peh hamizgaber b'Torah. This mouth that is so great in Torah, pitom, like that, niknas alav misa mishuna v'chamura, should suffer this kind of a fate, this kind of a death. Tziva lahafshid es rosho hamelach. Now they start peeling off the skin, as we mentioned, bitar haschira, the skin of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. Kiyam ba'oro, amru l'nafshech shchi v'navora. That's a pasuk from Yeshaya, where they would literally bend over and remove it. Rasha haposhet, the Roman executioner, eis higia limkom tefillin. When he came to the spot of the tefillin, mitzvah bara, where Rabbi Yishmael would wear those tefillin, walking around with his miniature Sefer Torah, wearing the Shem Hashem. Shima tza'aka, at that point, he was incredible. Can you imagine how painful this was, that they were peeling the skin off of his flesh? He didn't make a sound. Only when it came to the point of the tefillin, he cried because he would now no longer be able to put tefillin on that spot. V'nizdaza olam, literally the earth shook. The eretz hisparara. Tamod zechuso ledoros kol adoshem bahadara. May his merit remain for the generations, said God in his glory. So now we're skipping into the 130s, those who defied the Hadrianic decrees. Me'acharav heviu es Rabbi Akiva, oker harim v'tochanan zu v'zu b'svara. What was Rabbi Akiva? Incredibly brilliant analytical mind. Oker harim, like he would uproot mountains with his logic. Okay? Es b'sara misarkin, they took him to where? To Caesarea, to Caesarea. You've all been to Caesarea, you've seen the Colosseum there, and they would force the Jews to sit in the Colosseum, and each day they would take him out, and they had these iron combs which would wrench his flesh. Misarkin b'masrei kabarza lishtabra. I'm sorry, the iron comb would literally cut through to the flesh and to the bone. Yotzasa nishmaso be'echad ubas kol amara. So he died, and we know the story from the Gemara in Brachos, with the word Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Echad is the last word out of his mouth. And the heavenly voice came and said about him, Rabbi Akiva, Ashrecha, fortunate are you, Gufcha Tahor B'chol Minei Tahara. Your very body is pure. In other words, what happened was, again, it's not just that he had a pure mind and he was a sincere person. His very essence became transformed into a ministering vessel. Ben Bava Rabbi Yehuda Acharav Heviu. This is the story that we read about in the first parak of Masechta Sanhedrin. One of the Hadrianic decrees was the smicha. What does smicha determine? Who is legitimate? Who is someone that's bona fide that we can rely on to be a master of the Masorah, to determine the halacha, to determine what the Torah says? And if you don't have smicha, then in the next generation it's going to be a free-for-all. Who are you going to turn to? Who can you rely upon? Who can you go to for guidance? So one of the things, and again, the only way the Romans could know something like this was either from the Judeo-Christian heretics or heretics like Elisha ben Avuya, who want to ultimately snuff out Judaism, stop Judaism. And the way to do it is prevent the Masorah from being transmitted to the next generation. So they do that through prevention of Talmud Torah Barabim, right? That's how Rabbi Akiva was killed. He was teaching Torah. Those who learned the Gemara in Brachos, right? The famous analogy to the Gemara that he gives, that it's like there's a fox who says to the fish, why don't you come out of the river? Come up here on dry land and you'll be safe. And that way the fishermen's nets will not catch you. The fish says, Mr. Fox, I thought you were pretty shrewd. I thought you were one of the smartest of the animals. Look, in the water, it's a suffix. Maybe they'll get me, maybe they won't. The fishermen in the mashal are the Romans in the nimshal. But if I come out of water, what is water? In Mayim el Torah, it's the basic sustenance. It's spiritual sustenance, intellectual sustenance is the Torah. If I come to the dry land out of the water, then for sure I'll dry up and die. So he risked his life and he taught Torah. He felt that this was Yehareg Val Yavor. You know, and so did the others. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, after Rabbi Akiva died, the Romans had said the following, that any community in which smicha is given, not only will we execute the masmichim, those giving the smicha, the musmachim, those receiving the ordination, will annihilate the town. So they went into the Galilee, into the area, the hilly mountainous area of the Galilee where there were no communities, and he gave smicha there. Someone ratted him out. Whether it was one of the Judeo-Christians, somebody ratted him out to the Romans. And what did he do? They came after him. Now, he was 70 years old. We'll read it in a second. Today, 70, you're a spring chicken, right? With Viagra, you can become a father at 70 today. You know what I mean? It's a different world today. 70 in antiquities was 70. It was pretty significant. And he couldn't move. Couldn't run. He wasn't a sprinter at that point in his life. And he says to the young men, Rabbi Meir, who originally is an adolescent, had gotten smicha from Rabbi Akiva, but people just couldn't see Rabbi Meir as a rabbi. He was too young to be a rabbi. So he gave him smicha, and he gave others smicha. And he says, young men, I'm telling you, my children, you've got to flee. He said, how can we abandon you? How can we abandon Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, our Rebbe? He says, if you don't flee, there'll be no tomorrow. There'll be no Judaism. There'll be no future. I'm telling you. And they flee, and they survive. And the Romans execute him brutally. We'll talk about it in a second. In the Galilee today, you can go to the Keter. They make where we believe he was killed. He was buried on the spot where he was killed. And they put an ohel around it. What's in the ohel? The story. How he gave the smicha and how he was killed. That's a Gemara at the end of the first parak of Sanhedrin. The Arabs many times in the Galilee have burnt it, have violated the ohel where Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava is buried, but every time we fix it and redo it because this is part of our Masorah. And it was his Mesiras Nefesh that enabled Judaism to continue. So what does it say? Ben Bava Rabbi Yehuda acharav heviu b'shivron le'vaz hara. He was a person that was fasting. He was a person that felt the pains of what the nation was going through. Nerag ben Shivim Shana, he was killed at the age of 70, bidei Risha Arura, the hands of the cursed wicked ones. Yoshev B'tanis Haya, he would sit and fast every day. Naki, he was extremely moral. Chassid, he would always go above and beyond the din. He was a chassid, always going lifnim mishras din. B'malachto l'mara. Chananya ben Teradyon, right? Rabbi Chanina ben Teradyon. He came acharav. Makil kihilos b'tzion sha'ara. What does it mean? He gathered the communities at the gate. Today, in modern times, we want people to come into the city, right? If you go to Europe, they want you to explore Prague or explore Copenhagen or explore Paris. Same thing in New York. Come on, go to this neighborhood, this museum. Historically, that wasn't the case. Historically, what would happen was these were walled cities. They would open the gate up during the day, and the people from in the city would bring their wares outside the gate of the city. That's where the courts would sit. You have that with the story of Boaz, right? With the story of whether Ruth can be converted, whether she can marry a Jew. Moavi velo Moaviyah, right? Amoni velo Amonis. That whole drasha, that was by the gate of the city. Because the market, the commerce, all of it, the people didn't want strangers coming into the city. It would expose the city, its weak spots, how it could be conquered. So you didn't come into the city. Everything was done outside the city at the gate, Shar Ha'ir. So what did Rabbi Chanina ben Teradyon do? He would teach Torah, where all the action was, in the public, where all the action was, that's where he would teach the Torah. Well, let's read it again. Makel kihilos b'tzion sha'ara. Yoshev v'doresh v'sefer Torah imo. I mean, what does he use as a text? Today we got the Ketzos HaChoshen, we got the Ramban. We're post the printing press. In those days, there was no printing press. It was a cloth. They darshaned the Tanakh, the Sifrei Nach, they darshaned. So Yoshev v'doresh v'sefer Torah imo. What did they do? V'hikifuhu b'chavile zemora. They enveloped him, they wrapped him, with wood, and they torched him in the Torah. Es ha'or hitzitzu b'hem ukrachuhu b'sefer Torah. They wrapped him in the Sefer Torah. Baruvo havara, and they burnt him. Libo sefogin shel tzemer hinichu. On his heart, svogin shel tzemer. What did they do on his heart? To slow his death, so it should be a painful death. They had these wet sponges, so that things wouldn't burn as fast. Shelo yamus mehera, that he shouldn't die a quick death. Who was the next one? Chassid Rebbe Yeshev of Hasofer, haraguhu amamora. The Romans murdered him. Zraku v'shluchu leklavim v'lo hukbar b'kvura. They didn't even allow him the dignity of being buried. They fed him as dog food to the dogs. Kol bas yatsa alav heavenly voice comes out, says, Shelo hiniach klum mitoras Moshe l'shamra. There was no part of the Torah he didn't, what does it mean? Wasn't shomer. What does that mean? Part of the Torah, we study, we learn, and we observe. But there are certain parts of the Torah, for instance, the mitzvahs associated with the korbanos of the Beis HaMikdash. We don't have a Beis HaMikdash today. So we learn it, we study it, we understand it, we integrate those values. Even those things that are not the practical. Like think about what Rabbi Chaim Kanievsky did. Rabbi Chaim Kanievsky Zatzal, he would write svarim on areas that were just untouched. In other words, he would gather all of the Ma'amarei Chazal, all of the halachic discussions, and he would just put it into a category. So you could become a master of areas, let's say, for instance, Egla Rufa. We don't do Egla Rufa today. But there's so many principles we can learn from the concept of how to deal with when you find a corpse that's been murdered, and how it should traumatize society and shut down the nation. And we shouldn't just go olam kiminhago noeg. And the Sanhedrin has to leave its perch in Yerushalayim from the Beis HaMikdash, and they have to come. Medida, we know what the closest town is. No, they have to go through this whole process of Medida. You know, it traumatizes the whole society. And then the Chachmei Ha'ir, the Ziknei Ha'ir have to come out. And there's a confession. Why are they confessing? We got 1 million witnesses to where they were. No. Why are they responsible? Because it was their job to make sure that there should have been enough money to fund the police. Not defund, you fund the police to make sure that people are not killed and they're not robbed and they're not hurt and that people are safe. And there should have been well-lit streets. Got to make sure that there's you know, in the antiquities they didn't have electric lighting, but today we have lighting, so that way crime doesn't happen when everything is bright. And you've got a police force out there. You know, if they didn't do this, what? They should be on the Sanhedrin. They should sit in the yeshiva in the Sanhedrin, and you should have them be mechabed them reading the ketubah. Or they should be the Mesader Kedushin. That's not their purpose in life. It's beautiful to read the Ketubah and be Mesader Kedushin. But being a leader means you have incredible achrayus, the responsibility you have. Yosef saved not just the Egyptian population, he saved all the neighboring countries. The incredible responsibility you have economically, security-wise. So all of those principles are taught to us from an area of Jewish law that's not halacha l'masa, that's not practical. And that's true with so many areas of Jewish law, of our Masorah, of our tradition. And this is what Rabbi Yeshevov does. He was l'shamra. He internalized those values. He knew the principles. He could teach it. He understood it. All of the principles of Yadus, of the areas of the Taryag mitzvahs, they shape us. They create a certain hashkafic personality that come from those principles. And that he could do. So you have, after that, as Rabbi Chanina ben Chachinoi. There's a Gemara that talks about Bameh Herachta Yamin. He's one of those. The Gemara in Megillah and in Sotah that talks about Arichas Yamin is not necessarily referring to length of days because he was executed before his time. Sometimes Bameh Herachta Yamin means the quality of life. Rabbi Chanina ben Chachinoi, his quality of life was incredible. Talking about his perfection, his morals, his perfection of personality, of his mind. The Acharav Rabbi Chutzpis b'Yom Evra. Who's Rabbi Chutzpis? Rabbi Chutzpis a Meturgaman. Not every great Tana was a great orator. Sometimes they would have brilliant and beautiful ideas, but you would need someone to articulate it. You know, I mean, think about the great Gedolei Yisrael of the past generation. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik, when you sit and listen to him, I mean, hundreds of people would come to the Maimonides School in Brookline on a Saturday night. Michael Katz is here. Your mom would describe how hundreds of people from all over the New York area would come to the Moriah Shul, 80th Street in Boston, on a Tuesday night to hear him. Because listening to him, you were energized, you were transformed. It was like a symphony. Not everybody is that kind of an orator. That's a unique skill. Most of the Gedolei Yisrael, I remember, the Rav said about his grandfather, Reb Chaim. He spoke publicly twice a year, Shabbos Shuvah and Shabbos Hagadol. The Chasam Sofer in his yeshiva, because he was fighting the neologues and he was fighting trends there. He would train his Rabbanim to be darshanim, to be incredible orators. So that's something they did in Pressburg. That's not historically what the typical rabbi was. So you had a Meturgaman who would communicate the Torah, who would articulate the brilliant ideas of the great Gadol Hador, but could articulate it in a way that people could understand it and internalize it. And that's who Rebbe Chutzpitz Meturgaman was. And he defied these Hadrianic decrees. And what did they do with him? Before they murdered him, they cut out his tongue. Just read that inside. Miyad of haporeach b'havel piv nisraf kimedura. Euphemistically, if a bird would fly over Rebbe Chutzpitz, a Meturgaman, while he was teaching the Shir and communicating it, it's like the bird would be burnt up. That's how powerful it was. Tzaddik Rebbe Eliezer ben Shammua. Rebbe Eliezer ben Shammua is one of the 5 Talmidim of Rebbe Akiva. At the end of his life, Rebbe Akiva would gather these 5 young men, and he saved Judaism through Rebbe Meir, Rebbe Shimon, that's Rebbe Shimon Bar Yochai, Rebbe Yehuda Bar Ilai, Rebbe Yehuda, right? And Rebbe Yossi, Nimuko Imo, he was the Seder Olam Rabbah, and Rebbe Eliezer ben Shammua. Now, the other 4, Stam Mishnah is Rebbe Meir. The Mishnah is really through Rebbe Meir. The Medrash Halacha is Rebbe Shimon Bar Yochai, that's the Sifra, and the Torah's Kohanim is Rebbe Yehuda. The history, the old Seder Olam Rabbah, that's Rebbe Yossi ben Chalafta. We don't have a text of Rebbe Eliezer ben Shammua. How come? Because he was killed before his time, making Kiddush. Not just Rebbe Akiva, but one of the 5 of the Balei HaMasorah who would save Judaism, who the whole Mishnah, the whole Torah Shebaal Peh is predicated upon. He was also one of the martyrs in the Hadrianic decree. That's Rebbe Eliezer ben Shammua. Ba'achrona nerag kimed kera. When was it? It was Friday night. Yom Erev Shabbos haya. Zeman Kiddush. V'yikadesh v'yikra. He was making Kiddush. And the Rav used to say, it's a very old minhag we have. We don't just say the Kiddush, right? Bori Per Gofen and then the brach of Kiddush. We have a minhag before, and we say Vayichul Shemayim V'aretz V'chol Tzva'am, right? So that minhag goes all the way back to the time of Rabbi Eliezer ben Shammua, maybe earlier, but at least that far back. So he was saying that paragraph. Cherev Shalfu Alav, they took the sword out against him. V'lo hinichuhu b'chayim l'sayim l'gamra. They didn't even allow him to finish saying Kiddush. Yotzasa nishmaso. He dies, meaning he's stabbed to death, Bibara Elokim Lasos, in the middle of that paragraph. Yotzer v'tzar tzura. Hine kahena v'chahena. Don't just think it was these Tanaim that we've mentioned. Hosifu b'nei avla la'anos bigara. It wasn't just these Tanaim, it was many, many more. Biskila, some were killed through skila. Some sreifas, some were burnt to death, like Rabbi Chanina ben Teradyon. Hereg, Chenek, some were decapitated, some were stabbed, some were choked to death. Mi yuchal l'shara, we can't even guesstimate it. Noseres mimena yochlu arayos se pezura. What are we remaining? This scattered sheep, the scattered lamb. Because most of the lambs had been devoured by the wild lions, referring to Rome. Yochluha b'makom kadosh, kachatas ka'asham la'abed zichra. They're the Holy of Holies. They're the Kodesh Kodashim, like the chatas and the asham. Chazei hatanufa v'shok truma, the part of the shlamim that is given to the Kohen, right? They were the the choicest remains. Tarfu Aryeh v'Hakfira. But unfortunately, they've been ripped apart by the lions, the wild animals, meaning the Romans. Yitav be'enei Hashem v'lo yosif od liyasra. May it be God's will, may it be good in God's eyes. God, never ever more that we should continue to suffer, that we lose our role models, we lose our mentors, we lose our kedoshim, we lose our tzaddikim. Imeitz birkayim koshlos. Strengthen these weak knees. Again, we can't stand, we don't have the ability to stand after losing them. Chelek Yaakov, the remnant of the Jewish people. Umoshia beis tzara. Save us, give us salvation in our time of crisis. Litzedek yimloch melech, v'shalmu yemei avlech, la'orod nisav v'nelech. Please, that the king should reign in righteousness, that the people, these corrupt, horrific, barbaric, that they should stop that. There's such a chil Hashem when evil is perpetrated and when evil goes unpunished. And please put an end to the days of our mourning. There should no longer be a Tisha B'Av. To his light, Nisav v'Nelech. So the next Kinot, before we start it, I'd like to have a bit of an introduction. If you don't mind turning to the 41st Kinot, which in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, that's page 590. 590. Just 591. What is that in the art scroll?
41st.
Yeah, the 41st. 3 what? 360. 360. Okay. Just by the way, just so I have a sense of time, what time do we have right now?
1:31.
Okay, very good. We're now going to speak about a different type of tragedy that we've suffered. And that is the attack against the Torah Shebaal Peh. Okay? The attack against the Masorah. Now, in the case of the Romans, historically the Romans were very laissez-faire, whatever floats your boat, as long as they could get rich off of you. It was only towards the end, with the Hadrianic decrees, and that didn't come from the Romans. That came, as we said, from the Jewish heretics, Elisha ben Avuyas, the Judeo-Christians. Because they realize you're not going to stop the Jews. The Jews keep coming back for more and more. When it describes the Jews as a stiff-necked people, right? Am kashay oref. We don't discriminate. We're not just stiff-necked to God. We were stiff-necked to everybody, to the Romans, you name it. So they realized that the only way you're going to wear the Jews down is assimilation, like in America, right? When you have assimilation, then they stop being Jews. And that's why they introduced these horrific Hadrianic decrees. But there were other times where Judaism was so threatening, that they couldn't deal with Judaism. Why? Because it would undermine all legitimacy to them. I'll give you an example. If Judaism or if Islam claims to be the successor religion, it's the true ethical monotheism, right? It's the correct, true ethical monotheism. Then, you've got to find a way to reject Judaism. Why Judaism has been abandoned, why it's been rejected, and why we're the truth. And if you have a Judaism that's vibrant and dynamic, then that's a very threat to either Islam or Christianity being true monotheism. So there's a war against Judaism. Okay? We're going to give one example of that, and then we may bring in some others. In the aftermath of the First Crusade, what did you have? You had a situation in the aftermath of the First Crusade where many of the survivors didn't feel comfortable living amongst a population that had slaughtered their relatives, that had slaughtered their neighbors. So they moved from Germany south to northern France. Northern France is a country not like France today. France today is a function of King Louis XIV. At that time, northern France was northeastern France. It did include Paris. It included, the Champagne region. Rashi lived there in Troyes. And it started expanding itself into northwestern France, which was basically uninhabited. It started to be inhabited and developed. And these German survivors now are living in northern France. And that is the heart and soul of what we would call Ashkenaz. Okay? It's no longer the German Rhineland, it's now northern France. Who is the greatest in this period? Rabbi Tam. He has a yeshiva in a town called Ramru. His chief disciple, who happens to be his nephew, Rabbi Tam, as you know, is the grandson of Rashi. The great-grandson of Rashi is Rabbi Yitzchak of Dampierre. And he opens a school there in Dampierre. You have in Orleans. Another school is opened up in Évreux. Many of the Tosafos that we have on our Masechtas in the Shas, the Vilna Shas that we have, those are Tosafos Évreux. They're much more edited, which makes them more difficult to read because everything is much more tight and, than some of the original Tosafos, which are more expansive. That's why the Tosafos HaRush, we go to the Tosafos HaRush to understand Rabbeinu Tam and the Ri, because even though the Rush wrote it later, he didn't do such a tight editing job. He kept more of the original text there, so it's much easier to read the Tosafos HaRush. So we do the Rush, okay? I'm sorry, we have the Tosafos Évreux, another place. Some of the Tosafos on the Masechtas that we have on our blot, it's called Tuch, Tosafos Tuch. It was another town. So you have all of these small towns, first in northeastern, and then as they start moving closer and closer to Normandy, in northwestern France. And you've got these schools, great intellectual schools, where Spaniards, Sephardic Jews, are coming to study in these schools. Who's the most famous of them all? The Ramban. The Ramban travels to northern France to be educated, and he brings that whole methodology of learning, that whole methodology of Jewish education, he brings that back to Spain. So even though the Ramban may have a different approach to a problem than Rabbeinu Tam did or the Ri did, but the study of what we call I apologize, I'm trying to figure out the term in English to describe it, where there's a certain, you view Shas as one big unity, and therefore if there's a Gemara that contradicts what we're studying here, you bring that up as a challenge, and you have to say, well, maybe that's a different opinion, or maybe that's a different factual reality. It's not the exact same case. But you have to have a way of unifying everything and answering all the contradictions. See, Rashi is not doing that. Rashi's trying to teach you this Gemara, this line, in this place. Okay? Rashi's trying to give you an understanding of this. Tosafos are not trying to teach you each and every line of the Gemara to understand it. What they're trying to do is to view Shas as one big unity, and how does everything stim together? How does everything jive together, so to speak? Okay? So that methodology is something that the Ramban introduces to Spain after being a student in northern France. And the Jews do quite well in northern France. To put it mildly, the Jews do very well in northern France. I don't mean financially, I'm talking about spiritually. There's an incredible revolution of Torah. Not since the yeshivas of the Euphrates River have we had this. We had the great yeshivas in Mainz and Worms that were annihilated and destroyed by the People's Crusade in 1096. But now we've had a revival, and things are going very well. And you've got Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, got the yeshiva in Paris. Things are doing quite well. You've got Tosfos Rabbeinu Peretz. He was Peretz of Corbeil. This town Corbeil produced also had yeshivas. It was wonderful. Until it wasn't. Which is the story of Jewish history. America, right? It's wonderful until it no longer is. Okay? So how did it become wonderful until it wasn't? How did that happen? It was a Geshmada Yid, unfortunately. We don't know what his Hebrew name was. But in English, we call him Nicholas Donin. He became a Dominican friar. The difference between him and some of the other Jews, like the famous debate that the Ramban had 23 years later in Barcelona, Spain, with Friar Pablo Cristiani, who was also Geshmada Yid. Friar Pablo Cristiani was an Amma Aretz Doraisa. He was an ignoramus, and they had to shut down that debate in the third session because the Ramban wiped the floor with him. That wasn't the case with Nicholas Donin. Nicholas Donin was quite learned, was quite smart, and quite capable. Background to the Vikuach. In France, in Provence, not France, northern France, but Provence, southern France, they had put Aristotle on trial. And they went into the university and they burnt all the books of Aristotle. The works of the Rambam, not just the parts that they had issues with, the Moreh Nevuchim and Sefer Mada in the Mishnah Torah, but they burnt all of the Rambam. When the anti-Maimonideans in Provence had the greatest champions of the Rambam and had the greatest misnagdim of the Rambam. When they got the Dominican friars involved, they put the works of the Rambam on trial, and they burnt all the works of the Rambam 10 years earlier at 1232. So there was a history of the church with this rabid, passionate sense of we're going to eradicate and destroy anything that does not think like us, speak like us, is not monolithic like us. So they go after the Talmud. And what's the attack on the Talmud? Number one is, it's blasphemous. The things that it says about the carpenter of Nazareth are horrific. Number two, our mother, Miriam. There's a Gemara that says that she was guilty of infidelity. She was a beautician. And she was full service. Not only did she take care of their hair, she took care of other needs. And, it's blasphemous to say that about Mary. Number three, theologically, it goes against what we teach. It goes against the principles of Justin Martyr, the teachers of St. Augustine. Number four is, it's a terribly horrific, stupid work. Because they would show the Agadotas. Now, you and I know Agadotas are not meant to be taken literally. These are abstract philosophical ideas that are encapsulated in a concrete mashal. But you never take the mashal literally. It's an idea that's meant to reflect abstract, esoteric ideas. But if you take it literally, it makes the Gemara look very foolish and stupid. And that, of course, was never the intention of Chazal. But these were the attacks. Now, what's the idea? Historically, the Jews have laughed at I don't mean laughed in the literal sense, in the figurative sense. You can't make an argument against this. You don't know the Torah Shabbal Peh. How do you know what the word esrog means? Pre-Eitz Hadar. How do you know what that means? Is it an apple? Is it a lemon? Is it a grapefruit? How do you know that it's an esrog, a sizdron? Thou shalt not work on the Sabbath day. Malacha doesn't mean work. How do you know what malacha means? Do you know what malacha means? They would define malacha. 39 categories of creative activity. It doesn't say ayin le'ayin, an eye for an eye like you claim. It says ayin tachas ayin. What is ayin tachas ayin? Substitute. You can never ever equate one person's vision versus another vision. It's something which is substituting for the loss of eyesight. Okay? And we can give 50 examples like this. That Tzipora is an Isha Kushit. It does not mean that Tzipora was from Ethiopia or Kenya or Eritrea. We know she was from northern Saudi Arabia. She was a Midianite, okay? So she's not a Kushit. So what does it mean, Kushit? So we have a Masorah. Reb Chaim, Reb Sarlaich's grandfather, says if you translate, you explain the Chumash that Tzipora was an Ethiopian woman, it's a violation of the Perushim HaMikupalim LeMoshe, the second category. It's no different than saying that a Priyetz Hadar is a lemon or Priyetz Hadar is an apple or an orange. It's no different than saying that Malacha means work. It's no different than saying that Totafos is something which is oval and chartreuse, as opposed to being black with 4 components in square. So we said to the Christians, you have no Torah Shebaal Peh. In fact, you have a mistranslation. Because your translation, the Vulgate that you're using, the Latin translation, is a translation from the Septuagint, which was Greek, which is a translation from the Tanakh, which is Hebrew. So you've got classic examples, like when it describes an Alma, describing the birth of Chizkiyahu HaMelech, Alma means a young woman. Like Miriam was an Alma when she was looking after her baby brother, right? Alma. So when it gets translated into the Septuagint, the word Alma can mean young woman or virgin. And when the Septuagint got translated into the Vulgate, it gets translated as a virgin. And they come up with this thing, the virgin birth. No such thing. First of all, it didn't exist in the early stages of Christianity. Never existed. It was a later introduction. Because they needed female role models, so they come up with this idea of the immaculate conception and a virgin birth. But it's a mistranslation of the word. And not only that, the Alma there was referring to the mother of Chizkiyahu HaMelech. So you've corrupted everything, because you have no Torah Shebaal Peh. You just take the words on the surface. And the Torah Shebaal Peh had always been a closed book to the Christians. The Medrash, the Gemara, always was a closed book. Now you got a Jew, a Geshmada Yid, Nicholas Donin, who's going to turn it into what? He's going to, quote unquote, open the book and expose it. So the trial of the Talmud, they put Judaism, the Torah Shebaal Peh, on trial, happens in 1240 in France. Who is the prosecutor? The Dominican friars, Nicholas Donin. Who's the jury? The Dominican friars, Nicholas Donin. Who's the prosecutor? Who's the judge? And who's the jury? The Dominican friars. So it's a foregone conclusion that the Talmud was going to be condemned. Who's driving this thing? You know the city St. Louis, Missouri? St. Louis is named after St. Louis. Who's St. Louis? Louis IX. Louis IX is the king of northern France. And he is very religious, and he wants to be in the good graces of the Pope. So Pope Gregory IX is pushing Louis IX, as well Louis IX is being pushed by the Dominican friars, and they're going to go after the Jews. These Jews have done very well in northern France. They're our banking system. And they've gotten rich off of us being our banking system. They've got a whole connection amongst themselves. They've got a whole network for trading, for buying and selling. And they've done very well off of us. They reject us. They reject our Pope. They reject our Lord and Savior. They reject our female role model, the Virgin Mary. We're going to fix them. And we're going to teach them a lesson. And after the Talmud is condemned, it takes almost 2 years They go through every Jewish town in northern France and every village. And they get each and every manuscript. Now understand something about this. How long, if you and I had really good handwriting, and it's expensive to get parchment, to treat the parchment, so that it's going to last, to get the right ink, that the ink is going to last, how long would it take us to write just one amud of the Gemara? Not a daf, which is 2 sides, just one amud. If we had very good handwriting, a very, very long time. This is all before the printing press. So unlike some of the tragedies that happened in Italy, I'll give you an example, the burning of the Talmud in Rome by Pope Paul IV in 1553. That was a tragedy, but there's a printing press, and we can find a printing press that will reprint the Talmud. In 1242, there's no printing press. 24 cartloads a manuscript of Torah Shabbal Peh, Midrashim and Gemaras, you name it, manuscripts, is burnt, is destroyed in Le Place de Grave. It's just outside the Notre Dame, that part of Paris, Le Place de Grave. So we don't get expelled from France till the first decade of the 14th century. But the death of Ashkenaz, of French Jewry, is 1242. Because how does a Jewish community survive with no text? With no Gemara, no Mishnah, no Medrash, no Rashi, no Tosfos? You can't function. And most of these French Jews end up, as the author of this Kinot, the famous Maharam of Rothenburg, they end up moving north. After 150 years, repopulating Germany, southern Germany and the German Rhineland. Some of these French Jews, they traverse the Pyrenees Mountains and they go and settle in Spain. That's why you have so many Sephardic Jews with the last name Tsarfati. Tsarfati means Frenchman. That's an oxymoron. How can you be a Spanish Jew if you got a last name Frenchman? The answer is because of the 1242, the burning of the Talmud. And that's the backdrop to this. From this point on, we, the Jewish people, we self-censor all of our text. I'll give you an example. V'lemishumadim al tehizikva, u'lechol haminim, yikaresu. The 19th bracha of the Amida. That's not what we have. We've been saying v'lemalshinim. We don't mention mishumadim, we don't mention the minim. Why? Because the min was the Judeo-Christians, and they knew that was a term for the Judeo-Christians. Min literally means heretic, but mi talmidei Yeshu Notzri, from the students of Jesus of Nazareth. That's min, an acronym. What's the point? Our whatchamacallit, it's a bracha for the Haftorah. V'la'aluvas nefesh, what is it? How does it go? V'la'aluvas nefesh toshia b'meru. That's not what it says. V'la'aluvas nefesh. It says, takom yinkom, you should take vengeance against them, b'mheira v'yameinu. We changed that. We took out of Aleinu the famous pasuk from Isaiah, from Yeshaya Navi. Shehem mishtachavim lehevel varik, u'mispalalim el lo yoshia. They pray to a God that will not give them salvation. That's what Yeshaya says, Isaiah the prophet, right? But they thought it was an allusion to Yeshu, Yoshia for Yeshu. We were referring to Jesus. So we took that out. We've self-censored all the Christological references from the Talmud. All the references to Miriam, to Mary from the Talmud. We've self-censored all of that out. We're left with one manuscript from the 13th or 14th, maybe, I think I'm not sure if it's the late 13th, early 14th century. What's called Dikdukei Sofrim, the München, the Munich manuscript. That manuscript in the Munich library, the state library, that has the original text of the Talmud. So in modern times, we've been able to go into the Vatican and get some of the manuscripts they have in the Vatican. But you understand, we don't want to see Judaism being attacked. We don't want to see Judaism being put on trial again. So we've self-censored as a consequence of this. And this is not the only time. This is the most famous time, and this is the time that we talk about the war against the Torah Shebaal Peh. I'll just give you an example. After 5 hours, those knees don't bend as well as they did 5 hours ago. I gotta go. Anyways, there was a time where Jews were doing very well. There was no such thing as Italy till the 1860s, okay? The modern Italy that we call Italy. You had the papal states, and you had the government of what's it called? The monarchy of Venice, run by the duchies. You had Firenze, Florence, the Tuscany, run by the Medicis. You had different areas under different control. There was a time where Jews had it pretty good. Who's an example of a person who lived during this time? Rabbi Dr. Ovadia Siporno. The Siporno, right? The problem is that the Counter-Reformation under Julius IV, Pope Julius IV, they really started to clamp down and attack Judaism and attack anything that didn't follow and fit into the box, the very narrow box of the Vatican and Rome. And they would go after it, and they would attack it. So what's an example? Pope Paul IV, as we mentioned in 1553, in Campo di Fiori. By the way, if any of you have been to Rome, in general, if you feel comfortable, when you go to a city, do a Segway tour. Why? On a Segway, you get to see a lot of different things, and then you can go back after your hour or 2 hours on Segway. You can go to the particular places you want to see. But this gives you a chance to actually see things as opposed to looking at a map. You can see it with your own eyes. You can get a context of it. So on the Segway tour, there's this gorgeous, gorgeous fountain in a plaza, and they have a small little sign there embedded in the marble floor. That was the spot, the Campo di Fiori, where, let me see if I can say that a little better. Campo di Fiori, okay? So that is where they burnt the Talmud. This Pope created a papal bull. There are many, many papal bulls throughout history. But on May 29, 1554, he had a papal bull against the Talmud. And then in 1555, he had another papal bull. Cum nimis absurdum. What's cum nimis absurdum? How absurd is it for us, the Christians, to bend over backwards to treat the Jews the way we do, when they, in their abstinence, still have not accepted our Lord and salvation, our Messiah, when they still are committed to their evil ways? They get rich off of us. They serve as our banking system. They are traders because they're trading with Jews throughout the area, what we today call Italy. At that time, again, it was different countries. And they could just live with their heretical ways. So he forced them into a ghetto. A Jew was not allowed to use a Gentile wet nurse. Jews could only be limited to some very, very challenging professions, like selling shmatas, used rags. They took Jews out of many, many industries, limited their ability to go to university. Jews had to wear a badge. When we think about the Yellow Star of David, that goes back to Pope Paul IV and the Jews in Rome. And not only that, he went after the Marrano community. There was a Marrano community in Ancona where he put them on trial. They'd come from Spain. He put them on trial, and he put, I think, 25 of them into the synagogue, and he burnt them alive in the synagogue. So here you have someone, again, it's a religious anti-Semitism. It's an attack against Judaism. And this happens throughout Italy in the 16th century during the Counter-Reformation. We know this was the case under communist Russia. Communism was threatened by Judaism, and they had a war against Judaism. And what sent many of the refuseniks to Siberia? The fact that they wanted to learn, they had Bible classes. The fact that they wanted to learn Jewish history. They wanted to start learning the Hebrew language. These were the great sins that they committed that got them sent to Siberia. And the same is true today in both radical Shia Islam and radical Sunni Islam. Because theologically, for them, they cannot tolerate that the Jews are on what they view as what should be Muslim soil. How can a Jew on Tisha B'Av commemorate Tisha B'Av by going and walking on the Temple Mount? It drives them crazy. And so they stir up trouble, and we're going to kill the Jews, and we're going to, because, the Jews are trying to take over Al-Aqsa. They manipulate it. But in its core, why are they manipulating it? They can't handle a Jew. Erdogan, the dictator who runs Turkey today, when his guard is down, they say Picasso, Picoso, Bikiso. When someone's angry, you know what they really think. He says, how can I be a caliph? How can I have a caliphate when Al-Quds is in the hands of dhimmis? When Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and the Temple Mount is under the control of infidels. He can't tolerate that. It goes theologically against his core. And that's what we're facing. And that is a terrible chilul Hashem. When they try to put down our religion, when they try to destroy our religion, when they manipulate and they pervert our religion, there's a chilul Hashem in that also. Because all that does is distance people from the true knowledge of God. It distances people from a true sense of ethics and morals, and it distances people from a true sense of theology, of what is monotheism. So with that backdrop, we'll read the 41st Kinot. Just Shali Sruf Aveish. I'm inquiring, you who are burnt in fire, meaning the 24 cartloads in Paris in 1242. Lishlom Avelayach. I'm inquiring for the peace of those who mourn you. Because when you uproot a community, like you're going to uproot French Jewry, it's not like, 2 months later we're back in action. You cannot reestablish infrastructure. The reason we have such assimilation in America today is when you uproot the European communities that were built and structured, it takes 50, 60 years to establish a community with all of its institutions, educational institutions, chesed institutions, etc. Those who yearn, desire to dwell back in your mikdash. There's two things. One is terrible pain. The other is confusion. We're confounded. We're perplexed. You don't know. You're in a state of daze. We walk in darkness. There is no light. Yearning for the light of day. Please impose your light. Enlighten us. Give us a path out of this darkness. Constantly in a state of mourning. These were like these jackals and ostriches. They would call out in the night. We're calling out in the night, these horrific calls. Vayikra mispeid mar biglalayich. Eicha, how can it be nesuna be'esh ochla tu'ukal be'esh basar? This Torah that was given in fire, a divine fire was given. How can it be consumed by a human fire? V'lo nichvu zarim begachalayich. How can it be that they who tried to destroy your Torah, how can it be that they are not burnt by your coals? At Har Sinai, we'd have boundaries. At Har Sinai, we couldn't approach it. Here, they come and they take the Torah Shebaal Peh, which is the holiest of the holy, and they destroy it. Ad an Adina. Who's the Adina, the fattened one, the so to speak, the pampered one? That's Rome. How can it be that Rome here doesn't mean Rome, the country, it means Christian Europe. How can it be Tihi Shochna Barov Hashket, that she dwells with Total quiet and peace. Ufnei parachai halo chasu charulayich. And what? The young scholars, meaning those who came to France to learn from all over the world, they're just covered. Teshev berov gava. She sits there with her abundance of arrogance. Lishbot, sitting in judgment of B'nai Kel, of God's children, the Jewish people. B'chol ha-mishpatim. Again, this was a trial of Judaism. V'savi biflalayich. And she comes, and she plays the role of the judge over Judaism and the Jewish people. O tigzor lisrov das eish v'chukim. And she decreed to burn the theology of the Jewish people. V'lachein ashrei sheyishalem lach gemulayich. Fortunate is the one that will pay for what you have done to us. Meaning that there will be mishpat at some point for this horrible deed. Tzuri, my rock, my protector. Bilapid ve'esh halalvor zeh nesanech, ki ba'acharisech telahit eish b'shulayich. That which was given in fire, was it condemned that it would be consumed in fire? Sinai, Mount Sinai. Ha'al kain b'chal bachar Elohim, u'ma'as b'gdolim v'zarach b'gvulayich. Is there a reason why Mount Sinai was chosen? Because it's the smallest, meaning the most humble, and not the big, large mountains for the Torah to be given on? Because again, it's a sign that the Torah one day would be humbled. Liyos lemofes, it would be a sign. Lidas ki tisma'et v'sered michvoda. It will be diminished, and it will be brought down from its honor. Vehen emshol mishalayich, I will give you an analogy. Mashal lemelech asher bacha lemishtei benot tzafa asher yigva kein at b'milayich. Imagine that someone who dies, cries at the party celebrating the birth of a child, because he knows ultimately that child is going to die. Is that the case? Why you chose such a small mountain, a humble mountain? Because you knew that this Torah that was given on it would be humbled and humiliated. Tachas mi'il tiskas Sinai levushach besach. And Mount Sinai should wear sackcloth. Tate levush almanos, it should dress like a widow. Tachalif smalayich. Orid dema'os, I will cause a stream of tears down my cheek. Adei yiyu kanachal, they will flow like a wadi, like a brook. V'yagil lekivro shnei sarei alitzilayich. And my tears should reach the places where the two great leaders of the Jewish people are buried. Who are those two great leaders that gave the Torah? Moshe v'Aaron. Aaron's in Hor HaHar. Ve'eshal, and I will ask, Hayesh Torah chadasha? B'chein nisru gelilayich? Now, by the way, you understand there's a certain cynicalness here. What do the Christians claim? The Christians claim what? That there's a new covenant, there's a New Testament. We never use those words. We'll call it the Gospels, but you don't call it a New Testament. Chas v'sholom. God forbid, there was never an abrogation of the covenant. So he's saying that the fact that the Torah was destroyed, that all the text of the Torah was burnt, is there going to be a new Torah to replace that? I mean, it's a double entendre in terms of, playing into the hands of the Christian blasphemy. Hayesh Torah chadasha? B'chein nisru gilalayach, because we see that this Torah was burnt. Chodesh shlishi v'hakshar revi lahashkis hemdasech l'kol yofi gilalayach. When was the Torah given? The month of Sivan, right? When was the Torah burnt in France? The end of Sivan. Sivan going into Tammuz. That's Chodesh shlishi going into Chodesh revi. The third month is Sivan, the fourth is Tammuz. Goda leluchos vod shana bivalto lisrof beish das hazet tashlum kvelayich. Is this how we are compensated by the burning of the law of God? Etma lenafshi. I'm perplexed. I ask myself, how can I even enjoy food? Meaning, after what I've observed, this kind of a chilul Hashem, this destruction of what would be the future French Jewry, how can I even go on enjoying life? Acharei ra'osi asher asvu shalalayich, the shlal, meaning What's happened? It's like an Nidachas, where they gather everything into the town square and burn it all. El toch rechova Kinidachas, like bringing it into the town square like an Nidachas. V'sarfu shlal elyon. But here, what was burnt? Not avodah zarah, but what? The knowledge of God, the knowledge of the transcendent one. Asher timas levo kahalayach. Lo eda limso derech slula. I can find no path forward from this. This has destroyed our communities. The chil Hashem, the tragedy, the destruction of our communities. I see no path forward. Hachi hayu avelos nesiv yosher mesilayich. Yum tat befi midvash limsoch b'mashke demaos ularagli hayos kavul kvalayich. Please, God, let something be sweet to my mouth, sweeter to my mouth than honey, to dilute my drink with tears and to chain my feet in your chains. Ye'arav la'enai, let it be pleasing to my eyes. Sha'ov me'mei dima'ai, adei kalu l'chol machazik bichnach me'ilayich. Ach yecharavu beridatam alechai, these tears that keep streaming as they go down my cheek. Avur ki nichmu rachamai lindod balayich. I want to quote the translation. For my compassion is in a fever over the departure of your master. Like na v'nad, lindod ba'alayich. What is that? Two possibilities. Number one is that's it for the yeshivas. There's no text, we can't teach. So the very defender in this tribunal, in this disputation, was Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. He takes the great yeshiva, which is one of the yeshivas of the Balei Tosfos, from Paris. They travel to Israel. If any of you have been to Akko, there's a huge Crusader fortress in Akko. Acre, it's called in English, right? And in that Crusader fortress, those Christians were not as diabolically anti-Semitic. He reestablishes the yeshiva there in the Crusader fortress in Akko. But the point is, there's no more learning that's going to take place in France. They're all gone. They're all fleeing. They can't survive there. They can't live there. That's why the masters of your Torah, lindod. Lakach tzor kaspas, as if God has taken his money bag, it's taken his goods. Halach b'derech lemei rachok, and is moved to a further land. V'imo halo nasutz lalayich. The whole sense of shades, they've moved on. What are the shade? What gives protection? The Torah, the yeshivas, the Talmidei Chachamim, the tzaddikim. Everyone has left. Now we have to either escape to Germany, escape to Spain. In the case of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, escape to Israel. V'anochi, or I'm left, kishachul v'galmud, nisharti levad mehem. I'm left alone. There's a beautiful phrase here, sad. Ketoren berosh har migdalayich. Imagine there was a fortress, okay, that had all kinds of soldiers and all kinds of activity and commerce and people. All that's left, the whole fortress has been abandoned. All that's left is the mast, the flag. That's the Toren. The flag is there. But the whole fortress is empty of life, of spirit, of meaning. And that's what has happened to us in France. We can say, oh yeah, the Jews lived in Ramrou, and they lived in Dampierre, and they lived in Orleans, and they lived in Évreux, and they lived in Tours. You go to all these communities in northern France, there's nothing. Nothing. We can say we were there, but there's nothing to see. All there is the mast, to say, but the life is gone. The lifeblood is gone. Lo eshma od l'kol sharim v'sharos. I will no longer hear the songs, whether it's the zemiros, the song of the Torah being learnt and discussed, the song of the tefillos. Alei ki nitku meisrei tupei chalalayich. Albash ve'eskas besak. I will be adorned in sackcloth and mourning garments. Kilim od yakru. The numbers of those who've been, the corpses of those who have died over you has increased. I even question, about the light of day. It doesn't matter that it's a sunny, beautiful day outside. My world is black. My world is darkened. Za'aki bekol mar letzur. I cry out with a large voice to the Master, my rock. Al shivronech v'al chalyech. Over your destruction, your breaking and your illness. What's the destruction in an illness? If there's no Torah, there's no Jewish community. If there's no Torah, there's no ability to have an impact on the nations. V'lu yiskor avas klulayich. Oh Hashem, only if you would remember what's avas klulayich. We quote this Rosh Hashanah, that's from the Haftorah that we just read. Remember when the Jews first started and we followed God into the Midbar. And God says, Zacharti la chesed nurayich, avas kelulosayich. So that's the idea of, I remember you when you were a kala. Chigri levush sak alei avara. But you know what? Now we're no longer a kala. Now we're wearing sackcloth, watching the destruction of the Torah. Alei avara asher yatsa lechalek. V'sof says to l'alayich. Kimos enuseach yenachmech tzur is, according to the number of days of affliction and pain in which you've suffered, please will the comforting recompensate that. And there's, what do we say? Nachamu, nachamu, ami. And there's the suffering that we've suffered. We ask God to make up for it with consolation. The Yashiv, return Shvus Shiftei Yeshurun, the various tribes of the Jewish people, the Yarim Eshvalayich, those who are downtrodden, the Jewish people, have been humiliated. Please raise us up. Od Tadi Badi Shani, enable us, instead of wearing sackcloth, to wear bright garments that reflect our optimism. V'tov Tikchi, take the timbrel. Telchi b'machol v'tzali b'machalayich, and enable us to dance. You know what the ultimate dance is? Is a machol. You know what a machol is? Everybody is equidistant from the center. We're going around in a circle. You know who's in the middle? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. On Simchas Torah, we don't dance around the Torah. The Torahs and us dance around HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a machol. And we're looking for the time when we can feel God's presence, when things like this will never happen again, that we can dance around you, where you are the center of our life and you're the center of gravity for everything. Telchi b'machol v'tzali b'mcholayich. Yarum levavi. Please, God, uplift my heart. Be'es tzuri l'orlach. V'yagia l'choshkech v'ya'ur afelayich. Give us the light, light meaning the knowledge. Once again, enable us to be educated in Torah. Give us that light, that inspiration, or Torah, that ultimately will enlighten the darkness of our world, meaning the lack of clarity in our world, the lack of substance in our world, the corruption in our world. And we ask for, once again, that stage. So again, just to review in 5 seconds, this was not an attack against Jews, this was an attack against Judaism. And that is a greater Chilul Hashem very often than an attack against Jews. Because when Judaism cannot impact the world, then we don't have a moral world, we don't have an ethical world. When Judaism cannot impact the world, then we have a corrupt notion of a Kadosh Baruch Hu, and we have a corrupt notion of the Masorah. Let's go to number 11, Yoshiyahu HaMelech. Going back to page 289. What is that in the art scroll? What? 180? 182. Thank you, Yosef. 182.
182.
Okay. So we've said in the past, it's very hard to relate to large numbers. Now, how in the world can anyone relate to 6 million? It's unfathomable. You look at the diary of Anne Frank, Anne Frank. That's not a significant component of the Holocaust. It just isn't. But yet, the diary of Anne Frank is what enables people to relate to what happened. Because it's the story of one adolescent girl. And the same, as we've mentioned in the past, is what Steven Spielberg did with Schindler's List. Ben Kingsley, the role that he played was really a composite character of two different Jews into what was Stern. But in 1992, there was a study of Americans, and only 2/3 of Americans believed that 6 million people died in the Holocaust. In 93, Steven Spielberg came out with Schindler's List. 93, 94. They asked the question in 1996, the same question they asked in 1992. And over 90% of Americans believe that 6 million people died in the Holocaust. From a Hollywood movie. Now, there's only one Steven Spielberg. No one can do what he did. But what's the point? People can't relate to numbers. We can't relate to numbers. But you can relate to an individual. You can feel the plight of an individual. And then maybe you can multiply it by 2, maybe by 4, maybe by 8. And you can start to feel. And Chazal did that. You see in the Kinot at the Kalir. Talks about Yoshiyahu Melech. He talks about, others talked about the son and daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. We spoke about Zechariah Hanavi from the Bayis Rishon. We'll talk about other individuals. If you can appreciate what was lost with the death of one individual, then only then can you start to even fathom the magnitude and gravity of the greater impact, the greater numbers. V'yikonin Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. You know, the fourth parak of Eicha is really Yirmiyahu's eulogy of Yoshiyahu HaMelech. And keep in mind, before Yoshiyahu, you had 55 years of Menashe, and then I'm not sure, I think it was 7 years of Ammon. Menashe and Ammon created 62 years of very, very bad government, of not having the proper Kohanim in the Beis HaMikdash, of not having Jewish text because they destroyed all the Sifrei Torahs for people to learn and study from, of not having corrupt courts. Not having honest, moral courts, so that people didn't feel they could go to Beis Din and have a case be heard, of having corruption when it comes to Avodah Zarah. You know, if I could use an analogy, the Jews that came to America from Iran after the downfall of the Shah, Jewishly, they've done pretty well. I'm talking about Jewishly, not just financially. Because they came here with a sense of community, a sense of Judaism, a sense of, what it means to be Jewish, of commitment to Israel. And they've reestablished communities in California, Southern California, in Long Island, in Great Neck. And their children married Jewish. And their children participate in the community. I'm not saying it's perfect. In America, assimilation is a challenge to everyone. But they've done very, very well. Contrast that with the Jews that came from the former Soviet Union. 7 decades of communism, of mocking religion, of the notion of a creator that created a physical universe as being fairy tales. You have 7 decades of that, 3 generations of communism. Makes it very challenging, and it makes it very, very difficult for people to now lead a life of ethical monotheism, of a commitment to a God of morality and a moral obligation to lead a life of responsibility to that God who sustains you every second of your life. It's a very big, big jump. And that's why we did not do as well with the Jews that came out under Brezhnev or that came out in the 70s and the 80s from communist Russia. It's a little bit better with those who came out in the 90s because at that point, socialism and communism was turning into a joke in Russia itself, and people lost respect for it. But those who came out in the 70s and the 80s, we did very poorly with integrating them, even though we probably spent a lot more money and a lot more effort than we did on the Persian Jewish community, but we failed miserably. And it's not that we failed, it's that that's what 7 decades of communism does to a psyche of a person and a mentality of a person. And that's what Yoshiyahu was facing. He was one of the greatest Balei Tshuva we ever had in all of Jewish history. But you don't change 62 years of corruption overnight. And maybe he was a little too optimistic in what he saw happening and didn't appreciate, that phrase, you can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy. Well, he didn't realize sometimes you can take the Avodah Zarah and eradicate it, but you can't take the Avodah Zarah out of the hearts of the people. That was the problem. Eicha Eli konene me'elav. What does he say? How can a wail and a lament issued forth from the great ones? Ben shmona shana heicha lidrosh me'elav. He was only 8 years old when he started to seek out God. He started to seek out the history of his true ancestors, David, Shlomo, Chizkiyahu, Asa, Yoshaphat, as opposed to what? As opposed to his father and grandfather, Ammon and Menashe. But Bnei Cham ba'Avram chanu alav, it was the descendants of Cham, meaning Mitzrayim, when they encamped against him at Megiddo, v'lo huskar lo sigoy mifalav, and unfortunately, the schus and the merit of the great deeds that he had done were not enough for him. Gam b'chol hamlachim asher kamo ligdor, amongst all of those Jewish leaders who tried to be goder, meaning to try to do things for the Jewish people. Lo kam kamohu mimosa vigdor. No one was as great. No one ever arose like him from the time of Avigdor. Avigdor is Moshe. Moshe is the name that Bat Paro gave him. The name that his mother Yocheved gave him was Avigdor. What does that mean? What? You tell me David wasn't better than him? Shlomo? What about Shmuel Hanavi? What about Chizkiyahu HaMelech? You tell me he was the greatest leader? What's the point? Look at what Moshe started with. Illiterate pagan slaves, and he transformed them into the Dor Deah. That's exactly Yoshiyahu. David HaMelech, coming in the footsteps of Shmuel and Shaul, was starting at a 7, and David took him to a 9. Shlomo HaMelech, coming on the shoulders of David HaMelech, was starting at a 9 and took him to a 9.5. Moshe Rabbeinu was starting with a 0 and he took him to be a 7. Yoshiyahu HaMelech, Josiah, Yoshiyahu, he was starting at a 1 or a 2. And he took him all the way up to be a 7. That's what it means. Lo kam kamohu mimosa Avigdor. No one arose like him from the time of Avigdor that had that kind of a transformation. Davak bo avon leitzanei hador. What clung to him? The sin of the cynics and the mockers of the generation. Asher achar hadeles kamulistor. Because what would they do? He eradicated all the avodah zarah. But what they would do is they would have it built into the door. So when the door is closed, you see the avodah zarah. When the door is open, it doesn't look like anything because half is here and half's there. So they did all kinds of shtiklach and tricks to camouflage the avodah zarah from Yoshiyahu's, I'll call them the frum police, the ones who are trying to eradicate it on behalf of his administration. Those who, partake of the vegetation of the Nile, how they've turned his beautiful, what do you call that? What's it called? Your complexion, the radiance of his face, they darkened it. From gold, they darkened it into darkness. Vayigdal avon v'heshiv yamin achor v'la'od lo shalach yado min achor. And God did not intercede to protect him from the Egyptians. We'll see what happened. Zaku amarav kenam das lahakim bitzam raso ba'ara shalo yakim. What happened? The great trauma in his life that led him to do tshuva was that one Sefer Torah that Menashe had not eradicated from the Beis HaMikdash facility, it was open to Parshas Re'eh. And in Parshas Re'eh it has the brachos and the klalos, the famous covenant that the Jews, the new generation of Jews, will make when they come into the land of Israel under Yehoshua's leadership. They're going to have a covenant at Har Gerizim and Har Eival. And what is the last of it? Arush lo yakim is divrei Torah zos. Yakim is the hifil, the causative verb. Not lo yikayim, but cursed is the one that will, the leadership of the country that will not enforce and cause the Torah to be the defining system of justice, of ethics, of theology. Who's that talking to? So the Ramban says there, clearly, he says, we're talking to the Melech. Melech b'mishpat yamad aretz. David HaMelech says, right, in Shmuel and in Tehillim, the role of the king is the one to ensure that there's a just system of education, system of courts, system of justice and morals, etc. So that's the one who has to be yakim, cause others to fulfill. And they turned to him, they said, young man, this is the role, this is the responsibility you have. Your great ancestors, your great grandfather, Chizkiyahu Melech, he did this. Asa did this, Yoshaphat did this, Shlomo did this, David did this. This is your responsibility. It's not to live, off the fat of the taxpayers. It's to instill that the Jewish people, as a society, lead a life of Avdei HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Lead a life of Yosher, of Tzedek and Mishpat. And that's your responsibility. You've been tasked with that. And that traumatized him. And he stood up to the challenge. Tovim reim nikru. What does that mean? Kishalcho malach, mali valach hayom letalach. Paro Necho was the head of Mitzrayim. He was the leader of the Egyptian empire. And what does he do? He sends a message. I'm on my way to battle against Aram. So he's going from North Africa into Mesopotamia. The only way you can go from North Africa to Mesopotamia is the Via Maris, is to go through Israel. Now, if you're an individual, you could go through Highway 60, through Hebron and Beit Lechem and Yerushalayim and north into Shem. But not a whole army can't travel there through the mountains, not with that heavy equipment. They got two choices. They could take the Jordan Valley, which is way too hot, because in the heat of the summer it's way too hot. Or you can go along the Mediterranean coast, along the Mediterranean, Gaza Strip, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Tel Aviv, Netanya, and then at Megiddo Junction, you cut across the Emek Yisrael, the Jezreel Valley. And that's the approach that Egypt had to take. Now, he says, listen, he sends a messenger. I have no battle with you, I got no problem with you, Yoshiyahu and the Jews. But I need to go through your land because I'm on my way to war against Aram, the great Mesopotamian Empire. Yoshiyahu makes a calculation that's wrong. He says, if I allow the Egyptians to traverse our land, I'm not being neutral. That's aiding and abetting and supporting the Mitzrim. And I don't think they're going to be able to defeat Aram. Because after Aram defeats them, they're going to turn against us because we helped the Mitzrim. So he refuses Paro Necho's demand to let the Egyptians travel through the land of Israel. And where does he bring the troops for the battle? To the Megiddo Junction. That's where the Christians get the word Armageddon. What's Armageddon, right? The great eschatological. Why is it Megiddo? Because that's where all the battles take place. That's where you turn in to cut through Israel. You cut through the Jezreel Valley on your way to Mesopotamia. In fact, if you go to Megiddo today, you'll see there's a great archaeological site. You know what the archaeology is? Horse stanchions. Hundreds and hundreds of horse stanchions. You'll say, what's the big deal? Yeah, that was built under Achav. And we believe actually Achav expanded the initial horse stanchions that Shlomo HaMelech built. Shlomo shouldn't have gone to Egypt, to Mitzrayim to get the Susim. What did he do with the horses? He put them in barns and stanchions and barns in Megiddo. Okay? So, just by the way, is it 2:30? You have 2:30 yet? Okay, 2:32. Okay. Someone give me at 2:38 the warning, because what I'll do then is I'm going to try to do this a little quicker, and then we'll switch to Elitzion. Okay? So let me do this a little bit outside because we're in a little bit of a rush. Let's do this outside. Yoshiyahu brings the army there. And why does Yoshiyahu do this? Yirmiyahu begs him, don't do it. Don't do it. You don't understand. You think that you've done incredible things. We've never seen this many people come for Pesach for 60, 70 years. We haven't seen the Beis HaMikdash this filled with Jews. We also, you've eradicated the private altars, the bamos. You've eradicated the blatant Avodah Zarah. But the people don't change overnight. It takes generations for people to change. So what looks so good to you is not as good as you think it is. On a superficial level, it's fantastic. But on a deeper level, there's a long way to go. So what? His mistake was, in Parshas Bechukosai, it says, Cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem. The sword shall not traverse your land. And all the Meforshim say, why is that such a great thing? You just promised that there will be shalom. If the Jewish people lead a life in line with its nature, if the Jewish people function the way it's supposed to, there's going to be peace. Once you tell me there's shalom, why are you telling me cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem? So Rashi quotes Chazal. Afilu cherev shel shalom. Not only will you not have war and no one will attack you, but not only that, but armies will not traverse your land. They will not go traveling through your land. That's very discomforting. That's very challenging to see tens of thousands of armed troops traveling through your land on the way to Mesopotamia. He thought that because of all of the changes that he made, because of the great tshuva movement and the strides, we were zocha, we the Jews are zocha to cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem. The sword shall not traverse your land. And Yirmiyahu said, we're not there yet. We're not zocha to that. And he rejected the words of the Navi. He felt the Navi didn't understand. He felt the Navi didn't understand politics, whatever. He goes out there and gets slaughtered. Slaughtered. They take his body and they use it as a bullseye. And the Egyptian archers, boom, 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 they're pouncing him with arrows to make a mockery of him. And as he's dying, he's no longer ruach sfasav, the reish in this, he can't even talk anymore. The last gasp that he gets out of him is Tzadik hu adoshem kifihu marisi. God is righteous. I've rebelled against him. Meaning, I didn't listen to the Navi. I thought I knew better. I thought I knew better. He doesn't understand. Had I listened to him, I wouldn't have gotten all of these Jews killed. I wouldn't have died. Now, the tragedy of Yoshiahu's death, if he'd remained the Melech for another 20, 30 years, he was still a young man. If he'd remained the Melech another 20, 30 years, he could have really turned the tide. He's the one man that could have prevented the Churban. He was killed, there was a Shemitah year. It was 22 years before the Churban Beis HaMikdash. And Yirmiyahu says the Hesped, and he says it is an aleph to taf, an acrostic. Because the destruction of Yoshiyahu HaMelech, the devastation is from A to Z, from aleph to taf. You can use every letter of the alphabet and you can't describe how devastating this destruction is. Because with his death, it's just a matter of time till we lose our autonomy and we lose our Beis HaMikdash and we lose Yerushalayim. That's the tragedy of his death. That's how powerful his death is. In fact, the man that replaced him, Yehoiakim, was terrible. He incarcerates Yirmiyahu HaNavi. What time is it now? 2:38? Okay. He incarcerates Yirmiyahu HaNavi. Yirmiyahu, through his Talmud, Baruch ben Neriah, sends him Aleph, Beis, and Dal, the first three prakim of Eicha. He starts reading it. He's so disgusted, he won't even finish reading it. He burns it. He tattoos on his male genitalia, Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. You don't have to be Dr. Freud to understand, what kind of a person he is, what kind of aggressions he has in his relationship with God. So with the death of Yoshiyahu, and because they had not had, it wasn't like they were going to plan who would be the next Melech. Yehoiakim takes over. It's like this for the Jews. It says, because the Jews, even the cynics, who didn't like Yoshiyahu, didn't like the Tshuva movement, didn't like the changes, after he was killed, they appreciated what they lost, right? Acharei mos kadosh emor, right? After the guy's dead, then they call him kadosh. While he was alive, they rip out his kishkas. That's literally what happened with Yoshiyahu HaMelech. And because for the 22 letters, from the Aleph to Taf, the people appreciated what they had lost, because they appreciated what they had lost, the Churban was delayed 22 years. 1 year for each letter of the Hesped that they felt. But the tragedy of his loss is ultimately the destruction of the nation. That was the Kalir telling us the impact, what one person can have. One person. Everything he started, had it continued, would have been a different world, a different trajectory for the Jews. But tragically, we lost him. So just to repeat before we say the last Kinot, Alit Zion, our learning today, the growth today that we've had, that we'll have throughout the day of Tisha B'Av, should be dedicated for a refuah shalema to Steve Newworth, to Shalom ben Bracha, and to Steve, Natalie, and the children, to their beautiful family. We want to wish Steve a refuah shalema. We want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff. And we want to thank our good friends at Keter Torah, our Rabbi Shalom Baum, our executive director, Howard Grunschbeck, for enabling us at the OU, for enabling all of Klal Yisrael to have hopefully what is a meaningful experience of reliving, re-experiencing the various korbanos, the tragedies throughout. Alit Zion is not the last Kinot. Alit Zion means keep on wailing for Zion. We can never get over what we have lost. It's not something that one can ever get over. And we have to live a regular life, and therefore we limit the mourning to 3 weeks. We limit the Shiva to 1 day. But the reality is we could mourn 365 days a year in terms of what has befallen the Jewish people. But the key loss of all is the loss of the perceived presence of God, that intense hashras hashchina that used to exist, that is removed that afternoon of the 9th of Av, close to 2,000 years ago, that we yearn for it to return, for God to return his perceived presence, that we can feel, that the world can feel, his immanence, that loss of that immanence is what allows for all destruction, all tragedy. We're going to say Alit Zion, which is on page 610, what is that in the art scroll?
390.
390 in the art scroll. And I hoped that there would have been enough time to analyze each line. That's not going to happen. We'll just comment about the first line, which is the refrain. The pain that we suffer as a Jewish people is so acute. It's like a woman in childbirth. A woman in childbirth without any epidural, it's an acute pain. You can't say stop yelling, stop crying. You can't. It's just too acute. But at least after the child comes out, there's a nechama. There's a life, there's a future, there's a tomorrow. And all that pain, as bad as it was worth it for a new world, for a future to the Jewish people, for a future to the family. But we don't have that. We're kipsula chagurasak al bal neureha. Imagine the young virgin bride, who is about to undergo a chuppah. It's going to have a whole life, a whole future ahead. And that future is taken away. So there's the acuteness, there's the gravity, the intensity of the pain, and there's the total loss of a future. That's what we feel. We talked about it with the communities, we talked about it with individual lives, and we've talked about it with the generations. Alit Zion v'yareha Kemo isha v'tzireha v'chivsu lach agurasak al ba'al neureha alei armon asher nutash bi'ashmason adareha ve'al bi'as mecharfeel b'solch mikdash chadareha Alei galus mishar seel mani meshir zimareha v'al damam asher shupach kemo mimei yeoreha עלי הגיון מחוליה, אשר דמם ביעריה, ועל ועד אשר שמם, וביטול סנהדריה, עלי זבחי סמידיה, ופדיוני וחוריה, ועל חילול כלי היכל, ומזבח כתוריה, עלי טפי מלאכיה, בני דוד גביריה, ועל יפיים אשר חשך, באסרו כסוריה. וכבוד אשר גלה, באס קרבן דביריה, ועל לוחץ אשר לחץ, ושם סכין חגוריה, עלי מחץ ורוב מקוס, אשר הוכו נזיריה, ועל ניפוץ אלי סלע, עוללה נעריה, עלי שמחה סויביה, ושחקם על שבריה, ועל עינוי בני חורין, נדיביה טהוריה, עלי פשע אשר אפסה, צלו דרך אשוריה, ועל ציבוס קהליה, שזופיה שחוריה, עלי קולוס מחרפיה, באס רבו פגריה, ועל רגשס מגדפיה, בסוך משכן חצריה, עלי שמך אשר חולל, בפי קמי מצריה, ועל תחן יצבחו לך, כי שובו שמה אמריה, אלי ציון ויריה, כמו אישה בציריה, וחיפשו לך הגור השק, על בעל נעוריה.
Sure.